Sit here and read Reddit all day. Scroll down fucking Reddit all day. Hey, look, I'm live. Woo! I wonder who's gonna be first. Ooh, I want it to be me. I want it to be me. Nobody else gets first but me, bitch. I'm first here, sons of bitches. Can't stop, won't stop. Alright. Oh, I'm lagging. Great. This is what happens when I have 17,000 tabs open at the same time. Make sure I've got everything. We good, yeah? Good, yeah. Good, yeah. Good, yeah. Okay. Oh, fuck. Explosions. I think it's probably because I haven't reloaded the game. I'm gonna do that. There we go. I'll log out. Wait, hold on. Let's go make sure that there's... I was gonna say, let's make sure there's not honey all over the ground. There's honey all over the ground. Get all the honey, and then we'll relog. Oh, I know. I already had that. I already made sure. That's like hidden behind spout. I don't know if I was thinking about that too. I don't know if you have I don't know if you have yours up through spout or if you have it through game capture. Okay, good. Hi, Hop. The meteorite is in progress. I need to relog because I had this going all night and now it's like super framey. Like it's really, it's framey when from my perspective on my screen the game was closed and from the other screen it wasn't closed. Oh, I just pulled up the credits, my bad. How you doing? Quitting the game. I'm loading back up, my bad. My bad, it was super framey. I had like a lot of things doing yesterday. Oh yeah, that's not even the problem. Is I haven't closed the game in like 72 hours. It says cloud status. Oh yeah, it's not not even anything, man. A quick relog. Dude, we're doing good. Brando, good afternoon to the both of you beautiful people. I hope you slept well, ate good food, and drank all the liquids. I slept some because we stayed up really late last night. Basically slept all day and went up all night. And then I finally woke up. I was like, look, I gotta get my sleep schedule fixed. This is where I'm at. Because I wanted to go live. I wanted to go live today. Bad Tristan? Tristan's sleeping still. What do you mean? Why you say bad Tristan? He's sleeping. He's sleeping. Kind of. I mean, he's in bed. That's the same, right? He says he's teetering on waking up or passing back out. He hasn't decided. As far as ate good foods, I ate tasty foods. I had pizza yesterday, and um, we wound up getting some tostini. Is tostinis, babe? Is that what they're called? Got, got some tostinis ordered from a place that's really delicious. I got really. Oh, is it? Okay, it's called Gloria Jeans. Very good. I didn't realize it was a national chain, so. It is. Apparently they're like this. Well, okay, that's not bad. You don't know what those are, but they sound great. Tostinis, they're like paninis, but more wet, I think. That's like a really weird way of putting it, but I think. Toasted paninis, which paninis are toasted, so I don't. They're like paninis, except for they're more wet. I stand by the wet comment. Have I ever had beaver tail? That sounds awful. No, can't say I have. However, I have been breeding tons of these fuckers. And I'm gonna show you why too, because you're gonna be like, oh my god, I need to do that. What? This is Mama and Papa, and this is their life now. This is just where they live. And this is their life now. Oh fuck! I really need to turn off Spotify. I don't know why it turns itself back on. It's so annoying. I do not turn that back on. It just does it itself. I think I'm just gonna remove it entirely because like I wound up having to remove um I wound up having to remove words and stuff and things. I wound up having to remove the connection from Lumia entirely. I will stretch. And I'll probably drink some water too because I would have that. I should probably take my fucking meds since I just woke up, you know? That's probably responsible. So, okay. So, it's a fried bread, nice and crispy, coated with cinnamon sugar and added so. No, it's not. It's not coated with cinnamon sugar. Oh, a beaver tail. That's what you were talking about. Yeah, it's a fried bread, nice and crispy, then coated with cinnamon sugar and additional sauce of your choice. That sounds like I would add it with chocolate sauce or powdered sugar. Really. I was getting ready to say I really want pancakes because who's having pancakes on Saturday? Me! And totally not Tristan, who's totally not going to be there 100% because it's our anniversary and we're having a date. I'm trying, but there's no meds in my meds. There's no meds in my meds. The drugs, they're gone. Babe, I don't have any drugs. No. Most people around here do powdered sugar and molasses. Molasses is like very, mm, very, it's a sickly kind of sweet to me. What, boo? I know what molasses is. It's like, it. I would say it's like syrup, but like really thick. And it's also really sweet. And it's really slow. And it's, it does feel concentrated, but that's just what it is. Yeah, well, syrup would be nice, like a maple syrup. Molasses is, ugh. Powdered sugar is good. I can see old powdered sugar. Sounds like a a fancy little um like a funnel cake, except for on bread, like French toast. It reminds me of like French toast, but not because it doesn't have any fucking. It doesn't have the eggy mixture. Proper 100% pure Canadian maple syrup is better than sex. Ooh. Just sounds like we need to get some Canadian maple syrup. And according to your mom, like pair it with roast potatoes. His mom says roast potatoes are better than sex. He says you're not having the right kind of sex. She's like, I'm having any sex. What do you mean? She's so funny. Sweet in that overwhelming in a good way. Yeah. My granddaddy, back when he was still alive, he gave me when I was a kid. And now keep this in mind. I was a child. Sweetness was like number one, right? He gave me molasses one time, and I never wanted it again. I've never desired for molasses because I've tasted it and it is like way too sweet. Even for me as a child who loves sweet things, way too sweet. And it's thick. I'm trying to think what else is so thick. I feel like it would coat your teeth. You had enough of it coat your teeth. Like a slightly liquidier no, no, I can't even see it. No, maybe. I think if you liquidified Vegemite, that's kind of what it would look like. It would not taste that way.
Yep.
Yeah, I did know that. You guys can hear him. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, unlike the rest of you guys who read the Milo instructions and use like a baking spoon. Star spoon. What the fuck am I? Oh, meds. Babe, help me, please. I have two meds packs. One is raw meds, just loose in their boxes. And one's nice and organized by day. Tristan usually does the whole nice and organized by day, so I can just kind of like grab it and pop it and go. Zyban. What? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You think I have the energy? Think I have the energy? Okay, so we've got Zyban. We're starting with Zyban. We're getting to know those. That's caffeine. Caffeine, everybody. Guess who needs caffeine? That me. Oh my god, I should. I'm gonna do that. Tristan has recommended I take my medicine with Monster. So I'm gonna do that because it sounds awesome. And also I need energy, so. Then we're gonna get our vitamin D. Can't wake up without the D. Just saying. Add D to your diet. Gotta have D every day. Okay, I'm done. And there was one more. Not what? Nyzak. That's the one. That's how we're gonna avoid getting heartburn. No, it's not. I think it just stops burps. It does. It helps with GERD, but I don't know. I think it just helps with burps. No, that would have been nice for the past few days, but somebody, me, hadn't had to take their medicine. Did I wind up talking to a therapist? I have a therapy appointment on uh, day before yesterday. Originally, why we took the day off was like I had my therapy appointment, and then I was like, I'm just tired. I'm just gonna like relax, and we just like let's just take the day off. Took a shower. It was nice. We're not gonna talk about how long I go without showers while I play this fucking game. I mean, suffice to say, is longer than necessary. So I went and took a shower. It was nice. Um, my therapist, new therapist, she's great. Absolute delight. I will have to make a new appointment with her. She tried to set me up with one for the next week. I was like, it's really soon. It's just like, well, yeah, like you get 10 for the year, but you can use all of those at the same time. You just don't have any more left over. I think I'd rather just do one a month. I just cry. I have now officially taken my morning meds with Monster. I'm gonna be cracked. No, don't kill me. Need more caffeine. So here's what we're doing. I'll show you guys what's been going on. By you guys, I mean me, I think. It says I got one viewer. It could be me. Could be Brando. Could be Hop. I don't fucking know. Who the hell's here? Somebody's here. Okay. So I made this little thingy over here because I could. And it's cute. But I also made this thing over here. Alright, see this thing on here? This is what we like to call in the biz a PAL disassembly conveyor. What does it do, you might ask? Well, obviously, it disassembles PALs. Then I had to ask such a silly question. Okay, we'll put that there. And look, it goes across and then drops shit. Right? That's an alpha, so this is not going to give us what we want to know. That's ancient civilization parts and precious dragonstone, which is good money, but, not what we're looking for. Here's what we're looking for. We're going to go through and we're going to do the same thing, but to a non-alpha variant, okay? So that's a smaller one, right? And what we're going to get here is two things. Thermal core and giant PAL souls. Okay? Now normally it's got to give 2 giant PAL souls and 2 thermal cores. However, because I did a bunch of breeding and I'm a smart person, I went through and I found like lavish hospitality, service minded. And so let's find the one that has lavish hospitality and service minded. This one right here, right? Let's put that bitch in there. So you get 2 and 2, right? Normally 2 and 2, and now we get 3 and 3, which is not as much as they usually do. I don't know. It gives more, okay? I think that they're not always constantly proccing. Either way, so what we're going to do is we're going to go through here. We're going to put these fuckers in here, okay? There's a nice line built up. See, it's like a little conveyor belt. I'm glad these guys don't look human. It makes it not human. They don't look like animals when they're on the conveyor belt. They just look like, I don't know, like machines, I guess. I'm disassembling machines. They're robots. Robot dragons. That's what I feel like, okay? So we're just gonna go through. I don't know why sometimes you see the alpha symbol. It's weird. And we're just gonna go through and we're just gonna drop all of them here. And you're gonna see how many giant PAL souls we're getting, man. Coming through and they're popping them out. And they just keep going. I have so many. Like basically I just put like vegetable cakes in there. And I pick them up with a Grintail, which has a chance of making 2 of them. And then I have so many. We need to do bosses and stuff like that, but I don't think we want. We were gonna. We're absolutely gonna. But, got very distracted yesterday, so we definitely did not do any bosses yesterday. Just gonna keep y'all updated on it too. Look at that. There's the entire last page of that. So what I did is I was going through and basically doing this process all day yesterday. And on the other side, I had some breeding going on for things that I wanted to get 4-starred. Right? So I wound up getting, okay, this is a lumen. This is 4-starred. What this does is, while in party, the player's arrows explode on contact, dealing additional damage to equal 30% player's attack. Right? I think it starts at like 20. Right? How does that work? Boom. Boom. explosion. That's why we called her Boom. Anyways, what else do we have? We have this Reptiro Chris named Gertie and this Reptiro named Benny, right? After Benny and Gertie from are my two favorite followers in Skyrim, right? Didn't need to. Just instead to name her Gertrude, I named her Gertie, whatever. Okay, this reduces the weight of all types of ore by 65%. Does not stack with other Reptiro crysts. This reduces the weights of all types of ore by 60%. Does not stack with other Reptiros. However, if you put them both in your inventory, guess what you get? You can carry as much ore as you fucking want, dude. I'm going to go on a mining expedition today, and it's going to be fucking hilarious. Because it's going to weigh nothing. Nothing. But I'm going to wait for Tristan to do that. We're going to go on a mining expedition together. I think he wanted to get some more, too. Did you want to go on a mining expedition today, babe? You don't want to do it with me, then? Nat! You tell your brother to get the fuck out of bed and play with me. So lazy. So lazy and sleepy. I'm barely conscious right now. I just took my meds and I'm hoping to kick in soon. So I really have no room to talk. How are you doing today, Nat? No, fuck, don't give it to you. Okay, done. I don't know how you did it. Tristan, did you get a text message or something? You're sleeping. I don't know if it's helpful. Tell the wrong brother? He's still in bed. Did you tell the wrong brother, Nat? Wait a minute. So I'm trying to make a 4-star Dynamo, right? Double check this in before sending. Alright. Tristan, you got a text message? Unrelated to anything, surely. He's mumbling. I shouldn't even be awake right now. But I was like, well, if I don't fucking wake up, it's gonna wake up really late. No, I'm not gonna want to go stream. It's gonna be too late. Okay, so this bitch right here, while out of base, shortens the time it takes to incubate eggs by 20%. The 20% can be increased by increasing the number of stars. So let's shorten the time it takes to incubate eggs by a lot. Because, bitch, I need... It takes so long to incubate eggs. So long. And another thing we could do is we could get the better breeder. Or better incubator. This one right here. Hold on. This one right here. This is what we want. But we can't do this right now. One, because I don't have nearly enough hexalite. That's why I gotta go on my mining adventure. And two, we haven't defeated Vaybreak Tower. But these guys combined with the upgraded incubator, which moves it from 50% to 100%, it's gonna be nice. Is he up yet? No, he's not. Babe, your sister's yelling at me. She says wake up or she's gonna kick your booty. What, babe? Oh, apparently, I said, I said she'll kick your booty, and then he said that you can't kick that high. So, babe, I'm just gonna say, your sister and I are the same height. You insult her, you insult me. Oh, you got bad knees. Sorry. She said bullshit. I can't. She's been practicing on Damon. He's way taller than all of us put together. That bitch is like 20 feet tall. Are you taller? Oh. Well, to you, to me, he's like, I don't know, he's a bit of beanpole, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you realize this, Nat, but your son is so tiny. Oh, you kick Anthony's butt too. Okay, so apparently Anthony's butt also gets kicked. Did I tell you, Nat, were you here whenever I set up the new thing because of Anthony? Because of Anthony, I went and my new egg roulette system is like this. This is my new egg roulette system. Okay, pick a chest. Pick an egg from a chest. I don't know what any of these fuckers are. Some of them are doubled up, so if like you see two together like this, that probably means I was holding a Grintail when I picked it up. So I just picked up two of them. It's absolutely not spinning all that time. But I'll tell you what, every time I find a dragon egg out in the wild, I pick that shit up. Way down from carrying something. Oh, it's all the thermal cores. Don't do it. It is so much easier. That was such a pain in the butt. But, you know, it's one of those things. It's like, you don't know if it's going to be a pain in the butt until you start doing it. Because you're like, oh, yeah, I'll just run out and grab whatever egg. Because, like, I see eggs all the time. Yeah, you see eggs all the time until you're looking for them. Just like, oh, what the fuck's through here? Hello? Babe, the legendary game hunter. Oh, whoops, my bad. Oh, hello, hello. Oh my god, I killed him! Well, that, and apparently I didn't have my Paltamer glasses on. I just, it said criminal activity underway, and then his team just left. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, he exploded because I have this pal now. This is a Lumen. And when I named her Boom because while in party, the player's arrows explode on contact, dealing additional damage equal to 30% of the player's attack damage. Would you like to know what my attack damage is? With my bow, I do 24,000 damage. It explodes if I hit a wall. It explodes if I hit a friend. It explodes if I hit the floor. It explodes if I hit the ceiling. It explodes if I hit that. Yes, I needed to have that because it's fucking amazing. So I got that. I also, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something broken. Okay. I posted this in the Discord yesterday. I'm gonna have to Hold on. I'm gonna show you how I broke a part of this game, okay? You're gonna be like, whoa, you think that's crazy? Dude, just fucking wait. Just fucking wait. I'm gonna show you fucking broken, okay? I'm gonna show you fucking broken. You think I hit him for a lot? Okay, fine. That's hitting, okay? Let's go resource gathering. Let's go for our morning adventure. Right? Okay. First of all, I'm gonna put this stuff away. First of all, I'm gonna put this stuff away. There you go. Okay, you see my weight down here, 713 weight out of 2600. Okay. Okay, and now we're just gonna like, we're on ores. This is my ores list. Psh, fill that up, right? My weight now is, let me put the right commas, 1,297,561. So we're just gonna slow ass walk over here. Okay. So you know, it would be really nice if we had some kind of like, I don't know, weight reduction on ores. Right? So just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to show you. So how the weight shows right here. You can see it at the top. You can, and when you load it up, you can see it like, okay. See it here at the top here. And you also see it like in the thing at the bottom. Right? Basically, the one at the top is how much the ore weighs normally, and the one at the bottom, beside the blue weight thing, is how much it weighs with any kind of like adjustments for like, oh, this much weighs less because of this, right? So I was like, all right, well, I got to make a mining team so I can go get more ores, right? And so I'm like, okay, well, the Reptiros can be ridden while in a party, reduces the weight of all types of ore by 60. Actually, it said like 30%. Okay. I boosted these up to 4-star. So it increases that a percentage, right? So it was like 30, 35%. But because I 4-starred them, they're now 65% and 60%. It says do not stack. But that's like, I can't have 2 Reptiros. I can't have 2 Reptiro Chris. But I can have a Reptiro and a Reptiro Chris. So what happens if I put those bitches in my pocket? How much do you think it is going to fucking weigh now? Did you expect that my weight was going to go back down to normal? Because now suddenly my ore weighs nothing.
Hut. 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 Hut.
Bruh.
Hut.
And bruh.
Hut.
Weighs nothing. I can carry as much ore as I have pocket space. Look at all this shit. Damn, just saying, just saying. These fuckers right here, I started breeding them originally because I was like, oh, they'd look so cute on the furnace. Which I'm still correct. They look fucking adorable and I love them. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Gotta go pet your brother, hold on. Such a good, no. Such a good boy. I love them both. Okay, anyways. Also, we changed Tristan's eye color because his eyes were like way too blue. They were like the color of that over there.
Yeah.
God, Gary, what happened? Bring him back to life. Gary! Gary, come back! Oh, now they're blaming each other. Oh no. They're like, who did it? Who did it? There's nobody around here. Oh no. The little guy runs away. What the fuck? See what happens to that guy. They just started killing each other. I feel bad. Anyways, because of all this, I can go around and I can pick up all the resources. I wound up getting rid of the stone thing because I had way too much fucking stone. And I got rid of the wood one because the shade house had way too much wood. I wound up having to separate those into separate chests because, like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at all the stone I have. You think that's bad? Look at this wood I have. It's problematic. So I also wound up getting this guy right here. He's a legendary ammo merchant. Fucking fabulous. If you buy from him, you can buy some fucking ammo. All of it. Right. Found out I've got this method. As long as I'm wearing my Paltamer glasses, which I wasn't earlier, which is why that one guy died, I could shoot him, throw an ancient sphere at him really quickly, and as long as I do that, they won't get triggered, and I'm not going to be wanted, because they're going to be like, oh my god, it was an accident. Wow, that crazy how that happened. You accidentally shot and threw a sphere at the same time, and then if I catch them, they're just like, anyway, so I can go around. I would say I could collect all these, but I've actually got a bunch of Minlogs who are actually doing the job now, which is good. I had to get more Minlogs because basically they weren't doing squat. Also, ore counts as an ore, not ore. Oil counts as an ore, so I thought that was interesting. I also upgraded my crusher to the cryogenic crusher. And instead of having a Ephedrine Aqua out here, now I've got... Where'd he go? Do you see him just like forget his job? Bro, get over here. This guy, a goddamn whale out here. He's so big. He's so fucking big. I need to replace him. But look how happy he is. He's such a good boy. But dude, he's huge. I'm trying to look at his stats. I know nothing about this man. Look how fast he makes it. So these guys are done. I did wind up getting these guys to 4 stars each. And they both have remarkable craftsmanship, work, sleep, artisan, and swift. Because they're dark, they don't sleep anyway, so I don't have to worry about that. I want to run more bounties so I can get... I want to get like Vanguard, Stronghold Strategist, Motivational Leader, these like all these and stuff, because these are going to be really nice. Oh, but I want to show you what that fucking soul thing has been getting me, okay? I have another villager. Hello? Whoa, this place is amazing. You built this, huh? I'm just a lowly blacksmith still training. I want to forge a real strong weapon for someone tough like you. Here, take this. Made as part of my training and ended up with extras. You made... Okay. Thanks. Anyways. So basically I've been taking my duelists and going through and... Yeah, let me swap out to a different team. Okay, so if I take this duolith right here and I look in here, you can see how I've increased the stats here. Yeah, but I have 156. I could do this right here. I could completely max this out right now, but I'm going across, you know. That's giant souls, but because of the crusher and everything that I have, I actually need to stop him from doing that. Good. He's almost done. He works really fucking fast. So now what we're going to do is we're going to convert these to large souls. This is what we're working with right now. We'll convert them back to... Convert them back to giant souls and we're done. But basically, so I know I'm all the way up to... I think 16 was the last one I did. Double check. 16 was the last one I did. Next, okay, yeah. Dude. So it takes 12 each. And like I said, that's why I said I'm going to convert them back as soon as I can. 17. 18. Also, I went through and rebuilt the army. So now all of them have 100, 100, 100 stats. They should be all of them. I'll check. Yeah, I can't because my pad glasses are not on. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, they're all 100, 100, 100. The only thing they need really is like to increase trust. 18. Oh, I just did that one. Okay, yesterday we also loaded up our models because Saturday is going to be when we're doing our debut. 5, welcome in. How you doing? You having a good day today? You turned up yet? No, he's not. He's still sleeping. But honestly, we did go to bed pretty late this morning. I don't know what time it is right now. I think... Alexa, what time is it? Yeah, we're probably running off like... I'm probably running off like... I'm gonna figure out by figuring out what time we ordered Gloria Jeans. Tristan told me that Gloria Jeans is like Starbucks here, but better. Let's see what time we ordered Gloria Jeans. I got a text message, I think. No, I did not. I want to say we probably went to sleep like an hour after ordering Gloria Jeans. It arrived at 6:33 a.m. So we probably went to bed at about 7:38. And it's now 1:42. I'm recovering after a long week of fighting my managers, customers, and doctors. You're not supposed to fight the doctors. You can fight everybody else. That's fine. Tristan has to pee. He just got up. I don't think he's even looking at his phone though, to be honest. You were up at 7 a.m.? Oh, yeah. See, the thing is, man, it's just because we're built different. Expect a man to be able to keep up with us. As if. Tommy, how you doing? Doctors keep asking if I want to find someone to watch my derpy butt. What have you been doing? How have you been, Tommy? Kristen's kind of sort of starting to wake up, I think. He's in the bathroom. That doesn't mean he's gonna. I can't stay, but I'm streaking. I completely understand. I completely understand. A hearing test finally at this Arvo. Arvo. I've heard that. What is that? Babe, what's Arvo? What's Arvo? It's afternoon. Okay. Alright, well. I knew I'd heard it before. I just didn't remember. Apparently, Dommy Bear has a testis. Hearing testis Arvo. I'm sorry. I'm an imposter. I just live here. I'm learning slowly. I know servo and serviette and Milo. I know that's not slang, but that's a thing.
Yep.
Slowly will convert you. Yeah. Look. Oh lordy. Oh jeez. Tommy says I'm a cutie, so Australia will keep us. And by she said will keep you, but like
Yep.
I'm assuming she means the whole of Australia, but it could just mean her. Maybe her and Whippa. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, dude. Aussies will keep me. All right. Aussies will keep me. Whatever. You guys have everybody here has been fucking amazing. Like nobody in the U.S. is as nice as the people I've met here. You're not talking to Whippa currently. You should probably call him back. What happened? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Everybody here is like legitimately nice. I have not like even like well, hold on. I would say everybody here is legitimately nice, okay? In a way, okay? I feel like the US people appear nicer than they actually are. However, in Australia, people appear as more assholes than they actually are. So far. Like, nobody I've met so far is an actual dick. Um, I've not had enough interaction with him to know. I know that I'm not exactly. Huh? We need to meet a Richard so he's an actual dick. Because we call him on the C word. It's just like, I don't know, like people attribute it to like, I don't know. My new therapist told me to brush my own damn hair. That was fun. It was funny. You haven't met Logan's father. Well, not all of them. I'm like, like the people I've met. Okay, that's the only people I care about. It's people I've met. I don't need to meet Logan's father. I've met Anthony. Anthony's
Yep.
neat. I like him. It is the banter. The banter is amazing. I know. That's exactly what Tristan said, Matt. That's what Tristan said. I was gonna say I don't necessarily agree with everything that Josh does. That's my opinion of Josh. I do not. I've not had a lot of interaction with Josh. I've had more interaction with you and Valerie and Tristan and stuff like that. My interaction with Josh has been limited, and I'll say that I'm not in agreement with everything that he does or says. So, hmm? Yeah. Gotta go, lovely. Stop by in case I get a chance later. Thank you, Tommy. Love you. See, as he's my brother-in-law, I'm not gonna say that. He's only been my brother-in-law for like less than a year now, okay? I have to I have to give him more of a benefit of the doubt, okay?
Yep.
I have to learn myself. Well, okay, so like he gets more of an opportunity to prove himself. But like I already
Yep.
asked your mom if it was okay if I tell him off. Did. I legitimately did because like it's not it's in defense of you now. Okay, because I had a whole conversation with
Yep.
Tristan about your brother's interaction with the kids and what he stuff that he says to the kids. And I'm just like I feel like he's actively like it does legitimately feel sometimes like he's actively trying to make Nat's life harder. And I don't know why he's doing it, and I don't think it's nice, and I don't believe that like anybody should ever tell anybody what kind of opinions they should have, but I don't think that he should be telling children his kind of opinions. Huh? What, babe? Yeah,
Yep.
that's not an excuse. Just because you're the uncle is not an excuse. No. I feel like I feel like an equivalent to what your brother does would be like if I went to my sister's kids and told them that I didn't that oh, you know God doesn't exist, right?
Yep.
My seriously super religious sister imparting my how I feel towards them. Like that is how I feel. I do not believe that God exists. However, that's not my place to tell her children that. And then all that's going to do is she's going to go home and she's going to have to deal with all that mess. Also, they're like kids, bro. Leave them alone. Maybe if they want to have that conversation when they're adults, that's fucking fine. Whatever. But like, I feel like after certain interactions, Nat, you've got to go home and you've got to just like have these conversations with your kids about like, all right, look, just don't listen to him. Just don't listen to Josh. Anything that comes out of Josh's mouth, just like brush it off, pretend it's not real.
Yep.
But like Logan's still like really young right now. So he's still learning that. Like whereas like Hazel and Damon might know that by now. Logan's still learning. And the poor Bean man, I swear to God. Your car rides home get interesting sometimes? I bet. I bet. Feel what you want to feel. It's not. If you want to do it to your own kids, that's one thing. Fuck up your own kids. You know, don't do it to somebody else, okay? Being an uncle does not give you the right to do that. That's why I was saying, like he says, like he's the uncle, so he has the right. No, that is not. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. That holds you to a higher standard. What the fuck am I smelling? It smells good. Is your mom cooking? It's really good. Anyways, I'm not even hungry right now, but it smells really good. I feel like he should be held to a higher standard when it comes to the way he interacts with the kids. And I just want to tell him off. I just want to tell him off sometimes and be like, look, don't. Yeah, I wound up talking to Valerie about it later and was like, hey, is there like, can I just like, can I just like tell him off? Because I don't. But she said, yeah, she said I could. The only thing is I don't want Ashley getting mad at me. I like Ashley. I think she's really sweet. But like I don't want like my thing is like I don't want her to think it's not my place to tell him off. But sometimes I don't get to say I'm just their mom. More important, didn't you know? He's more important, right? Yeah. I don't know what it would take. Is Josh's saving grace love Ashley? Yeah, Ashley's a fucking delight. Love her to pieces. You know. Let me make sure Discord's picking it, babe. Say words. Da 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 da. I don't know if actually Discord's picking you up at all. Yeah. Why do I say I have Spotify, Xbox Game Web View.exe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No wonder it says I've got so many fucking commands going at one time. Go back to. There we go. Say words, babe. Oh, you might actually be able to be picked up now. Tristan said if anything happens in their relationship, it's not going to be Ashley's fault. But he didn't say that right now. He said it before. I'm just like,
He's so sweet as a dick.
I don't want to ever upset her because I think she deserves a lot better than she's got. But like, Valerie's told me that she's told him off too.
Yeah, so we'll told him off.
Not Valerie telling him off. I'm saying like Ashley.
Oh, yeah, Ashley's told him off too, yeah.
But she's apparently not very confrontational in public, so she'll do it later.
Yeah. We'll wait until they're home to do anything.
My thing though is when I wanted to do it, we were in a very crowded restaurant. We were in a very crowded restaurant when I was like, bruh. They on? Oh, they are on aggressive. My bad. What? Are you good? What is wrong with you?
Like, he used his position as being the older brother to excuse him bullying us.
Mm-hmm. It's just like my big thing is I'm not a mom because I understand that being a mom is incredibly stressful. It's incredibly fucking hard. You know? Can I imagine like just wanting to spend time with your fucking family? And then every single time you leave, you've got to like do cleanup about your kids' minds because your brother is just like teaching them like the worst shit. And it's different if like spreading positivity or something like that, but it's literally spreading negativity. And it's like actively, you know? And it's like, why? Like why do that? What is it in your mind that makes you think, hey, instead of telling them that they should be, you know, like more open towards people or whatever, and this is like the best time to implant like positive values in kids, you know? Make sure they turn out to be good people, you know? And like Nat's already working her ass off on that. That shit, like they're good. They're good. Those kids are awesome, you know, but Josh is not helping. I'm not saying necessarily it's his responsibility to help, but he doesn't have to like push in the opposite direction either.
If you want to talk them all how to swear.
So he taught him how to swear.
Like, yes, they did live with mom.
I will
And
say,
she grows up and swears, but like,
it's Australia. I'm going to give swearing a pass. The funny, that's the one thing my therapist said. She's like, excuse my language, sorry, I'm Australian. I was like, I know, you're fine. I was like, I've been swearing this whole time. What do you mean?
a 3-year-old shouldn't be saying, I'm a sick fox, so I like a sick fox.
No.
Come.
His OCC where she was like 1 to 2. That's wild. Like, that's not, like to me, that's not even funny.
To him it is. But that's not his problem.
Yeah, I know. And then like, Valerie told me that you told him, Nat, you told him that I'll just wait till you have kids. I'm gonna do the same thing back to you. I'm gonna get revenge or whatever. And he's just like, I don't care. And he legitimately doesn't. And so I was like, well, where does he get that? Because, like, Nat, you're not like that. Tristan's not like that. And she said that apparently just when he got into sports at school, it's just kids he hung out with.
He hung out with the, what would be the Australian version of like the jock crowd, but we don't exactly have like those clips.
Explaining that childcare when she's walking. Yeah, I bet. Sorry, her uncle's kind of a mess.
The main sports club was filled with bigoted racist topics. And he just never wanted to leave there, so that's where he got all his beliefs.
It should literally be as simple as Nat saying, "Hey, don't do that," for him to stop, because like those aren't his kids, regardless of whatever. You know, if she's like, whatever, he's just gonna say things like that, and she never told him to stop or something like that, then I would say maybe I can give him a pass, but like I still wouldn't, I don't know, like it's not something I'd do. It's not, it's a choice. It's a choice, not my choice, but it's a choice.
He's been told off by everyone multiple times.
Oh. That's... It doesn't feel like...
He does not have Natalie or the kid's best interests in mind. He just has his own sense of humor in mind. That's it.
No, I just don't. Like, he wants to be a parent, doesn't he? Like, that's something him and Ashley want, right? That would just be something special, man. I don't know. Just, even if it's not like, oh, you've got their best interests in mind. Even if it's not like, oh, I've got their best interests in mind, or oh, I want this good stuff for them. Even if it's not that, even if you had, it's like, it's not even like you have a neutral attitude towards it. You have like a negative. It's like you're going actively the opposite direction. It's like strangers have less of a negative impact on your kids than their own uncle does. And that's sad.
Pretty sure he has convinced all of them at some point in time to say the N word.
Yeah, I know, and that's probably the worst. I would say probably the worst of it, but I could see like someone joking around trying to get him to say the N word or something like that. Bad, but like it's not even just that. The conversation that was happening at the restaurant, the conversation that was happening at the restaurant, that's when I wanted to tell him off because he was straight up being racist at the restaurant and talking about how, you know, the black guy in front of him was acting all entitled and shit, and that's why he doesn't like black people. And I was like, bruh, are you fucking kidding me right now? We're at a restaurant, for one. It's like, also, like, have your opinions. That's fine. Fucking have your opinions. Okay? But stop trying to give them to children. And then at my birthday, when he was over there and everybody was over for my birthday, and he's sitting there trying to get them to say the N word. And just yucking it up. And I don't get it. I don't get it. It's just, it's not something that it does not even process in my brain. Like the thoughts going on in his head.
And would you believe it that he's a lot better than he used to be? Because eventually, he's gotten a lot better.
Ashley is incredible. Ashley is a fucking delight. Ashley is amazing. I don't.
I don't understand why he does 90% of the things.
Like, I just don't know people like that. I don't know people that. Is it malicious? Is it malicious or is it.
It's a twisted sense of humor that, yeah, borderline is malicious. He does it because he thinks it's funny.
Why is causing people stress like that, funny to you?
Until he experienced his own mental health issues, following severe bullying in the workplace, did not ever consider anyone else's emotions as anything and could not comprehend mental health being a thing. It's
Crazy. It is. He's special in a way. Like he is not somebody I understand. I don't understand him.
the best way to understand it is he has a very small amount of empathy.
I can see
All
that.
that comes towards his dogs.
Yeah, I could see that.
When did I don't know when I got onto that YouTube video. I thought I had YouTube paused, but I don't know. I need this.
It's like, but like whenever, I think it's just like the way that whenever Nat says she'll do the same thing back to his kids, and he's like, I don't care. And he doesn't. I don't know. It's. Don't get started on his dogs. was like, I was like, those dogs eat better than I do.
Oh yeah, his dog eat better than the majority of people in this country.
Be done with this fucking dynamo. I have other things to breed. Oh yeah, I'm done with this. I'm gonna give you a dynamo, babe. Okay, a
Okay.
slightly squished one.
Yay!
The way this thing goes.
Me. I genuinely think if one of his dogs attacked a child, he'll blame the child.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the dog attacked him, and he still didn't say it was like he still was like, oh, it's not the dog's fault. Which I mean, I guess it's not, but it is that like that technically. I was looking at after the big dog bite, after the big dog bite recently, where he had to go to the hospital. I started looking up pictures of the dog, and like, I'm not scared of his dog. If the dog will bite him like that, and I don't want to be anywhere near his dog. She's probably really sweet, but like,
She is a really sweet dog that gets very easily spooked, and when she gets spooked, she bites.
yeah. Well, that's what I'm
She's
saying. Like,
aggressive. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think I could ever have a dog like that. That would scare me to pieces. Of course, to be fair, I'm not a big dog person, anyways.
Okay, we're never gonna get a dog.
What's the worst thing the cat's gonna do? Scratch me? Okay. I can deal with that.
The worst thing, yeah.
Run away into a closet.
Oh.
Elvis has been preparing me for that.
Oh, there's an update in Power World.
A Powered update?
Yeah, it's a bug fix update.
Ah, I should probably.
Crashes and disconnects. Okay. Apparently there was some bug fixes with the Panther's fight,
Oh, really?
where it would just kick everyone from the server.
Well, I'm playing on it right now. Is
Oh yeah, it's fine because the server's still up and that server hasn't updated it.
ah
This was updated literally today, so it hasn't gone through the server.
okay. So we need to update the game. Okay.
Yeah, if you close the server, it'll update.
Okay. Let's update my game then. It'd be so sweet. She just live in an environment that's not good for her. Yeah, yeah, that was pretty much what we were talking about with the neighbors being not great. But what's their other option? Either get rid of the dog or move, right? What?
You remember when in the Victor fight, I was like, oh, they've disappeared. They literally vanished.
Yeah.
It was because they used the teleport attack. They fixed that issue.
Okay. Um, do that. Let me restart
Uh,
the server. I'm just gonna click restart from there. I'm trying to figure out how I can update Power World without
oh, cool.
what? I guess I'll just close everything out.
Um, they've fixed some of the issues with the achievements, so hopefully the Pell effigy issue has been fixed. Even
Yeah, that's not really great that you can't, that you have to actively be holding them.
yeah.
Force close.
We will see when I load up the game because there is which one have I?
Steam entirely. I wish I could just like do a force like search for updates on Steam instead of having to fully close it out. It's so annoying. Hold on, let me see something. Cause I bet. Oh no, maybe
It's
there's some.
supposed to when you close out of it and it's like finish saving things to the cloud.
Yeah, it doesn't though.
Yeah, it's weird.
Unless it did and I didn't know it did. I'll check if it because like all I saw was that it saved to the cloud. It says updating Steam. Why is it so tiny? Why does the text say updating Steam and then half of extracting package, installing up? Oh, there's a Steam update too apparently. I've offered to help rehome her in the right way, but he doesn't hear it. She'll keep getting more stressed and one day do something she can't be fixed. Yeah. Her
I
teeth look scary. I was looking
I
at pictures of like her teeth look scary. Like I feel like her teeth scare me in the way that I feel like Tristan's scared of sharks.
yeah.
Oh, it says,
I
oh my gosh.
genuinely think.
It says,
Hmm?
it says the update was failed from Palworld.
Oh
Try
no.
again.
What else is
Disk
bugged?
write error. What do you mean?
Issue where the eyes are the player model because it's playing incorrectly during cutscenes. Oh, added key rebinds for
Oh,
attack
because I
patterns.
didn't load up Steam. I didn't load up Steam in fuck. I gotta close out Steam again because I did not load it up in um administrator. The disk write error keeps happening if I don't load it up in administrative because basically it's like
Yeah, it's just a
because
pure
you know
mistake.
how basically my NVMe drive does not want to accept that I own the
Yeah, Arno.
that I
Yeah.
own it. So I have to load everything up as an administrator. So it's like, okay, I
Still not again.
guess. So if it updates, ugh.
Currently, my disk is saying it's gonna take like 14 minutes, but that's
Yeah, because
I
it
think what
just
it looks
straight up
is.
fails. My Power World update straight up fails if I don't load Steam in that administrator mode. Because it's like, this is disk write error. I can't write to that disk. I don't know who owns that disk. It's not you. You can't possibly be the owner. How
How can
dare
you
you
be
try
the
to
owner of
update? Look,
your
here's
computer?
the thing though. Here's the thing though. Why do I even have to own the drive for you to want to update the game?
It's literally in your computer.
Yeah, it's in my computer. The game is there. You can see that the game is there,
I burped.
but you
Pardon me.
can't update it.
Yeah, I genuinely think it will take Tempe getting spooked so bad.
Muna! Good morning, Muna.
Hi,
Or
Mona.
afternoon. I don't know what time it is for anybody. Apparently, I don't even
Um,
know what time it is for me. Alright, let me see this.
Amuna's said that she's located in the US, so probably the opposite of time of day of us. It's probably like 10
Nighttime.
p.m. Yeah, I genuinely I think it will take Tempe mauling someone to the point that she gets probably put down for him to.
It's gonna be so sad.
Yeah, it's very very early in the morning for me. Oh, it's not nighttime. It's morning. Oh my
Alexa,
god.
what time is it in Virginia?
Ah,
No, I don't think that counts. You say very, very, very early in the morning. Like, if you're in like Virginia, hold on, I forgot where you told me you were. You told me.
I think she just said America.
I feel like I know more than that. I don't remember. But very, very early. I guess technically after midnight is very, very early in the morning, isn't it?
Technically, it's very very early in the
Fix
morning.
an
It's
issue
2
where
p.m.
if a
Just woke
player
up.
was already in the World Tree area when the host transitioned to the World Tree area, the terrain would fail to display correctly from the host perspective.
Most of the fixes were multiplayer and dedicated server fixes,
That's good.
and they're all minor. Like all the fixes are really minor, except for the achievements because that's going to be really nice.
Yeah.
I hope it's
Hey,
retroactive.
you even said the Predator Hunter achievement failed to unlock.
The Predator Hunter one.
Didn't you say that you're like, oh, that's really weird that I just got the Predator Hunter achievement?
Yes, yeah. It was really weird after like I killed my
18th. Well, no.
Mm.
I killed a bunch of predators already in the second playthrough, and I didn't even
You're
get
looking
away.
at me, babe.
So-
Stop perceiving me. Like I can, I know that you're I know that you're echoing right now. I can feel it in my soul.
I hope you're having a good morning, Muna. Or night, evening.
I have to burp. I worry for that dog, but also that dog scares me. Fix an issue where the eye area of the player model would display incorrectly during cutscenes. Added a rebind for attack that enemy. Added key rebinding for attack that enemy in inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't have an attack that enemy thing on controller. I
It
have
should be when you're
aggressive.
aimed.
Mm-mm.
No. Like it's literally when you're aiming at the enemy,
Yeah.
a new button appears.
Oh, does it?
Mouse and keyboard. It's the middle mouse button,
Okay. I'll have to check.
and basically it's.
Because I'd prefer that to having to set things to aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fixing.
It's supposed to help you target specific enemies in a fight. I use it very regularly whenever I'm doing the Moonflower camps, and my power just like gets stuck in the wall or something.
Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna go test it. So I have to aim at it.
Yeah, if you're aiming, you don't have to have a weapon out. It's just like if you're aiming at it.
Okay. So that's the whole reason I like. One of the reasons I like Ryuma is because I can direct him to attack something specific. So if I'm aiming. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's right. It's right stick for me.
Okay.
Okay. I like that. Well, now I know. I hadn't really paid that much attention to it, to be honest.
Your game update already? Damn,
Yeah.
the NVMe's fast.
Yeah, and VU's fucking awesome. Like, a lot. I mean, it's annoying. Stop trying to chop down my pretty trees. God, he has a problem.
Update the server?
Yeah.
The server updated already? Nice. Wow,
Yeah, I did the server update before my game got updated.
Hut.
Dang.
Sorgy, I back chips too spicy. I hope you got milk.
My SS.
We had a whole ass conversation with you, Muna. Damn.
Sorry, you're back. Oh my god. Sorgi.
You're not Sorgy. I don't even believe you're Sorgy at all.
Speaking of spicy chips.
Taco chips?
No, the chili chips.
Chili chip.
How are you doing, Muna?
I missed those.
Did you just wake up, or is it like you haven't gone to bed yet?
Also, I need to find out what time zone you're in because I feel like you told me before and now I don't remember. Are you in EST? Because I said Virginia. I was like looking at it.
Yeah,
It's like midnight, which would be technically very early in the morning.
it's it.
Yeah, but what time is it for you? Oh, it's morning. Just very, very, very early in the morning. Yeah, I guess technically.
Technically
Correct is the best kind of correct. Yes, I get it.
I'm still asleep on your screen.
Octavia! Oh my god! Yes! Hold on, let me make sure it's actually, coming through. It is! Yes! My raid music is working! Octavia, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I like the Octavia 99 trans Pride Fox. That's perfect. I love it.
It's Gary.
Gary! It's not. Yeah, see, the thing is, Gary isn't Gary anymore. Gary's gay. Sorry, Gary. Not you. Not you. This.
We have come for your pickle. Oh my god, not my pickle.
Okay, so get the.
Welcome in, everyone.
Last night, I have this
Hey,
villager.
Octavia.
I have this villager set up.
Don't steal my pickle.
I have this villager set up my primitive workbench, right? Because this is my merchant, right? His name originally was Gary. I made a joke, called him gay. Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go?
Oh my
I'm so
god, these
confused.
chickies are so out of position.
Oh, he went to bed. Anyways, so. Oh my lord. Where is he? Okay, so here he is, right? So his name was Gary. I made a joke because Tristan said he was reading a box that said he made a thing saying for Gary, but from afar it says for gay. He thought it said for gay, right? And I was like, cool, so I'll just name him Gay, right? There's another merchant we have that I gave to Tristan that says super gay, right? Not even he was in my box because last night I come in here. This motherfucker's dead on the floor. Don't know how. Nobody's attacking anything. Everybody's fine. Nobody's attacking nothing. He's just, nobody's helping him. It's just sitting here, dead on the floor. And I'm just screaming, Gay! Gay! What happened? Gay! And Tristan's like, our poor neighbors. Because it's the middle of the fucking night.
It was literally like 3 a.m.
And I'm just screaming,
Shouting gay up
Gay!
How is everyone doing? I hope you're all super gay.
I hope you're all super gay, especially you,
Shouting at your
Gary.
neighbors.
Especially you, Gary.
Leave Gary alone.
We'll never leave Gary alone. How is Gary supposed to know he's super gay unless I tell him?
Here we go. Oh.
Been loving you till I'm 17. So it took me a minute to remember the word. I said it the way I did because I'm a very literal person, and that's what I've always called. Oh, no, you're correct. You're not wrong. I love that. I love that. That's why I'm laughing. That's why I was laughing. That's why I was joking about it. It's like, well, you're technically right. It is the morning.
We were just joking,
Yeah,
Rina.
we're just
we weren't being serious. Also, Vindus, you're not stealing my monster. I just woke up.
Oh,
It's helping
shoot.
me.
We're not doing a shared chat.
Yeah, I'm not streaming yet.
Oh. Who the fuck you talking to?
I'm,
Oh, Venus. Oh, God. His name is Gray. His name is Gray, and it blended into the background. I was like, who the fuck are you talking to?
I'm talking to the demons. I'm gonna wait until my
The person who spoke between gay and gay, obviously. That's why he wants the pickle.
Yeah, I'm
He's
just
never
waiting
gonna follow
for
me.
things to get updated before I go leavey.
That's fine. You need to get yourself an NVMe. It's awesome. You will have to load everything in administrator mode, though.
I won't ever own it, but I'll have it.
It won't ever be truly yours.
What was that last?
Whee! 2 days ago.
I meant more for the title. Fuck it. I'm gonna get rid of the Power Day. Blah blah blah. Power Day. I don't remember.
Yep, pretty much.
I'm
So this is how much of the map we've been clearing out. We found out that the red border that I encountered over here when coming trying to look at this stuff right here. There's a red border. Right. First off, Tristan built a base in the ocean. There's another update. And then there's this red border that comes up that I was like, oh my god, we're gonna die. No, it's a hard border. It's a hard edge. So I kind of swam around and I've been trying to clear out the map because look at this. This is all I got left. So occasionally I'll just like stop what I'm doing and I'll just come over here and do this. Then I've been getting giant puzzles from obliterating, disassembling, if you want to be technical, disassembling Eggadrones, which are these fucks right here, right? This, because it's an alpha, will give me, like, not what I'm looking for. See? This is precious dragonstones and ancient civilization parts. However, if you do a normal one that has, I don't know, lavish hospitality, let's see what we get from that. Look, we get thermal cores and giant puzzles. So I have been swimming in the giant parcels since I started doing this. I've named the mother and father, who both have lavish hospitality and service-minded. I have named them both Mama and Papa, and they will never see their children because I'm going to take them directly from the womb and throw them in the disassembly. But the thing is, it helps that they don't have faces when they're like this. Like, they're in there.
And they don't make noises, and there's no blurry gore.
It's not, it doesn't feel horrifying.
They're just going into the.
Why are you
It's
not,
like.
Octavia,
like
where did you go? Octavia, where did you go? Because we've been talking to you. You know that, right?
Oh my god.
She
is
came in
Octavia
here,
gone down?
she left her raid message, and then what? Fucked off? Just left? Didn't do nothing? Finally comes back, she's like, I go Tristan. And I'm like, we were talking to you!
Stinky. You think it's stinky?
Trying to
and
put on makeup.
she's correct.
Show. Show.
Let me get.
Show. It's like the third time it's happened this morning where I'm sitting there talking to somebody and then turns out they weren't even there.
You have the attention span of a squirrel? Perfect. I've seen squirrels before. I know what they look like. I know where they live.
Justin was so proud. He's like, oh my god, squirrels are so cute. Which I guess they are if you're not
They are
used to seeing
adorable.
them. Alright, well, I forgive you. But only this one time. Never again! I'm just kidding. It'll be fine.
I've sent you a collab invite.
Okay. Want this to be
Oh.
happy. I want the dudes. Oh my god, I can talk. So, get this.
Hey, my payload's updated.
So, it is currently July 29th. Tomorrow is July 30th. The day after is July 31st. And then the day after that is our 1-year wedding anniversary / VTuber double debut that we have been preparing for like a fucking year for. Actually, that's not inaccurate, I don't think. Because we were looking at our artist a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we originally started talking to them.
But I got a friend. Yeah, we started thinking about this, like,
Yeah, we've been preparing for this for a year, dude.
yeah,
Because we were talking
be
about how
fair.
we wanted to have forever models.
yeah.
And I was not loving mine.
To be
No,
fair, a lot of our preparation has gone to, like, oh, we're playing Power World. By preparation, it's Power World
Oh
time.
yeah, we forgot.
You'll be lurking for a sec, have fun lurking, Octavia.
So Tristan, I need to tell you guys something funny. Tristan almost had me pissing myself last night laughing. Why? Because for the first time since we've gotten the models, we got the models in like what, April? Maybe before then. Maybe February. Whatever it was. We wound up getting the models like fucking forever ago. And for the first time since we got the models, Tristan's like, oh, I should probably, you know, set up the settings and have it sync to my face. So we're going to have to buy a lamp because Tristan has a beard in real life. And because of his beard, it's really hard for the facial capture stuff to pick up like where his mouth is.
Expect a lot of jank with me.
There's going to be a lot of jank with him. So, super fucking funny is he's making sure of the setting things. And he's like, I don't know why my cheek puff isn't working. And I'm like, I don't know. It's probably just not noticing it based on like your beard or whatever. But when he does mouth funnel, where it's like
Mouth
kind of
funnel or
like,
mouth shrug?
kind of like the what your mouth does whenever you make the ooh sound, ooh,
Maybe a whistle.
whenever you whistle or you make the ooh sound, you know. When he does that, his cheeks puff out.
And also, if I do like a mouth shrug,
Yeah, it's like,
it also pops out.
it was. I was fucking dying because, first of all, I was interpreting it to mean that V Bridger was calling him fat, which was hilarious. But also, after I said that, I was already in the middle of laughing, and he's like, "Oh, it works." Because I was, he's like, "Oh, look, it also it does it if I so all I have to do if I want to do a cheek puff is just like make like the whistle face or whatever." And he did that, and he made I can't even replicate the noise that you made. It was just like something like that,
Something like that.
and I
Uh,
fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. I was like, I have to pee. I can't. I lost it.
she was having a
Fucking.
massive laughing fit on the floor behind me. I would say the best bet for replicating that noise is to watch Star Wars and uh the scene where the Tauntaun dies.
Oh no.
The dying Tauntaun sounds is probably accurate to what I said sounds like.
That's so fucking funny, dude. Oh, it's great. Anyways, so that's what he was doing. I had mine all set up. And he's like, I was like, oh, let me go check to see if it's a lighting issue, which partially is probably it. Me, I'm a very expressive person naturally, and he's not. So he's already gonna have to over exaggerate his facial expressions just because if he doesn't, then it's just not gonna pick it up.
I'm a very like just flat faced person.
I'm American. I'm very facially expressive.
I'm a recovering apatheticaholic. Apatheaholic.
What would be the word? Apath apathy.
I'm a recovering upper from Avatar.
What is a person with apathy called? Apath? Apathetic?
With apathy. Also, you can remove my blindfold now.
Oh, no, you're sleeping.
Apathetic. Just apathetic, I guess, is.
Well, I mean, like a person that's empathetic is called an empath. But I don't think I'd call you an apath. Apath.
Well,
I'm gonna give you a fat chicken. I mean, decently composed. It's got 2 stars. Lordy, lordy, lordy.
different, unconcerned, or detached. No, this is given.
I feel like saying apathetic person is wordy.
Pathetic.
No, I don't feel like that's right. Okay, I have 2 electric eggs that need to go in there next. If the downtown ever get there, I need to keep crushing the babies. Need more giant souls. I'm in the giant soul era now, babe. That's what I need now.
Yeah. English relaxes a direct single noun equivalent.
Well,
So basically, apathetic person is your best bet.
nope, I hate it. I hate it. How in the world did we miss that?
Hates the fact that I went through a long period of time without emotion.
Well, that too, but that's not what I was saying. My thing is how is English missing such an obvious word?
I am starting my stream.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask Mimi. I'm gonna see. There's gotta be a word. Person with empathy, or who is empathetic, is called an empath. What is a person with apathy, or who is apathetic called? I'm ready for it to just like joke and say dead inside. an apathetic person, an indifferent person,
Seriously,
apathy
so.
driven, or disengaged.
I have successfully disengaged. That sounds like some sci-fi nerd talking
I
like
feel
sex
like.
talk. I'll be right back.
I wonder if other languages have a word. Funny thing is, the empath itself is relatively recent and formal compared to a lot of English words. It was coined to describe a specific type of person who's highly sensitive to others' emotions. Empath. And society tends to pay more attention to naming traits we admire or find interesting. Empath caught on. Meanwhile, we also have plenty of words for the other side: apathetic, indifferent, detached, unconcerned, callous. No, you were not callous.
Callous has a
Aww.
very negative connotation.
Yeah. That said, if someone said she's an empath, he's an apath, I think native and English speakers would immediately understand what they meant, even though apath, I hate that. No. Is there another language that has a word for it? Apath sounds wrong. Callous sounds negative. Interesting. Oh my god, psychopath or sociopath. Ah. I am so interested in this. Okay, so I'm going to read you guys what I'm reading right now. Oh, starting one. Well, that's fantastic. I'd apologize for having to chat with you about a phone call. Excited. Okay, cool. If I saw the word apath in a book, I would think they misspelled a path, and then I'd just be really confused. Apath. I suppose it would have to be pronounced apath.
Yep.
It sounds awful. It sounds terrible, but it would be probably the closest thing, since everything else tends to have this negative connotation. Also, okay, so like we're watching this video last night. I don't know why I don't know, this made me think of it, even though this song has nothing to do with what the video we're talking about. So I was watching a video yesterday, a Rotten Mango video, you know, it was all like true crime. And hi, Maeve. And it was about this musician person named David. And I was this morning, because I was like sitting there and they were talking about how like his music sounds really eerie now and it feels like a confession because, you know, criminal things, true crime things. And so this morning I was getting ready to start the stream and I was like, I wonder if not necessarily if I heard any of the music, but I wonder how it sounds because like apparently it's like really fucking popular.
True crime right now.
And I was like, I don't really necessarily listen to a lot of modern music. So I didn't know if I'd heard it before. It turns out not only have I heard it, it's actually on one of my favorite playlists. And I went through and I started listening to more of his music and it's incredible. And it is going to absolutely be one of those separate the art from the artist kind of situations because the music is amazing.
Also, unfortunately, it's going to be one of those situations where there's probably not going to be more for a while.
Yeah. But he put out a lot in such a short period of time.
He had a deluxe version of something that was supposed to come out that got pulled.
We haven't even touched the surface of this fucking video, by the way. I think the video that we were watching was like
It was
2 hours long. I think we've
Yeah.
gotten through an hour of it before I fell asleep. So we're gonna have to rewatch that video. And then there's like 2 more videos on top of that.
Yeah, that first one we're watching was as things were developing,
Oh, I lied then. There was actually 3 more videos on top of that.
and there's possibly even more in different places that we would be interested.
It's true, but most of the time we wind up watching Rotten Mango because she's incredibly thorough.
She is
Her team is
very
amazing.
thorough, very well researched,
Yes.
and an amazing storyteller.
Amazing storyteller.
Literally, some of the episodes she's talking for like an hour before she gets to the story because it's just all set up.
It is, and the setup is like you wouldn't even think. Because
I think that's
it always ties. She always is somehow able to tie it in, but she goes the weirdest ways sometimes. Sometimes I'll be sitting there going like, "Okay, Stephanie, get to the story. Your setup is very long today."
And I heard that she's getting a deal with Netflix.
Is she?
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. That's
It's just
awesome for her.
the one thing that I hope is that
Oh yeah, I think you did tell me about that.
yeah, I think I mentioned this, but I hope that she doesn't become more like corporate in the style of things. Like I hope she doesn't get limited by Netflix.
Honestly, I feel like she might be less limited by Netflix. But the thing is I think that she's gonna probably stick to her format of like keeping things.
This is Stephanie Sue from Rotten Mango.
Yeah.
True crime. She's fantastic.
So I feel like she'll probably still, because of like she gets lots of sponsors right now. She doesn't have to censor herself as much as she does. She's not like she doesn't super censor herself, but she censors herself enough.
Yeah.
Babe.
YouTube or Spotify, you can listen to or like what
It's Rotten Mango on YouTube, and it's probably also Rotten Mango on
I
Spotify.
believe it's Rotten Mango and Spotify too.
We listen.
10 out of 10. Do recommend.
Absolutely. But be aware that a lot of her stories are incredibly heavy. But she gives
lot of them are
she
very
gives
heavy.
warnings for all this stuff too, so
And she mostly focuses on
Asia.
like Asia,
Yeah.
like Korea, China, Japan.
Some of the stories that as Americans we're not going to hear a lot of. However, whenever yeah, but another thing too is that if she does get into an American story, a story about Americans, they're big. They're
Like,
big. Like Diddy, she went to the whole Diddy trial. Like so many fucking Diddy trials.
Karen Reed, I think.
She did Karen Reed. She had the first interview with Karen Reed after the acquittal.
Like the first sit-down interview.
Yeah.
Like Karen Reed had like news reporters in her face immediately after, but like proper sit-down interview.
Like literally went to the Diddy trial so that she had firsthand knowledge of everything that was happening in real time. She's
Just like deep dive analysis of like everyone's connections to the case.
like they
and
spend
everything.
they like she did like I think it was 4 different parts on Ruby Frankie. There was
She's basically an investigative journalist at this point.
yeah, she's incredible. Like it's not just her. It's not just her. It is her entire fucking team. She has an entire fucking team of people helping her do
She's the
research and
face
stuff.
of the team though, because like she's a storyteller.
Yeah,
as well.
she's I fucking love it. She's got like 17 different channels too. So she's got her Stephanie Sue channel. She's gotten like Miss Mango Butt, I think is her normal channel name. But I don't watch those. I just watch the Rotten Mango. I can't tell you how she is in a more casual environment. I like her investigative side. I like all that because I like true
Yeah.
crime, you know, and she's fucking awesome at it, dude. I just
Rotten
realized
Mango is pure true crime, and it is pure, pure addiction to like listen to. We sleep to it regularly.
yep,
Usually, if we're playing like off stream, we would be listening to probably her or some other true
that
crime.
may or may not have been what we were doing the past couple days.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like normally when we play games, we're playing games and watching true crime at the same time.
Yeah.
But when we stream, we just listen to music because
True crime's not always the
true
best.
crime's not really appropriate.
And then you also run into like,
It's dark.
yeah.
Have fun. Go to bed. Love you.
I'm happy I was going to bed. And see you next time, Brando. I mean, we just started, so we might even see you in the morning, but no rush. I hope you do not wake up with a hangover. Take care of yourself. Um, and yeah, see you later. Next time or later this stream. I don't know. Have good sleeps.
Bye.
Bye bye. Mm-hmm.
Babe, but
Yes, honey.
there's going to be a point in time where I am going to be breeding for a lot of random mutations. Only because I can make so many of those cakes. I can, look, vegetable cakes right now I can make 26. Normal cakes I can make 53.
Mm-hmm.
Extravagant vegetable cakes 238. Get
Those are.
to work on those goddamn Gale Claws.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna make, look, for now, I'm just gonna make some stir-fried vegetables. And I'll put it in there for the duelists. My duelists are gonna be, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to take them to fight the Moon Lord again. Because when we did the Moon Lord last time, I had no stats in any of them. Except for one
Yeah.
had the stats maxed. Like, actually, they were all at like 30% attack. They were like a 30% attack. Flipperin, welcome in.
Flippin' Eric?
Flippin' Eric. Oh, that makes
Oh my
sense, yeah.
God.
It's Eric.
He's upside down.
Is he upside down?
How you doing? Welcome in.
I was referred to your channel by a mutual friend. Ooh, who? I must know.
Ooh.
I need to know
Friend.
who this mutual friend is. Hold on. Can I guess? Is their name Legacy? I'm just curious.
Is it Legacy or is it
I'm curious if it's Legacy.
Zadman?
It could be anybody, really, but I specifically want to see if it's Legacy.
Yeah, welcome in.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Hut. Hut.
Knock it down. Eric left. Eric ran away. Eric, come back.
I think that's still like just typing. Or just hanging out, just chilling. Keep your secrets.
Yeah, we don't need to know.
Why can't I make more? What is stopping me? Egg. I need more egg.
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 Okay, I will trade you.
Panic!
Panic! Aw, that's fantastic. Pan's so sweet.
We love Panic.
Pan is sweet. That's great.
I heard she was taking a short break from streaming for a few days or something.
Oh, good. She deserves it. It's the same reason we did. We were not taking care of ourselves either. Just sit here. Aw, she's great. She's
We love
fantastic. She's a sweetie. I will trade you But you have to be able to trade me, babe. I've got eggs.
Oh?
Yeah, but what I'm missing is honey. Because my pals hate my bee, apparently. I don't know. They don't want to be around her.
Give me just a sec. I'm going to set up my Gale claws.
I have 8,277 eggs and 123 honey. So there's a bit of a...
Let me see what number.
She's
It's
really
really cool.
cool.
You're one of the moderators on TikTok?
Oh, very cool.
Ooh.
Does she restream on TikTok, or is that just where she posts things and you kind of watch out for the chat? I don't know if she
Yeah.
streams on TikTok or not.
Could do a bunch of clips or things. I don't know.
Where did this come from? Oh, it's put those away.
What number is Gale?
They're not
Oh,
following
yeah.
TikTok. I gotta follow her on TikTok.
Gale. Okay, 49. It is after glutes, but before univolts.
I hope my music's coming through, because otherwise this is really awkward. I know you
Yep.
want it. She really go on whatever. Oh yeah, she does. She has more viewers on Twitch. Oh, she does restream. I was actually thinking about that, possibly restreaming on TikTok, but only because like, or at the very least, setting up a vertical thing so that our streams look better on, because like, I think it's something that has to be approved by Twitch, and mine has been. So there's a couple things I've been
Yeah.
approved for. I can do the dual. I can do the dual stream on Twitch, which does it to where makes it to where my videos look better for those on mobile. It's formatted better,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's enabled to be able to stream in 2K. Which I have the ability to do, but I think I stopped doing that when I started having a lot of encoding errors. I might try it again later because I've swapped out my GPU, but I don't want to do that until after our debut because I don't know how much the models are going to impact the streams. So,
Yes, that is very much a we won't know until we actively are testing it. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
looking for
Panic is amazing.
Panic is great. You guys want a sneak peek? You guys want a sneak peek? Look. You know what that's for? That's an Animal Crossing scavenger hunt list. That's
Oh
an
my God,
Animal
it's
Crossing
not.
scavenger hunt list. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You know what? When's that's gonna happen? That's gonna happen. Maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We don't know. We don't fucking know. But this
Whatever
is
the
what we're
vibes
gonna be
are.
looking for. We are pretty much. There's gonna be a lot of going based on vibes for the subathon. Should we get stories some of her entire? I think that's all. Yes, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
Very similar.
Yeah, she told me that apparently Tristan told the love story, the whole love story,
Yeah, while you're sleeping.
while I was napping.
I probably didn't go into detail on everything, but I did tell like just the general overview of
Yeah.
everything. And yeah.
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We like talking about ourselves. We're a little narcissistic, but only like narcissistic as a couple, not really narcissistic in our own rights, you know?
Speak for yourself. I'm the best. Blah.
We're literally in trash cans. I don't know if you've realized.
I'm the best trash on
We are
earth.
the trashiest.
But no, yeah, like I love talking about Aiko. She's my best friend and the most amazing person in the world, and I love her very much.
He's alright.
And I'm
It's alright. Okay. Oh, I want to show you. Hold on. I need to check my bird. Hold on. I need to check my bird because I want to see how much of an increase is happening.
nowadays.
Aww.
Thank
That is
you.
really sweet. Thank you so much.
But yeah, like we were so excited to just interact with someone that's similar. It's
Oh no, I know. Yeah, for sure. Like first off, never find people that have our same story. Okay? Not only to find somebody that has a similar story but is also on Twitch, not only has somebody similar story on Twitch but is also VTubers, bruh.
not only similar story on Twitch is VTuber, but is not actively engagement farm in like conflict with their partner and is actually just in love with
Oh
them.
my God, people who engagement farm with conflict and stuff like that. Like, okay, so I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be real with you. Sometimes I use ChatGPT to set up my titles, and by sometimes I'm gonna say like 99.5% of the time, I use ChatGPT to sometimes make my titles. But do you know it's really fucking hard sometimes when I've got to sit here and tell ChatGPT that I am not in competition with my husband. Like
We
husband
cooperate.
versus wife, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, can you give me some ideas for like videos or something like that? Stuff we could do. Husband versus wife challenge, blah. I'm like, why are you constantly trying to pit us against one another? We like each other. What the fuck? Anyways, babe. So the 4-star Dynamorph, while at a base, shortens the time it takes to incubate eggs by 40%.
Oh my.
Yes.
Oh my.
I did not give you the fat bird yet. You have to give
I
me.
think I might have one.
Why am I heavy?
I don't know if I have one or not.
Why am I heavy?
But yeah, like
Oh, it's the fucking stir fry. I'm gonna go pick up the rest of the stir
it's
fry and go
it's
put
so
it.
nice. It's so nice
Oh yeah, yeah.
meeting someone that is just like
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. Oh, I need to go to the workshop first because I'm going to make a cooler because basically we've just got a bunch of stir fry in the raid base,
mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna put a cooling pal there who's gonna just basically be there alone until shit happens.
I spent like the last 5 minutes confused on what I was gonna do. I'm performing surgery on the Gale Claws. That's what I was doing.
Right. We need
Unfortunately,
meat.
I do not have
Motherfucker.
service-minded or lavish hospitality on them.
Get it? You can do both. Do the Gale Claws, but also breed up a service-minded Gale Claws and lavish
While I'm
hospitality Gale Claws.
while I'm breeding them for meat, I will like service-minded is something you can get
This
from
is not where I
just
meant to
breeding.
go.
It is one of the breeding
Random things?
random things you can get. Yeah,
Oh, well, I have more of them because I have them on the parents.
I was just giving them a philanthropist.
Philanthropist. No. It's fine.
I want to spend all my time with my amazing wife. I love her so much, and she calls me gay
Super fucking
because she
gay.
doesn't know what to say when she is
Super gay.
getting loved on.
Gay. Okay, so we're gonna find out. Look, I've decided I'm making 2 small beds, right?
Hmm?
And these small beds are going to belong to whatever cold pal I bring here. And the reason that there's 2 instead of just 1 is because it breaks my heart to think of just an icy pal living here alone when nobody else is here.
Don't
So
break my heart, my achy, breaky heart.
just don't think you'd understand
And if you break my heart,
my achy breaky heart.
I just
Go ahead.
grow up a man. I don't know.
I
don't know.
might blow up and kill this man.
Oh,
I mean, that was kind of.
kaboom!
You knew more than I thought you would. Proud of you. Okay, so I'm gonna find a cold pal, and then I have to find cold pal friend. And then I have to do surgery on both. Okay, so who's cold? Let's use icy boy. No, we don't need ice. Not ice. Cooling boy. Well, we've got Gertie. Gertie cannot. Okay, we've got an Isolin. Alright, alright. This one has Artisan and Swift. This one has Eternal Engine, though. But I don't plan on riding it. Artisan works. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. How are you doing, Flippin' Eric? How are you? Enough better.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Give her insomnia.
Constructive. Patient.
I think that's good.
Okay, you're bored. Philanthropist.
Yo, cute. All right, who's gonna be Iceland's friend? It
Me.
could be any. No, you can't just
You.
live here. No, we gotta find somebody. Anybody.
Fuck,
Pick a
I
pal, any pal that's gonna be Iceland's friend. Assuming I have them in this box.
Popsicle? I don't know. Friend in what context? Just
Someone to hang out with. I can't leave her alone. That's just depressing.
Bloopy? Depresso?
Ooh.
Give
Oh
Depresso.
my god, Depresso would be perfect.
Screw you, Muffin.
There you go. I love him. He's so cute. Oh my lord.
I am gonna jump the bed.
There you go. You got a friend now. These look like they'd actually be friends in real life. Like this would be... Why is that one
It's almost like the
teleporting around?
Winnie the Pooh effect.
Yeah. Like she'd be like really friendly and kind of got the, you know, the extrovert friend who adopted an introvert. And this depresso just like, yeah, this is the only friend I've got.
Something I absolutely love about Winnie the Pooh is just like
They don't make Eeyore feel bad about having depression.
it is a perfect depiction of how you should interact with someone with depression.
Yeah.
Just
Hut.
involve them, but don't force them.
Yeah. Alright.
It's a fantastic way to like show mental health turmoil and struggles to kids.
Okay, so I
I don't
need to
know
go to the
what's
workshop
in here.
again. I need to figure out how much.
Ale kills in my party.
So I need. I don't know how many. I'm gonna check really quick to see how many duelets have been maxed out, because I'll be able to do math from there. Because it'd be 30 for each of those, so 60 giant souls for each.
Which if you get 1 to 2, if you get 2 to 4 per.
Where's Boom?
Mm,
Where's Boom? I've lost Boom. Aw, fuck. Boom is missing. Oh, there's Boom. Get back
while
in my
things
frickin'.
breed, I go get rest of shrine. Ooh, I remember this anti-air thing by the boat.
Did I do 4? 4 has not been done.
Oh, the whole over.
Has 3 been done? Three has not been done. What? Three?
The fuck's not Chris? It looks so sad. Oh, no.
Okay, so 1 and 2 have been done, I think, but not anybody else. So 18 times 60 is how many souls I need.
Um, 18 times 60. Ooh.
Alexa, 18 times 60. Okay. So far we're at 95. I got a lot of work to do today. And we want to do the tower today too.
We do want to do the tower. I'm currently just still going around Daybreak.
That's fine. I gotta go around there too and pick up some tower. I'm not anywhere near the tower. Hold on. There's a bounty here I could do. But here's the quest. I think I might run and just do the quest real quick.
Oh, the Favorite quest?
Yeah.
May as well, honestly.
Yeah, just stop before the tower.
Yeah, because it's one of those like back and forth quests,
Yeah.
and you got to explore Favorite a bit.
It'll be a good way to explore it. And it'll let us know if we've missed any towers and where we're going and stuff. Why did I bring my egg party? What other party could I have brought? I guess theoretically I could have brought my mining party. Because I'm in Faybreak right now.
Yes, with the Smoky, so you get some Chromite if you want to do a dungeon. Yeah.
So, you guys want to hear something funny? One time I came over here and I don't remember what happened, but he just died. I'm thinking I killed him or something. He died. I had to leave and come back because I was like, what the fuck?
He did just die, yeah.
I love it when villagers, or not villagers. Oh my god, what am I playing?
Like he glitched into the terrain or something and then just hit the wall hard enough and died. That's why they were dudes
Don't
here.
let me down, down, down.
Okay, so I've taken out 2, I think. Maybe 3.
I took out one this morning, actually.
The AA towers, yeah.
Either this morning or last night. Or both.
I just took out 2 in the purple area, 1 on the beach and then 1 more central. There's probably more around.
This is why we fly around. We fly around. We could be done for all we fucking know.
I don't have a flyer I use.
I'll let you know.
Oh no, it's a nightmare. Find Dragon's Baton. Nice.
I need the baton that has for dark mode. But the thing is I need to look up. Actually, hold on. I don't know if you can necessarily look it up. Okay, so I need you to find out. Do the batons work for raid pals?
No, it only works for what's in your party.
See, I thought so. I thought so. So, is there anything extra we could give to raid pals?
Food.
Okay.
And then the boost gun. You can shoot them with the boost gun and it increases their stats.
Okay. Okay. Even if they're maxed out?
Oh yeah, the boost gun's just like a temporary buff
Okay.
to attack and defense.
Okay. So, does the boost gun on top of food work?
Yes,
Nice.
I believe.
Should. There's no reason it should.
From what I've seen from a lot of like people talking about like doing ultra raids, it's like boost gun on top of food on top of
All the pals.
all pals being max souls
Mhm.
condensed with world tree passives and shit like that.
Full trust.
Yeah, full
I'm
trust.
currently working on trust and I'm working on
Can you go to the skill fruit tree?
trust and souls.
Hmm.
It'd be really nice if there was a pal who dropped kinship fruits.
It would be nice, but once we get to world tree,
They're gonna be everywhere?
Start hunting relics. You get them from relics.
Okay.
Once you start disassembling them.
Cause I'm happy.
But I don't believe it's the big ones. I think it's just the little ones you get from those.
Mm-hmm.
Divine Dragon, Baton. Is that the neutral or the dark one? I think it might be the dark one.
Which one?
Divine Dragon's Baton.
Oh, I don't know.
The schematic for it, so
It doesn't. I hate that they don't tell you on the schematic what
oh,
it's
it's
for.
Dragon. Yeah, it would be nice if you could see on the schematic. It's the Dragon enhancement. Oh, the Dragon enhancement one is gonna be really good for my Belanoir, like attacking Belanoir.
Oh yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna bring into my. I don't know how to bring into. I think I need to set up like a raid team. I don't know. I'm not at the base.
I'm at my base, but I've haven't really had a visitor to this base that's ever
Made it because
ever gotten here since I moved it.
they're trying to path to it. It's the same way that I get visitors at my base in Sakadrima. They just stand at my back wall and jump up and down until I notice. I don't. Sometimes there's nothing on my compass at all, and I'll just see somebody. I won't even have a notification there's a visitor. It'll just be like I see somebody's arm jumping through the wall. I honestly feel like Gay died because something got attacked outside the base, and an attack came through and killed him.
Maybe.
Because nothing else was triggered. So I don't think anything was attacking the base. I think he was just wrong place, wrong time.
By something through the wall that was attacking a Lulu.
Probably. It might have been killed by a Lulu.
Could have been, yeah.
I just come in there and he's fucking he's dead on the floor. Gay, oh my god, what's wrong? And nobody's helping him. I just left him there.
Pointing and laughing.
Stupid humans.
In the wise words of the Penguins of Madagascar.
My way, boys. My way.
I think the visitor spawned at a different base. It might be at your base, but
I don't know. I'm not at my base. You know, they really like going to my Faybreak or my Sky Sunreach house.
oh, okay.
You've seen them there like 100 times. I'll go over there and I'll check, but I gotta get to it.
No, it's fine. I'll check. I'm just currently slowly walking to my gay.
Oh, super gay.
Super gay. I need to sell him some crops that. The storage is full. I made too
I'm all
much.
about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, bass. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I ain't no size 2, but I can shake it like I'm supposed to do. Ain't got that boom boom that all the boys chasing. All the right junk in all the right places. You know the magazines, working that Photoshop. I know that shit ain't real. Come on now, make it stop. If we got beauty, spice it up, 'cause every inch of you was perfect from the bottom to the top. And my mama, she told me, don't worry about your size. She says, boys like a little more booty to hold at night. You know it won't be no stick figure silicone Barbie doll. So if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move along. Because you know I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, bass. And booty, I can't go that high. I know you think you're fat, but I can tell you every inch of you is perfect from the bottom to the top. Mama, she told me don't worry about your size. 'Cause her boy's like a little more booty to hold at night. It was a blacksmith. So there won't be no
Oh.
silicone Barbie doll.
You still here?
So if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move along. No, he ran away. You know what? So I'm all about
Okay,
that
yes,
bass,
yes.
about that bass, no trouble.
Oh,
I'm
it is
all
more.
about that bass, about that
Okay,
bass,
now.
no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, bass. All about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass. Oh. What?
I like how you know how yesterday I mentioned that like last time we streamed and got raided by Pan, one of our raiders while you're sleeping was talking about how the latest obsession is talking about us.
Oh yeah.
I think that was just,
Pan is so sweet.
she is amazing.
You know who I really need to meet though? Taru.
Yeah.
Taru needs to start being awake for these streams so I can actually, or raids and stuff like that, so I can meet him. Like, I know I showed up to, oh god, so I showed up to one of her streams, yeah? It was just playing Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
This motherfucker. All you hear, she's just having a normal conversation with chat, yeah?
Mhm.
All you hear is him screeching. No! Just screaming in the back. I fucking loved it. Fucking loved that shit. Funny. I was like, I'm dying from the screeching. She says there's so many people that show up just to listen to him screech.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Fucking.
Yeah, the few times I've gone to like just being in Pan stream lurking and stuff, it's
I'm
I
glad.
don't think he's been streaming, so I haven't been able to lurk in his.
Yeah, he's not been streaming. I think, I don't know. Like, I was gonna go watch his too, but he wasn't streaming.
Yeah.
But
Everything. I'm glad we met.
I'm glad we met them too. They're awesome.
I'm gonna go kill
Or at
some
least
of
Pan is. I don't know about Taru. I haven't had a conversation with him yet. He's probably alright. You know, she likes him.
it. Yeah, I feel like he might be alright.
Maybe he's alright. But I'm trying to work on my Australian colloquy. Colloquy? Is that the right word?
Colloquialism.
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 Colloquialism. Colloquialism.
Black luck.
Clack, 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 clack.
Quack, 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 quack. Oh my god.
Get in the ball.
Come on. You're running.
Get in the
Quack,
ball.
quack, 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 quack.
Get in the ball. Get back here, you son of a bitch.
Oh, I am so excited.
The debut.
Whenever we come out to watch One Piece, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm more excited for Power.
Yeah. Get in the ball, bitch. I'm just catching all the Xenoguards. Ow. Rude for no reason.
Oh yeah, this random researcher that just wants Hexel.
Oh yeah, I have that quest.
That's literally just like, get 10 Hexaline. Just walk up to a
Oh, I
Naruto.
have my mercy ring on. Damn it.
Imagine if Mercy hit worked on the nose.
Bitch. Okay. Kill you and I believe I can probably kill you. I can mine this ore node with Moonburst. Moonbeam.
I'm gonna shoot this.
Holy
Titan.
Nova.
Most efficient way to mine is to shoot it with a laser rifle. Definitely not
Man,
lethal.
this is incredibly inefficient. How come you're not better, Celine? How come you're not a better miner? I literally had to hit it, and it was like, no fucking joke. I do not have Mercy hit on. I need you to understand this, okay? I got off Celine because her moonbeam finished, and it wasn't fully broken, okay?
Hmm?
I hit it with my pickaxe. I got
Yeah.
one, and then it broke.
Wow.
So it's kind of like Mercy hit worked. Okay, I need to get
But,
more
yeah,
souls.
like honestly, I'm not sure how good of a miner Celine is. I don't know her age.
Wow.
She's an alien in space.
I would say she's otherworldly, but I think that's just Xenogard.
Yeah, Xenogard
What?
is
It's a lot funnier if I actually have my model on. That's what I was doing last night. When I was testing out my model, just sitting there looking at my face mirror going.
Sound my face. I was just having a seizure.
Oh, yeah. Babe, we need to go buy a lamp. I'm gonna look up Big W, see if they got
Okay.
lamps in stock. Well, obviously, I think they probably got a lamp in stock, at least one, maybe. Didn't we look up? No, we looked up to see if they had lamp shades. They didn't have any good lamp shades.
Bunnings?
No. I mean, we can go to Bunnings if you want. I'll look up Bunnings too.
Yeah, we can look up Bunnings.
I'm just gonna.
It's-
Don't mind me. I'm gonna take a little detour and just fucking go online shopping. We need to.
Make sure you don't have anything up with our address if you're gonna pull it up.
No,
for
I'm
stream
not
and
pulling
stuff.
it up for stream. I'm just looking in the background.
Fuck you.
Bright mode, light mode on.
Back out of you. You don't get to know our address.
How dare you even suggest that you should look? The fuck? I turned dark mode on and my Twitch stream chat just disappeared. You want everything dark? Fine, no white text for you.
How have I not caught a regular Pyron?
I
I'm
don't
pretty
think.
sure I've gotten all of the Pyron knocks. Oh, Billy's dead. Oh
Lamp,
no, he dodged. Oh my god, good work, Billy. You survived.
lamp.
Oh, you're dead now.
I typed lamp. Oh my god, there's a butterfly lamp. That's so pretty. All right, we need to look up pickup only. That one looks out of stock. Out of stock. Well, we don't want some. Okay, so we want something with a lampshade so it's soft.
Yes. Something with a lampshade or like
Oh my god, this one's sold out. It would have been perfect. This one's a dino lamp. Its lampshade is dinosaurs.
Is it just for the nearby Bunnings?
I'm looking at Big W.
Oh, you're looking at Big W? Is it looking at the nearby one? Because you could always just.
I literally just typed up pickup only, so I assume it's nearby. Yeah, it's well, it says delivered to shop at our city name. Yes.
Look at a city over name.
I'll go check out the other, see what it says nearby. Oh, the FG one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, check that one. That's like the biggest one in
Yeah.
this area. So.
It does look, hold on. Whew. They have,
Hmm?
God damn it. I lost my sneeze. Oh my god! It's an alpaca.
Oh my god.
I
we need
want to
that
get
for
this
Damon.
for Damon.
Yeah, we need to get that for Damon. That was instantly my first thought.
The portable.
How long have we both known Panic and Taru? Like 2 weeks.
2 weeks probably.
About 2 weeks when we got raided by them.
Mm-hmm. So not very well, but or no, not very
Not
long
very
or
long.
very well, but like we chatted for a long time
We
when
have
they first
talked a
raided.
lot about our relationship
Mm-hmm.
because
They're so
we
similar,
love
and
talking about each other.
they do too.
So,
So or
and they love talking about each other too. So,
it works out. It's freaking awesome.
yeah.
Okay, so I found the dino lamp. However, when it was grayed out,
Mhm.
it looked gray. I didn't realize it was grayed out. I just thought it was gray, which would have been classy. Okay.
From which she was talking about how highly she spoke of you both. I thought months plus.
That is so sweet.
Oh, she is
Oh,
going to make you cry, I
she's
heard.
gonna make me cry. This lamp is blue. It will not fit our aesthetic. Why are you attacked? That's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Let me get these dino. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get these Eggadron eggs really
It
quick.
really hasn't been long since we've known them.
No, not at all. But I already love them to pieces. Absolutely see us see that see a lot more of them in the future. I did look at her Instagram because she was talking about it on the stream that I was watching.
Oh my god, saw her shooting a gun.
Yeah, I showed him. She was shooting again.
Pew pew pew.
Pew pew. I've shot guns before. As an American. It's what you do. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set this up like this so I can keep an eye on. So this way I can look at the time on OBS because I gotta grind out souls. My nose is itchy on the inside. It's itchy and I have to sneeze. And it keeps going away.
Can I get a feather?
Fuck you. No. What are you gonna do?
Do you know?
Honestly, I feel like pepper might actually be better. Okay, so I'm gonna look at the Bunnings. Because I don't know Bunnings near me. I'm just gonna... I just typed in Pal World.
Yes, that's Bunnings.
No. I typed in Bunnings, but then I typed in Pal World. That's where I want my Bunnings. I obviously want to figure out where the Bunnings is in Pal World.
I'm sure there's gonna be a mod for that at some point.
Australian mod.
Genuinely, there are people who love Bunnings so much that they make mods.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay, let's see. Not outdoor living. We need lamp. Just give lamp. Lighting.
Yeah, like
Indoor lighting. Lamp. See, the thing is, too, is I'm really picky about lamps. I like my lamps to look cool. I don't like basic bitch lamps. I'm not going to get you a basic bitch lamp.
what if I'm a basic bitch?
No, you can have a basic bitch lamp shade like I do. You just have to have a cool basic bitch, or cool lamp.
I can't get as a cooler lamp as you. That's
No,
impossible.
that's impossible. My lamp is the best.
Die, Gilmore.
However, I did have a lamp when I was in Virginia. I had a lamp that was, it looked like teacups stacked on top of each other. Oh, it was so fucking cute. I loved it so much. That got left behind when I left my ex, though.
Yeah. That's a shame you had to basically rebuild everything you had.
Yeah, I love fucking everything. I think my biggest loss, though, is I have three things that were my biggest loss. One was this scrapbook that my mom made me for my 16th birthday. And then the other two were little books that I wrote when I was in like 2nd grade. I like wrote stories. I do still have the stories.
You just don't have the.
I have them online. I'm gonna actually, you know what I should do? I'm gonna get them and I'm gonna like scratch out my name on these things. Because I want to
Yeah.
show people. I just have to make sure it's not showing my name. Why do I have 20 plus notifications? Oops. Profile. I save this shit. I gotta get distracted, even in real life. What you looking at? Nothing. Nothing. I was looking up lamps and it made me think of lamps and then it made me think of Virginia and then it made me think of Italy and then it or things that I lost. I'm also looking at buttons, okay? What if I click lamp base? I need a desktop lamp. Should I be using a filter? Not a floor lamp. Desk lamp. Desk lamp. No, no, desk lamp.
I will say I do not want like the influencer ring lamp.
No. That would be really good if you were like straight up with your face.
Oh yeah, it would be fantastic. It would help light up my face as well, but just like.
I feel like that would be really uncomfortable.
I would be seeing the ring of death. Yeah, it's honestly really cool. Like how we have barely even known Panic and Taru, and just like
They're already great.
how relatable they are. They are good people.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and censor all these. Because every single page has my real name on it.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, so it's best just to not even have it, just to not risk anything up on stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna go through and we'll put them in, I'm gonna use CSP and just scratch out my names. Everything else can stay. Assuming I don't have any, like... Oh, good.
Okay.
I'm glad I have these, because, like... Was these all of them? I don't think so. I think this is just one of the two books. Yeah, that's just the bigger one. One of them was remade in these stories. Let's see. Alright, close that out. Now back to looking at lamps. Oh my god,
Suppose I
these
should look
lamps
at
all
the
look
lamps
all
too.
modern and shit. No, I'm looking at the lamps.
No,
You're not allowed to have an opinion!
I don't have rights for an opinion. No.
I'm gonna
She
go,
just loves me for my body.
I'm gonna go back to look at the one closer to the house. The big W. I've looked at all of them. It took, most of them are sold out.
I would say, honey, if you want me just for my body comes with a trash can. I'm very round. Please don't roll me down a hill.
What are you talking about?
You said I don't get an opinion. I was like, I don't have rights. All you want me for is my body.
Oh, I see, I see.
It comes with a trash can. I'd never leave.
There's gotta be like. They don't really have
Oh,
very
I'm
many
so
like. Okay,
excited for our
okay,
debut.
okay. So Big W's out. Although I'm gonna send this to your mom. Um, I don't know
No,
how.
I don't.
I don't know how to send this to your mom. Here,
I don't have any balls.
you send this to your mom. I'm gonna send this to you. This link. You send that to your mom while I continue looking up lamps. That's just tell her that's for Damon. It's gonna be alright. Cause the play's gonna play, 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 play. And the haters gonna hate. Fucking desk lamps. I feel like they're all gonna be just like that kind that had like a directly point. Yeah.
Where's my phone? Why do I keep losing my phone?
Would you like a spotlight to shine directly into your eyeballs?
Oh yeah. Get a like a mining site quality industrial spotlight.
I see. Oh my god, this one is a dinosaur egg galaxy star projector lamp. It's online only, damn it. We need to be in store. I don't have to do that. Why can't I just like search the general area and then I can pick a store? Like just show me what store. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah. Sometimes they're annoying like that, and there is a way to change it. It might be like you might have to make an account though or something. I don't know.
just gonna go. I'm just gonna scroll down. I'm gonna click table lamps because lamp bases won't have the lamp shades, which I mean, still fine. We could do that separate. But I just want to see if there's any together because otherwise we're gonna have to buy a lampshade and that, and then you don't know. Oh, that one's cute. This Mirabella Lulu ceramic heart table lamp. That's kind of cute. What? Oh, what? Right now? Oh shoot. Okay. All right. I'm gonna mute yourself in Discord. And I'm gonna mute myself too.
I will be muting right now for therapy things. Or, hopefully, I will be back in like 50 minutes. But yeah, I mute there and.
Ha! Hey! Hey! Ha!
Hello? 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 Oh, creepy. Justin's in the bathroom. I wrote I see you on the mirror. Because I thought it'd be funny. In the fog of the mirror. Because I thought it'd be funny. And it was absolutely fucking hilarious. But now he keeps, every time he sees it, he's like, I see you. I also stole his pants. And, let's see. Yeehaw. I gotta go check on the dragons.
Oh, my neck just cracked. I'm dead.
Adragons. Adragons or Agadron?
Agidron.
Agadron.
A-
Agadron is such a shit name.
Exodia. The forbidden one.
What's wheat? Okay, we need to get some pals over there breeding. We'll probably set up our blaze marties. I have a list that I need to do that I was working on. So how's everybody doing? Thank you guys so much for your patience. I really appreciate you hanging out, even though we had to go to the store. I appreciate it. Thank you. We didn't want to end the stream for like leaving for 20 minutes to go to the store. It was just like really weirdly timed with Tristan also having to do his it was also weirdly timed with, you know, having to go, or him having his appointment thing. It was like one of those things where it's like, he's doing his appointment. Oh, I should look up lamps. And then I was like, oh, I found a lamp. We should go to the store after his appointment. So we did.
No.
And honestly, it was like fucking perfect timing. Okay? So like, hold on, let me make sure Tristan's coming there. Say words, baby.
Is my mic come out?
Yep, you're doing good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Okay. So we walk into the store and we're like, okay, well, where are the lamps? He's like, electric section. Cool. All right. So go to the electric section. We see the lights, right? Head towards the lights. And follow the lights. You know, doing exactly what they tell us not to do in movies. And we went straight to the light. So anyways, went to the light and then saw the lamp immediately. Because I knew exactly what it looked like because I was staring at that shit. Right? And so went and got the lamp immediately. And then
I went to search.
we went to go get a power board, right? So we got a power board. Well, we found a bunch of power boards and he sat there and was like looking at power boards. And then he's like, well, I mean, because we were talking about how we probably were not going to get a monitor mount while we were there, right? One like the arms so it lifts them up off the desk.
Yeah, all the ones I was finding were saying it was just online.
Yeah. So anyways, I happened to go to the website and I clicked like outlet surge protector thing.
Yeah.
So anyways, he's got to get his shit plugged in because basically he's constantly having to like unplug stuff so he can plug in his iPhone and then his iPhone's dead and then he needs to get his
I'm not gonna
iPhone.
worry about that until later.
Yeah, we're gonna do that tonight. So anyways, wound up getting a power board and then while he was looking at which one he wanted to get, I was on the website and I was trying to find out, okay, well this says it is online only, but are there any other brands that maybe are in store? Because clearly the store sells them or whatever, right? And so I found one and I was like, I don't know where it would be. So I asked him about it. He's like, TV section. And I'm like, where the fucking TVs be, right? And I'm like, okay, so electronics. Yeah, that makes sense. We're in the electronics aisle. Where is it? And we didn't see it anywhere. Right? So, but I found a guy who worked there and I was like, hey, do you have these? And he's like, okay, let me see the number on it. He typed the number and he's like, yeah, okay, right over here. And he, literally right next to the power boards. Right next to the power boards.
Right next
We
to
just-
the power
we
board
just
that we were
didn't see
looking
it.
at.
We were looking at the power board. We didn't see that. And it's not like got a picture on the box. It was in a green box, babe. Just a green box. But yeah, we got it. We got the arm mount thingy. We got the power board and we got the lamp on the one trip.
We got everything we wanted and more. We
Also,
weren't expecting
the
that.
interior of Bunnings, now that I have been inside of a Bunnings, the inside of Bunnings looks like Home Depot.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like aesthetically it's more like Home Depot, but product-wise it's probably more like Lowe's. So the
For a
do you know
while,
the difference between Home Depot and Lowe's, babe?
I think so. I think we went into one of them.
Okay. Well, Home Depot is more towards people who are like doing construction and stuff like that.
Yes.
So
And Bunnings
architecture,
is
and
much
then
more for traders.
Lowe's is more for like interior design.
Yeah, for a while we had
But they're
a
separate.
place called Masters, which was basically owned by Lowe's,
Oh,
but branded for Australia. They went under because they tried to expand rapidly to be a Bunnings competitor, but Australia is very much about loyalty to like
Yeah.
established things.
that's why so many American companies come over here and fucking fail because they're like,
They operate like it's an American business, so they rapidly expand everywhere after like one place does good in their trial runs, and then it doesn't work in the Australian market. People need to familiarize themselves with the brand. So many places come here and just fail. Like Carl's Jr. came here, failed.
well, they came
It
back.
still exists.
However, bigger or smaller than Home Depot? Smaller.
That was not the biggest store in the.
The one we went to was smaller.
There is a smaller, even smaller store than that one.
Ooh.
In our area. We went to the main one, not the sub one. The biggest one in the state of Victoria is big. Like
IKEA big?
the Walmart we went to big.
Oh.
Maybe IKEA big.
Honestly, I think Walmart big is about how big our fucking Home Depots are.
Yeah, it might have been bigger than the Walmart. Walmart is like it's hard to tell its size. It is the biggest one that I've worked at the biggest one in the state. Might even be the country. But like it's very much you can get a full-on workout just doing a single lap.
Yeah.
That's all I'm working there all day.
So basically, here's what I've done. I can look at these now. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 40. So 8 here is where we start. This is where I have not put the Grand Souls into. Grand Giant Souls into. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times 60 is how many souls I still need. Is your husband back? I don't know.
I realized
Is
you were
he?
married.
Is he? I don't know.
Didn't realize you were married, Whipper. Congratulations.
You're sweet little Tristan.
I'm neither yours nor sweet nor little nor Tristan.
You're sweet, but you're my Tristan. You're my sweet Tristan. Oh, well, okay, I say sweet sometimes. Sometimes he's not sweet. Sometimes he's perverted. You guys don't see that side of him.
Sometimes I kiss her feet.
He did kiss my feet to bed last night because I'm like, he'll do that if I'm not feeling super touchy. Because like above, like when I'm not feeling super touchy, above the waist is like off. So he'll just like straight into a divorce. Where do you think my tax return's going? Straight into a divorce? Oh no. A lot of brands out west end up failing out east, actually. Especially fast food, not so much down south, but in the northeast, because over in the northeast you have a bigger dining quarter. Yeah, that's true. You guys do have a bigger dining quarter. I didn't think about that. There are a couple diners in the south, but it's different. Because, like, we'll have, like, Ooh, it's totally different food. It's like soul food in the South, if you're gonna find a diner. And the thing is when it comes to soul food, you're not getting that shit fast. You're not getting that fast. It's gonna be something that you sit for a while they fucking cook that shit. And it's gonna be hot as fuck. And it's gonna
And
be
that's gonna
amazing.
be
And it's gonna be
terrible for you, but amazing too.
that is something we were actually talking about recently is how America does really bad food for you really well.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason that like whenever American companies get established in new places internationally, the obesity rate in those countries goes up.
The
It's because
it's
America
so
does fresh
good.
food well, so well. It heals the soul.
It does. That's one thing I've told him about being here is really hard about the food is like nothing's healing the soul. There's
You can
this
find it. It's typically like a local, like a local pizza shop like that.
oh my god,
Amazing.
that pizza shop is so great. We're sitting there yesterday and he's like, you hungry? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, what do you want? He started listing off things. And I was
Oh,
like,
so listen
no.
off what we had at home.
And then he stops. He goes, you want pizza? I was like, yeah. Pizza's good. It's so good. And it heals the soul. That heals the soul. It's good shit. Good shit. He needs to give me 5,000.
And the good thing is, like, we get that pizza, we split it.
Mhm.
It's
Too. So good.
not really, like, we're not eating in excess or anything.
Also, like the large pizza here is nowhere near as the large here is like a medium in the U.S.
Yeah, the large US, it would be family here.
So it's not nearly as big as. But it's
Does
so
like
good.
the really big American pizzas get cut up into 8 slices and they're really massive slices, or do they do like 16?
They do 8 slices and they're really massive slices. You can ask for more, but that's time by standard.
Family, they tend to cut them into more of these. Yeah. I ain't married to you, Whipper, because there's only one person I marriage certificate to,
License.
and that is my darling wife, Aiko,
License.
and no one else.
I mean, we also have a certificate, but they even told us when they gave it to us that it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you can get the ceremonial certificates to anyone. They don't mean anything other than a
Yeah.
good memory.
They're like, I'm gonna sign this. Do you want this filled out? And we're like, yeah. They're like, okay, well, you know that this isn't legal, right? And we're
And
like,
we're like,
yeah, we're gonna put it in a picture frame on the wall. So I love being far away from a lot of fast food restaurants. Gives you a chance for more mom and pop restaurants to shop. Yep. Yep.
Australia is.
Everything's mom and pop pretty much.
Mhm.
Except for apparently Gloria Jeans, which I just learned today is a
The
franchise.
franchisee is, yeah.
I didn't know. So that's why most of the time, if I go somewhere to eat, most of the time I just don't tell you where I went to eat. I'll just say a pizza place or a breakfast place or something like that because I don't know what's a franchise here. I know that Red Rooster is a franchise. I know that Porto's a franchise. I know that Burger King is Hungry
Hungry
Jack's. That's a franchise. McDonald's, that's a franchise. The basics, anything with a drive-through, probably. But like the place where I get the tacos that I really like, is that a franchise? Or can I don't know if I can even say that.
I think it's a localized franchise to like. Let me Google it.
Because there's one place I found that has good burritos. And it's not GYG, which GYG is a franchise.
GYG is a franchise. That is one of our.
It's wet. their burritos are wet.
This place is a local place.
It's local. Okay, see, I can't even tell you. I'm close enough to where if I wanted fast food, I could get it, but far enough to where it's kind of inconvenient to go get. I also refuse to use Uber Eats and DoorDash. Oh my god, imagine refusing to use Uber Eats and DoorDash. Psh, you probably save so much money.
It did not last long when I was like, I'm not going to install DoorDash on this phone.
Yeah.
And then the problem is, if we had a car, we'd drive places more.
Yeah.
But
That'll be probably what we do
in the
when...
future, we can go get pancakes more often in the future.
Oh my
They're
god,
open 24/7.
you're right. We're saving for a car. I have my Australian driver's license now, just saying. I'm close enough to where if I want... Oh yeah, I just read that. I'm dumb. Just ignore me.
I used to live like a 15-minute walk from like the main shopping center of where I used to live, and yeah, I'd just go for a walk to Hungry Jack's or Macca's or whatever was there.
Yeah, it's probably healthier.
But here the problem is, if we wanted to walk to anything that's not across the road, it's like,
We can't tell you what's across the road, but you know, just know. There's a grocery store, that's all I'm gonna tell you.
yeah.
You know, at the very least, there's a grocery store because we talk about walking to the store a lot. I'm not gonna tell you what else is.
What's the first store is a franchisee, but it'll be given to many details on
Yeah.
their living location. But it'll take us like 40 minutes if we walk fast to get to.
Anywhere that isn't there, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd rather eat the food hot than food warm, having to reheat and smell like someone else's car. We haven't had it smell like somebody else's car, I don't think.
Good thing about Australia is
Sometimes we get the food really fucking hot, dude. Like, we get it and we're like, dude, they were
yeah, sometimes it's really hot. Like, but yeah, good thing about Australia is
I
we
literally-
don't have a lot of like pungent smelling things that have been legalized, like weed. It's not legalized, so a lot of people's cars don't smell like it. But you do get some people that smell strongly of cigarettes, and I would probably enjoy that smell.
I do. Every once in a while somebody walks past and I'm like, oh, nice.
But
Most
at the
people hate
same
people that
time,
smell like cigarettes. I fucking love people that smell like cigarettes. I just want to
cities
grab
are
them and
so
sniff.
expensive here because of the amount of taxes on them that like people are just moving to vaping, and that smell doesn't linger.
Sniff smokers. Also, I didn't really have to do much for my Aussie driver's license because I had a U.S. driver's license. They were like, "You have a U.S. driver's license?" I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Okay, here's an Australia driver's license."
Did the
Do
letter
I
you
know?
got with the license saying you needed to do like a medical review thing because of anything?
Alexa, turn on the light.
Probably not if they gave you the license already. Yeah, if you have the actual license, they wouldn't.
No.
No, cool.
It says destroy your old card. I'm not doing that. My American card.
Rebecca has not driven a car yet. She wants
No,
to.
I haven't even driven on the wrong side of the road. I'm scared. I'm scared. Basically, here's what I want to do. I want to hire a driver's ed teacher because they'll have a car that has the steering wheel and the controls on the other side of the car. And that way, if I fuck up, they can correct.
I genuinely think Ico would be completely fine. It's just more of a mental thing right now.
Yeah. The thing is, the fact that they gave me a driver's license with the fact that I've never driven on the wrong side of the road, it's like clearly they've got some semblance of trust in me.
It is not uncommon for international drivers to try to enter a freeway from the exit, and then they
Oh my God, that I didn't even consider that. Look at these guys. Look at-
Everything's mirrored, but it like it's still something that like that's better to just experience rather than wrap your head around. It's somewhat hard for some people to do that.
Still like, cause it's not just. The thing is, it's not just the wrong side of the road. It's also the wrong side of the car.
From your perspective, yeah.
In like what, the UK, don't they drive on the right side of the road?
No, UK drives on the left. They use miles for some reason.
Where is it they use as like American cars where they drive on the left?
Literally,
Is anywhere?
oh, you use American cars that drive on the left. I don't know. I do know that the majority of the world drives on the right side of the road.
Yeah.
Basically, the only places that drive on the left are former British colonies.
It doesn't feel natural. The thing is like you always know, like even in school, it was like you walked on the right side of the hallway.
Mm-hmm. It's reversed. Here you walk on the left.
So it's like ingrained in you forever.
Yeah. If you're walking down like footpaths, it's more like just stick to the left. It's literally just it's literally just we're used to it because that's the way things are set up here. Infrastructural suits. Left.
Yeah. Millie's tip of like picture it like jousting is the one thing that makes the most sense to me. I will say that riding around in the car, I am getting more accustomed to thinking about the car on the left, which is nice.
Panicking a lot less.
Yeah, I'm panicking less, but also like when I think about driving, I'm starting to picture it more on the left, which is nice. It means I'm starting to get more comfortable with the idea. But here's the problem. In my mind, I'm still on the left side of the car.
That's also because that's where you sit and it's the in the passenger seat.
True.
But yeah, like effectively everything is American. I can tell you the reason for Japan. It's literally because Japan used to have a heavy influence by the UK, and then it's effectively post World War II they went US way with everything, but things were already set up in society to be from the UK. Like English used to be taught as a British English in Japan until post World War, I think until the 80s actually. That's when it started changing.
Hold on, let me check my breeding list. I have a breeding list. It says Power World tasks. Grintail, nah. Bronze Cherry, nah. Dynamoth, done. Smoky, nah. I mean, we already kind of did that. Just do.
Yeah, walking on the left side is ingrained in our brains. Past someone.
I was getting ready to ask the stupidest fucking question.
There's still people who walk on the right, but it's very much just
I'm getting ready. Sims, I need you to pay attention to this because I'm going to ask this question even though I know it's stupid and I know the answer. Or at least I know roughly the answer.
nothing stupid.
Oh yeah, it's stupid. You're going to love it. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
But do you cover your heart with your right hand when you pledge allegiance to your flag?
We aren't a cult. That's it. That's the only responses.
Nobody else in the fucking world, as far as I'm aware, outside of probably fucking North Korea, pledges allegiance to their flag.
Not even North Korea pledges allegiance to the flag. They pledge allegiance to their leader.
Yeah. Oh my god, can you imagine? Yeah, I know. But the thing is I didn't stop doing it in the 5th grade, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay? Because it's wild. Listen to this. So, if you are in the military, which I'm not, but my dad was, and you live on a military base, every once in a while, they will have their loudspeakers all play the national anthem. No, not the the national anthem, right? And so it's not the Pledge of Allegiance; it's the national anthem. But you have to stop if you're on base. You stop your car. You stop your car. Doesn't matter where you're going. You could be in the middle of fucking driving. You stop your car. Everybody does it. And then you get out of your car. And then you cover your heart with your hand. And you stand and you wait for all of it. You stand and you wait for it to be done. And then you can get back in your car and continue driving. I'm not kidding.
That is insane. I mean, we still like stand up and like you can put your hand on your heart for the national anthem.
Yeah. I know that other people have national anthems.
National anthems is typically what you get for that.
But a Pledge of Allegiance is special.
If it's
Is the speaker-
yeah.
Oh my god. Probably. Though probably people will just stand there confused, honestly. If I'm being honest.
Like the flag, like to the flag is such a weird thing because literally flags can change designs.
Ours changed until we got Hawaii, I guess. But like, are we gonna add another star for Puerto Rico? I mean,
If they become a state, yes.
yeah, but they're currently a territory.
Oh.
I think it's about like the symbolism of it. People have died. People have literally died trying to make sure that the flag doesn't touch the ground.
Yeah, that's happened in other countries too. It's less of a thing in modern times because
Jump on my hand over my heart for the national anthem, sporting events or whatever. But when I was in K-12, I only served for the pledge for the 5th grade before I was like, hell no. Yeah. Well, here's the thing too, is like what happens when you fucking don't. You get, what was that guy's name? It happened years ago. Hi, Psycho. We were talking about you on the way home, actually.
yeah, we were talking about you. So
Found out that you have one day more stream streak than Tristan.
I think it's one day. I think it's slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are some people in England trying to say English flag is racist. Really? Okay, so,
There's people in Australia who want the Union Jack.
streaks at 43. Tristan, you're ahead by 2.
I'm ahead. No,
Wait.
I'm behind by 1.
Oh, I thought you were at 45.
No, 45 is coming up. That's all.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind.
What is my streak at?
Yep.
Yeah, my streak's at 42. I'm behind by a day.
In your state, you literally had to memorize it in English and in Spanish. I've never heard it in Spanish. Interesting. What is that guy? There was a sporting event where specifically when the Pledge of Allegiance happened, he took a knee. He did not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
That happened all in a lot of different sporting events.
No, I know, but it was very novel at the time.
Oh, like one of the first ones.
Yeah. And a lot of people were fucking pissed. And like there was a big boycott of this dude. And it was like the people who weren't mad were the people in the military, actually.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's typically military people that don't care. It's mostly
Well,
the
here's
civilians.
the perspective. The perspective of the people in the military is like, yeah, we fight for your right to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you don't have to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance because we're not a country that forces you to do that shit.
Yeah, freedom.
So people are still gonna make you try and make you feel bad about it.
And that is the cultish part.
Yeah. Nationalism is a really big thing and it's gross.
Oh, yeah. We have nationalists here, but like it's just racist old white people.
Oh yeah, that's the same. It's the same thing.
They don't really have much of a foot in outside of like very rural towns, and then even then it's not big here compared to
Like the US and stuff, yeah.
the US and
Brawn cherry fried noodles and eating it will increase your attack by 20% for a short time. So I'm gonna make the brawn cherry noodles because I have some brawn cherry stuff.
I'm curious what this does. Do I get
Where are you from, Psycho? Just curious. Like, just country. Unless, of course, you're from China, in which case you can say Taiwan. That's fine. I understand. Germany, I think.
come on, got it. We understand.
I need so many souls. So we're not going to make today a super long stream. We are still want to go for a while. Don't fucking worry about that because we want to play the game. But we are going to have to end at some point because we have to get all that shit set up and we want to make sure that we get it set up, first of all, before the debut on Saturday. And second, when we're not fucking dying of exhaustion.
Yes, so I'm gonna say like 10 hours maybe.
Yeah, 10 hours sounds good.
I think
We'll
anything,
probably still be a little tired around
yeah,
that time, but it'll be there, yeah.
will still be functional.
You 100% did the game yesterday, and now only personal goals left. Nice! That's fantastic.
Nice.
Did you do all the ultra bosses too?
Or is it
Ultra
just
raids?
the story and like achievements?
Oh yeah, what do you consider 100%ed? Are you talking about just the towers, or what was included in that? Did you do the ultra raid bosses? Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Under God was added later, did you know?
It's also against the beliefs of the founding fathers.
Ultra boss is not yet, but all towers on hard mode. Palpedia completed. Nice, that's awesome.
Nice. I heard that we haven't gotten onto the final boss even in regular mode, but I've heard that the final boss in hard mode is a big.
We are mission-wise. We are currently.
Arena achievements? Oh, what achievements are related to the arena? Is it like get into master rank or something?
I've gotten to silver rank.
I think I'm gold.
I just live in silver because every single time I start to get anywhere near gold, I lose, and then I lose.
Legend rank. Oh, okay, so they added legend rank to the player as well.
I lived in Texas and did not know that Texas had a state pledge, but that tracks.
What is this state?
No, look, Texas is like dying to secede.
Oh,
I know.
Texas is like, I'm out. I'm done.
Texas really is our Western Australia. Like, Western Australia
Oh, wow.
lost the vote for independence by 1%.
Really? Dang.
Yeah, the last time they had it, I think.
Well, the funny thing is they want to secede, right? But
They can't function by themselves.
well, they mostly can. They mostly can. Okay, we found out in
Was
2020.
that during like the severe winter storm?
Yeah, they had a severe winter storm and blackouts all over the fucking place.
Everything froze.
They were like, what the
All
fuck?
the infrastructure froze, literally.
The funny thing is like, I had been told that it just doesn't fucking snow in Texas. And then I went to Texas, and the first thing that happens, it fucking snows. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Proud of you for bringing the snow, my love.
It's
Literally
literally.
living your best Elsa life.
That doesn't mean they don't want to. I said they want to secede.
But doesn't that go against the primary principle of the US about freedom? If they want to secede, isn't that the freedom of the state to choose to do so if the people vote for it?
Completed every single research, which was quite annoying. Oh yeah, Tristan's been doing that.
Been working on that.
I have not touched this shit. Look how far, look how much he's done. Handiwork, done. Kindling, most, over halfway. Watering,
Least important.
least important. Planting, almost done. Electricity, fucking finish this shit. He's like, oh, is there anything you want to work on? This is what he said to me yesterday morning. He said, oh, is there anything that you think I should be working on research-wise? I was like, oh, electricity, because I was thinking, I want to get that electric pylon. This motherfucker finished it.
The first thing I did in the electricity tree was the right one to get like all the base pal attack defense stuff, and then I worked on the storage capacity and consumption reduction.
In case you know, Segment's a bug right now. As an alpha, her boost from the passives are 10 times, even though it shouldn't. Is that a bug?
I don't know if it's necessarily a bug or a feature, but like she's the only pal that the alpha variant has a higher thing.
Psycho, you want to see something super cool?
The base.
I'm going to show you something super cool. Okay, so these are my teams, right? Party pal presets. I'm gonna switch to my mining team. Okay? This is my mining team. Okay. Now I would like to introduce you to my mining team. This is Smokey. Gives me, you know, increased chromite. He's at 4 stars, so I get 200% if I'm fighting with him and stuff like that. This is Gertie. Gertie is 4-starred Reptiro Crest. Reduces the weight of all types of ore by 65%. This is Benny. He is a Reptiro. He's also 4 stars. He reduces the weight of all types of ore by 60%. Okay? You ready? You ready? You ready for this shit? You ready for this shit? This weighs 0.
All weighs 0. Everything.
Every bit of ore. If it is ore, it weighs nothing.
Instead of increasing the durability of all an arm, it decreases the durability usage by him? Wait, so it doesn't reduce at all?
Instead of increasing the durability of all armor and tools, it decreases the durability usage. That's weird.
I genuinely think that they need to get like
You need to lose any durability on anything with it on your team. Don't lose. You don't need to lose.
You don't lose any durability on anything with it in your team. Okay. Okay. Ooh.
Oh, okay. So it's like this kind of bug that's like extra awesome. So any armor, weapon, and tool has infinite durability with the Taurus. Well, that's nice. I might need that. I might need that guy on my mining team. Because
I haven't found it to be like an issue outside of like the mining laser with late game stuff.
Look at
That thing goes through
look at my
fast.
bow. Look at my bow.
The plasma cutter, yes, yeah, the plasma cutter drains really fast. And the drones, we haven't got the drones yet. We haven't basically touched any pellets yet. We haven't touched the world tree yet.
What is the mining yield on the plasma cutter?
The mining yield is, it just says login / mining yield up, that's it.
Oh, mine says mining yield up level 4.
You need it for world tree resources?
The plasma? No, you don't.
Didn't you mine like the world tree resources?
Yeah, I mined it with a pickaxe.
You just ran out of world, like the thing, and it disappeared after it.
Yeah,
Good
it
stuff.
disappears if I don't have the water.
Wow, wow.
Are you talking about like if I don't have water, maybe I can like hit it from a distance, maybe?
Minestrone.
Also, I didn't need to make it for Soar Light because they disappear if you don't have a World Tree passive on ground. No, they disappear if you didn't drink water.
Yeah, if you drink the World Tree water.
If
then
you drink the World Tree water, they don't disappear. It does have something to do with the water.
Water is how you're supposed to do it at the start.
Yeah, you drink the water and then you go mine it. You're like, ah, yes, mine. But if you run out of the water buff, then it will disappear.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree that every single World Tree pet, the water also says that, yeah.
Well, it's like it says.
But that's just starting out. I'm going to let you know, Psycho, we've not gone too much into the World Tree. We literally just went in to look around, learn,
Did the tutorial quest.
did the tutorial quest, sand, drink water, and that's how we know that you can use the pickaxe on the thing. Because we're like, okay, well, why are these resources disappearing? Okay, well, we actually have to drink the water. So we drank the water, and then we hit the rocks, and it worked fine. And we hit the trees, and it's fine. I've never had a plasma cutter in this game. No, the only ore that says you can't mine it without a plasma cutter is the Sorlite.
It's just the Sorlite, yeah.
It's just the Sorlite. And that's here, right? So if I go down here... Okay. Okay, so this says... right? This node can only be mined with a plasma multi-cutter, right?
The only ore in the game that does.
Okay. However, that's not true either. Because he's not a plasma multi-cutter. And that's how I was able to avoid. But yeah, you can also mine from a distance with a plasma cutter, but yeah, you still need a passive or you won't get any resources. No, you don't.
The water gives you.
The water gives you that benefit.
Yeah, if you just drink World Tree
It's
water.
quick. The passive will last longer, so you won't have to worry about it so much, but you can just drink water. Don't waste the water on that. I'm just saying you can. That's all I'm saying. I know that you...
It's intended as the first thing you do
Yeah.
before you get a passive, a World Tree passive.
Yeah, because you got to get some stuff before. Water's the only bottleneck for the in-game resources. I don't know. I've not been in there too much, don't know. That's something we're still exploring, because we haven't really been in there. We've not even, like, okay, we haven't even really looked it up in, like, video form. Like, it was all very, like, loose.
Yeah, we went in, drink some water, whack some resources.
Like, I don't want too many details about it or whatever, because it's not something we've done yet. Now, I understand that the pals, if they're doing this like this, they will need the passives.
It's the only way to get the pals to actually be able to mine the resources.
Yeah, because the pals, otherwise we'll just make them disappear. They can't drink the water. Why are you saying no? I'm confused. What? No about what? But this is why I didn't need a passive. You just need a pal with a passive out and you can mine it. No, I agree. That also.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that's incorrect. I'm saying that's true too. But I'm saying if we were only mining with the pal, then you'd need the passive. Then you would need the passive. Need the passive. If I'm mining with my pickaxe, I could use the passive. I could use the pal with the passive, or I could drink the water. Even though mining the stuff is probably the slowest way to get resources. I'm just gonna get the fucking, what is the thing?
The material, the matter.
The matter material synthesizer. I'm gonna get that bitch.
Yeah, we just need the resources to get them.
Yeah, I need Taxolite. which I assume is that racist. Whoa, this bitch is fast. I didn't even know he could run.
Oh wow!
I didn't know he could run. Run, Benny, run. He's so cute. I love him so much. Anyways,
Also, I think generally it's listed as
I thought he was like an Anki. You know how when you
What?
with the Anki and stuff like that in Ark,
yeah.
how it just kind of like shuffles faster. That's the run. One of the best buildings in the game is definitely the ancient relic recycler. Oh yeah, for sure. I heard about that. I did hear about that.
Yeah.
That's a way to get a lot
A lot
of the
of
disposable
implants.
implants. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna be really fucking fun. I haven't hated the way that breeding works so far, but I am looking forward to the ancient hatchery too.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, like
This is my whale who doesn't fucking know how to stay at his fucking station. I keep constantly telling him, go here, and he's like, no, I don't wanna. You
in
can.
regards to
Oh,
like what you said, Sims, I'm pretty sure most countries have it listed that like places illegal for places to seed,
yeah,
but that typically just ends up in either a vote or a civil war. So
yeah. What am I doing now?
laws can be changed.
If I add, well, I can't add anybody to this team now, otherwise I won't be able to use my arrows. I need Boom. Boom is on all my teams now, and Celine is on all my teams. Boom is great. You want to see what Boom does? Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoops. My bad. I'm going to show you what Boom does, okay? Boom is cool. Okay, the Lumen. So I have the legendary mechanical bow, which does 24,000 damage, right? All it has is regular arrows, though, so it doesn't have like fire arrows or poison arrows or anything like that. However, what Lumen does is she increases, this is mine in particular, but her name is Boom, I named her. Player's arrows explode on contact, dealing an additional damage equal to 30% of the player's attack damage. Now, there's some good side and bad side to this, okay? Good side and bad side to this. On one side, really cool, you could sit there, shoot things, boom, explosion, right? Bad side is, if you're out with your pals and you're like trying to shoot something past them, it will not. It will just shoot your fucking pals for some reason.
Blow up on them.
It's like, what the fuck?
They just get in the souls annoying.
It makes
your
me...
nightmare just get in
The
the way.
Nightmare just wants to stand in front of me constantly. I'm like, bitch, I am trying to shoot the Sekhmet. I specifically have a Sekhmet, Anubis Sekhmet destroyer thing. But I don't even, like, I went there and did it once, and it's like useless. It's like a waste of my time. My time is much better spent grinding out these fucking bitches. Ancient Hatchery is going to save me a lot of fucking time getting these bitches too. So I have a question. Do you get to choose like the passives that go on them, or is it just like you still get random passives from the parents? Because like these parents right here, Mama and Papa, they both have service-minded and lavish hospitality. And they have insomnia, and they have philanthropist. Still random? Okay. Because I want them to all have lavish hospitality and service-minded, but you know, you just deal with... Yeah, I gotta take what I can get. Breeding only takes 0.5 seconds, and hatching huge egg only takes like 20 seconds. Damn. See, the thing is right now, I'm not even at 100% right now. I'm not 100% right now. I need to go mining so I can make my hexalite. Okay.
Yeah, once I get the ancient hatchery, just grinding out the gale cores.
Yeah.
For,
Right
for
now,
death would be easy.
my incubation speed is only 50%. Okay. So that's one thing we've got going on. The second thing we've got going on is we have babysitter on 2 pals, I think. Let me check.
Yes.
I'm checking.
I was reading something. The first part of it is doesn't stack with Braloha. It doesn't stack. The
Okay, so
getting rate doesn't stack,
so
but hatching rate does.
increases egg production speed of pals assigned to breeding farm by 32%. And then we have 2 pals with babysitter. This says while at base increases egg production speed by 30%, even though I guess it doesn't stack, but the incubation speed by 30% for pals assigned to a breeding farm. Yeah? Okay. There's that. And I have Dynamoth, which is a 4-star Dynamoth, who says while at a base shortens the time it takes to incubate eggs by 40%. Now I'm only at a 50% incubator right now. I need to do the Fey break. I need to do the Fey break tower, which is something we're working towards today. Fey break tower to be able to unlock the large scale electric incubator, which does 100%. Fabulous, right? Except for I can't make it right now because I don't have chromite, which is why I was working so fucking hard to make my mining team yesterday so I can get chromite, so then I can make hexalite, so then we can do the Fabric tower and I can make the new incubators.
Using the cake that gives you the chance at 2 passive per parent. That cake is very unless you're breeding specifically for the passive. It's like
I'm not super worried.
better one's the purple cake.
Vegetable cake is what I'm getting, okay? Better fucking cake, okay? Best cake is the fucking vegetable cake. Why? En masse, motherfucker. En masse.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna need the fucking Grintail. I know that you don't need the Grintail for the... I know you don't need the Grintail for the, Ancient Hasher. It doesn't work for the Ancient
The
Hasher.
resources for that cycle. We haven't been to the world tree. We're level 80. We've unlocked, like, we have access to most things.
Yeah.
We can't make it without going.
We've not gone here yet. We haven't even defeated the Fabric Tower yet. We've just been vibing.
I haven't even picked up the whale quest.
Yeah, me either. It's gray still.
Yeah, I haven't picked up
Look at it. It's just gray.
the eagle. Actually, yeah, I haven't
Lots of
been.
question marks. I know who it is. We haven't felt rushed to go through it or whatever. We're not rushing to 100%.
I'm literally just running around my base in circles waiting for eggs to hatch.
Yeah, it's fun. We're just having a good time. Basically,
And Daybreak and get the rest of these towers.
we want to just enjoy our playthrough and take our time and make our babies and grow attached to like idiots at the base.
Yeah.
And
Take
make
our
pretty
time,
things. Look at this.
Not rush
Look
through
at
things.
this. Is this the most efficient setup? No. But it's pretty.
Love, do you want a split muffin? It's a big one.
Yes! Split the muffin. Oh, you split it. And then give it me half.
I split muffin.
Yeah, we're taking our time. We're making time. We're relaxing. We're vibing. And I have decided these guys are for destroying. Which is good. Because, like, I watched a video and, like, the only thing that was going to get me to get on board with using the PAL dematerializer or deconstructor, right? The only thing that was going to get me to use that fucking PAL deconstructor was them telling me that I can get large souls from these fucks. Giant souls from these fucks. And not only can I get giant souls, but if I put lavish hospitality and service minded on them, I can give them more.
Oh my god. Put the funnel witch.
Oh, this is good.
This was a good
Oh, this
muffin.
one's really good. This is an Alamo. Nice.
Yeah, but it takes longer.
And then I have to deal with the horror of butchering them. I didn't ever want to butcher anything, period. Right? But the machine takes away some of the horror of it for me. I don't want to do that.
I was less against butchering them
If they didn't put the fucking like sensor on it to make it even more horrifying.
I would be fine if it didn't have a sensor. The fact that it's got the sensor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like way to make something look extra horrifying by adding a sensor. There's probably even nothing there, but they added a sensor to make it like, oh yeah, you don't want to
Like
see this.
when the Eye of Cthulhu died, it just gets censored because there's a bit of gore.
Get some sleep, Sims. Love you. See you later.
Yeah, fingers crossed, him. Please take care of yourself. Get some sleep.
Basically, we're not trying to min-max. I am the only min-maxing I'm doing
raid team.
is my raid teams. Is because I actually want to defeat ultra raid bosses, and
Even
the
then-
raid bosses normally the normal raid bosses are tough. Ultra raid bosses are extra tough.
We will get to a point of like we can't even like fully min max because we don't have access to like the world tree
Yeah.
passives.
But like what we have access to now.
Mhm.
I'm just. Hello? Hello? Who is it? Whoa, this base is amazing. Oh, this base is amazing. You built this up.
Oh my god, there's wood. Nice.
This wall has a hand. Oh yeah, I'm just a lowly blacksmith. I didn't even know my wall had a personality.
The termites have evolved.
Still training, but one day I want to forge a real strong weapon for someone tough like you. Thank you, Wall. That's so kind. Here, take this. I made it as part of my training. Who have you been training with? You've been my wall this whole time. I've actually so stuck with them. Ain't no use keeping it, so you go ahead and use it. Thank you, Wall. Ah, the wall gave me coal. I fucking love that about the space.
It's really weird.
There's no pathing. There's no pathing. Like, they could just go around. Literally, just fucking go around.
I genuinely think if visitors spawn at my base, they fall through the world and die.
Actually, I just thought about something.
I've never seen a visitor at my base.
I think I just thought about something. How else would they get here? I put a whole ass wall up here. There's a wall here. I mean, I guess there's like a tiny section back here they could probably walk through. No, they can't fit through it, so that's not really a way to get through. Basically, that's the other way of knocking at my door is they're just like, they're knocking at my door by doing this.
Yeah,
Hello? Hello?
Once we get past the stat check,
Hello?
that's required to start fighting for raids, we will probably get into them.
That's what we've been having fun doing. That's why we've been breeding so much. Is because... Oh, yeah, but also, let me see. On this other side here,
We could probably get
they would have to jump over
in
this
one of the
one.
harder normal raids now.
Well, there's not really a way for them to get in here, is there? There's also a funny visual bug that makes your pal T-pose until it uses a skill. Oh, I like my, you know, fast travel to a waypoint and then try and get on my mount and then sit here for 10 minutes while we wait for everything to catch up. And then we can move.
I've noticed so far that the fix to the effigy achievement is not. It is retroactive. Yes.
Is it?
It gave me the achievement for the Lift Monk effigies, the Lamball effigies.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, given me the achievement for the ones that I've already collected and used.
Good. I've been sitting here sitting on mine because I haven't wanted to use them. Yay! You don't need to have them all in your inventory anymore? No.
You don't have to have them all.
They did a patch today.
Literally the patch.
You use your effigy
has
soul
fixed-
lady.
has fixed a lot of stuff. The patch was the bug fix patch, and they fixed the effigy achievement.
You just said patched. I wasn't wrong. Let me put them over here. I think I put my blazements because I don't know what's gonna go over there right now.
The other thing.
Okay.
There was a lot of like multiplayer server stability bug things that they fixed.
Oh, which is nice. Oh, and speaking of multiplayer server shit, you know that issue we were having where our server settings didn't fucking save in the general configuration menu? Guess what? Nitrado fucking did. They finally updated in their little notes. By the way, if you have a world save or world options.save folder in your files, it's not going to change. You're not going to be able to change your settings in the general config menu. Oh, well, thanks for adding that now. way
I'll
after.
do it for everyone else in the future.
Yeah.
Not for us. Rip off.
Yeah, basically, we made it to fucking level 80 on 3 times experience because we thought we were on level 1, but we weren't because the goddamn world options saved file.
Yeah. To be fair, we were like, this is way too fast. And
We
we just stayed at
actively, yeah,
base.
we just stayed at the base. We're like, please, I don't want more experience. I'm just gonna breed.
We got to roughly level 70 from mostly just breeding, and
Mm-hmm.
then that's when we started exploring a bit more.
That's why
We
our
barely
exploring
left
was
the
so
base.
fucking slow because everything we were like just trying to slow down. We're like, why are we leveling so fucking fast? We thought because we're like, wow, 3 times is way too fast. And we did. We slowed down when we thought that we changed it to 1 times, but that's only because we didn't fucking. In general, the XP gain got increased in 1.0. I mean, that's probably also true, but like, we didn't know that. So we increased it to 3.0 because we were thinking, okay, well, the max XP gain is 20, so 3 shouldn't be bad. 3 is crazy still.
3 times is insane. Like,
And we
Even-
didn't want it, so that was our first time. So we restarted the whole world because I was like, I don't really feel good about the fact that we got to level 80 at 3 times XP because I feel like we zoomed through a lot of it. Only to do an entire new world again on 3 times XP because we thought because we didn't know about the world options.
Hang on, now in the settings were all fine. It was just literally Nitrado server stuff.
That was 3 times XP pre 1.0 is about the same as 1 time in 1.0. I don't know what made them do that decision. No idea. I know that pre 1.0, I never got past like level 35.
Yeah, that's about where I stopped as well.
But I was fine with that. I didn't want to have
We
see like a bunch of
definitely
in-game
didn't play as
content.
yeah.
I didn't really want to see a bunch of in-game content. I want to see some stuff, but I got a pocket full of eggs.
I'm not going pocket eggs, like pocket sand.
They're not rotten. They're robotic. Look at that time goes down, dude. This is not a minute. This is not 2 minutes.
Babysitter go boo.
This is how it goes. So if you're reducing your time or increasing your time or whatever, the time itself doesn't change, but the time speeds up. Look. Vroom, vroom.
I think it does reduce the time with the research that increases hatch rate.
Oh, maybe.
But
It just full on skipped the number 12.
imagine what it'd be like at a base full of babysitters. You just skip like a whole minute.
I don't think I want hard mode to be our next one. I think I want to do a couple short runs.
Yeah.
Because I feel like hard mode is going to be a long one.
Yeah. We are coming up with the idea for a hard mode version of.
Speaking of
Well,
which,
well.
I actually want to advertise our debut. Tweeter. Post a picture. It's not gonna have any fucking views on it, cause why would it?
But I've been seeing things online about people complaining about just like default XP rate at level 1. You're always way ahead. Actually wanted to advertise our debut through ads. Funny timing.
That's great.
Which is advertising their sponsors.
Mm. YouTuber debut will begin at 1 p.m. AEST on August 1st.
It's roughly 7 EST. I can't feel my face, the kitty got cut off.
And I love it. Oh, I can feel my face when I'm with you.
My face is made out of
But I
you.
love it.
I have way too many nightmares. What can I juice nightmare? Not juice. What can I chop up nightmares for? Check after it. Checking
But
these
I
things.
love it. She told me to. Should I put it on Reddit too? Need
If you want, sure.
Oh my god, there's a subreddit called VTuber Circle Jerk. What the fuck?
Oh yes, yeah. I've seen other circle jerk subreddits. Typically full of shit posting about VTubers, I imagine. Or the other circle jerks too.
Image, video, body text. Double.
Here's a question.
YouTuber duo. Double debut plus subathon. 1 hour. 1 year wedding anniversary.
I'm gonna be married for a whole year. And she doesn't hate me.
Starting. April Heart Blossom. Twitch.tv. Tristan Heart Blossom. Upload. Let's do the masked one. I have to make sure to show the unmasked version. Flare and tags, VTuber new self promotion. Asset, fan art, self promotion.
Medicine done. Oh, one more medicine research. One more medicine. One more. Oh, yucky.
Cross post that shit on another. Yeah. What's my other VTuber group?
Another red subbit.
There's Pingtuber, there's Anime Art. Which other subreddit am I in? VTubers. Virtual YouTubers. Alright.
Monkey Morphin VTubers.
We need to make a subreddit because I like Reddit.
We can make a subreddit.
We have to be popular for that though. Nobody's gonna post it. People are gonna be like, oh wow, this subreddit's dead, and then leave.
No. Just like My mom.
Where the fuck is virtual YouTubers?
Lucy! Hello, hello, hello,
Lucy!
hello.
You're so gay. I'm just kidding.
One more.
You're all gay. But it's because they got you.
We're all
Upcoming
gay.
events.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Post.
Oh, thank you for the first Lucy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
First time, bitch. I've missed. I'm cold.
Me too! I just got the shiver me timbers.
I need to get my hoodie.
I missed you, boy.
Bored?
I missed us, boy.
Oh my god, I miss the birthday. So we had to leave for 2 days because the gummy bears were fighting in my belly. Making me warm? Okay, make me warm. Come on.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys can hear. This is what it sounds like when I'm in his hoodie. When he's smothering me to pieces. I'm dying. I'm dying. I can't breathe. And I'm just kidding. I can breathe as well. He's trying to kill me now. Kill me. Wait. Okay.
God, see now he's being a pervert.
Oh, she's pulling you in. She's the one thinking politics sports. I put her in.
You has a feeling.
Ooh, ooh, that's not gonna be
Yeah,
a
good night. Tonight is gonna be a good night. We're gonna get the lighting lamp set up. You're gonna be able to move your mouth.
My mouth.
You're gonna be able to move your mouth whenever you talk. Right now, when he talks, his mouth doesn't open. I will stretch, thank you. Even though I did just totally have a care package from my husband. I don't know if your care package could compare, but you know, I appreciate the effort.
My climbing proficiency is 100%. Now I'm
Is
much
it?
faster.
Oh my lord. That's because you ran around and got all the fucking effigies.
I still got 4 more to get.
While I was building a workshop.
I was saying to get all the sky and the effigies from Temple. But now I no longer ran out of stamina while climbing. And I'm so fast. Yum yum.
Question. When you're swimming in the ocean, are you swimming on yourself or your mount?
It's faster on my mount, but sometimes I just decide to swim by myself because I'm
Just infinite stamina.
a shark. Yeah, infinite stamina. We're going with that one.
I don't know if you have infinite stamina.
Oh, one I'm saying, yeah.
That's what I said. You said we'll go with that. It wasn't true. Like I was lying or something, making
We'll
some
go with
shit
that.
up. What the fuck do you mean?
We're going with that one.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kick your ass.
My booty.
I think you just want to have your ass kicked. He's a fucking masochist, guys. Fucking
Look.
pervert.
Don't
Fucking
yuck
pervert.
my yum. All I can say. I love a sense of danger. Apparently, one of these 10.
Well, obviously, you married me. You're always at risk of getting hit. I'm gonna sound like an abuser. No, I'm kidding. Guys, I need to understand. I'm mostly
She
joking.
is not kidding. She is threatening my life.
Look, the only time I hit him is in his sleep because I'm also sleeping.
You hit me in your sleep. I don't even wake up if you do.
I have absolutely hit you sometimes. Like you did. You were
Oh,
awake
yes,
one
yes.
time. I
Yeah,
know for a
one-
fact because I remember waking up and be like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sometimes she rolls over and just like her arm just plops wherever, and she's hit me in the face once. Just like plopped her like wrist on my face, and it's never like it never really hurts. It's mostly just like just the shock value of assault with a deadly weapon.
I usually get shocked whenever somebody assaults me with a taser.
You don't like the sound of this.
I don't. That's why I get shocked. One of the reasons.
To be fair about the whenever like you hit me in the face, it's mostly just it's rarely the face. It's mostly just like across, like in the arm, or like my chest or something, because of height difference.
True.
If I want to snuggle with her comfy, I have to be further up the pillow, or she has to be further down the pillow, because if we're head to head, we can't exactly snuggle because face against face is
Okay. This is my assembly line of my disassembly line. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but where there's a bit of a height difference between the two of us.
Yeah.
A good like almost a foot.
1 foot of mine.
At least how many Alexa, how many centimeters in a foot? It's about like roughly 30 centimeter difference.
I'll be a bit under that, but yeah.
A little less than 30 centimeters, like 29. I
I'm just
am
like-
a short ass.
150 something, and I'm 177 or 78, whenever. If gravity squishes me enough, I'm 178, but most of the time
I say I'm 152 because if you look up how tall 5 foot is, it says 5'2" or 152.
5 foot is 5'2", got it.
Shut up. 152. But I think that number is
I feel like maybe...
I think that one's like on the dot. I'm probably like 154 or 156 centimeters. I don't know. I really don't know centimeters. I know that they're small. They're like, is it about my pinky nail, babe? Is that 1 centimeter? Which of my fingernails is 1 centimeter? Please, I hope it's my middle finger. Please, I hope it's my middle finger.
Where is? I have something here that can tell you exactly because it's. Where's my metal beard comb?
I don't know.
Metal beard comb. Is it in my wallet still? Where's my wallet?
But yeah, it might be your pinky or your index finger.
Time for me to measure from my foot to the top of my head with my ring fingernail. Not with, my measuring tape that I have over there. Here's the thing though, okay? Because my measuring tape caps out at like
It's just
5 foot. Because it's it's like not meant to be. It's not meant to be for height. Meant to be used for around the waist. And I think as long as I don't exceed the length of measuring tape that I have
I think
for my
it's
waist, I should be
just
alright.
3 centimeters to an inch. Alexa, how many centimeters in an
No,
inch?
that's why I was saying, like, if we were to go... Oh my god. That's why I was saying 152 would be probably 5 foot on the dot.
Yeah,
I know
probably.
that, but I know I'm not
Variation.
5 foot on the dot. I'm not quite 5'1", though.
Yeah. I'm the same with 5'9", 5'10", I think.
But I don't want people... I like being 5 foot even.
You are 5 foot.
Yeah, but I am a little over 5 foot if you look at me in terms of centimeters.
I'm at least 3 foot.
I have at least 2 feet. At least. I might have more.
You don't know what's in our closet.
I've been keeping my extra feet. My head is itching.
Kiro Chris, give me your butt.
Oh my god, I forgot about these. Shit. Alright, I really need to. Holy Nova! Tristan keeps triggering my vocal tics, and I don't like it. He doesn't even have to say it like that. He can just say, oh, I'm using Holy Nova. And I'll be like, Holy Nova. I'll be midst raid. I'll be just flying around on Celine. She's got Holy Burst. I'll be sitting there, Holy Burst? Ah, yes, no. Holy Nova.
No matter how I say it, it's just if Holy Nova's mentioned, Aiko's just like Holy Nova.
Most recent vocal tick, and I love it. I'm not sorry.
We like Viva la Dirt League.
We do like Viva la Dirt League. Wish I could meet them. Maybe one day. I'm a lot closer to them now than I've ever been.
Yeah, they're just over the pond. Don't even need a visa to go there. Well, I don't. You won't in the future. I don't think.
Look at this big fuck. He's massive. He's huge.
Nice. That's the medicine efficiency maxed out.
What's in your mouth? So I killed a Alaska boss, yeah?
Hmm?
But for some reason, when he was in the water, he did not have spikes on his back. He just looked naked.
Oh.
He didn't have any of the crystals on him when I killed him.
Maybe.
He was naked. He was just like, if you look at it, the model, like if you like kind of go into him, you could see that what the model would look like without crystals. That's what he looked like.
Interesting. Maybe that's the solution for the crystal girls, is put them in water and they're no longer crystal girls.
Does it work with a water hose?
Oh my god. I just figured out the solution.
What?
I know how to end water talk. We make them into water. And then eventually there'll be no more. Oh, water talk. What a scary place. You guys know about water talk?
I want to know.
think
Yeah,
we talked
I'm
about it.
kind of curious. He wants to know about water dog.
Hmm?
I'm curious about who. Like, technically speaking, by their definition, everything I drink is water.
Yeah.
Just fucking wet.
If there is
If water is in it at all.
water.
I drink Gamer Girl bathwater.
Yeah, it is water. Add it to your drink. Wasn't there like an internet rumor or something about someone who drank Game of Girl bath water and then sued them because they got sick, they got like a bacterial infection or something?
I don't know, but that person was a fucking idiot if they did that. Although, I don't know, maybe there should be a disclaimer on it, not for human consumption. Although I do think that somebody did set up a water cooling system in their PC, cooling
Oh, yeah.
only with Gamer Girl bathwater.
Yeah. Well, it was what
Like,
Bella Delphine or
yeah, it's
something
Belle
you did that?
Delphine. So, like, okay, so say what you will about Belle Delphine. She's a fucking marketing genius. She fucked up. She fucked up. Okay, big time fucked up.
Yeah.
Okay, she never should have shown her tits, but she did. And
And then everyone lost interest in it.
That's because the big thing about her was the mystery,
Yeah.
you know? And then the mystery was gone.
That's why the people who like that's why bikini streamers are so big on Twitch. It's like the mystery. They're edging towards
Well,
OnlyFans.
also, that's another reason I'm not like the biggest fan of VTubers that show their faces. I mean, I'm not sitting there like, I don't mean like if a VTuber shows their face or whatever. I mean, just like if, like going back and forth as a streamer.
Yes, yeah, like pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could understand like someone who doesn't show their face at all sometime having a VTuber model.
Yeah.
But then the moment you start alternating between,
It's just like it loses the mystery. You know?
it's fine if you
It
post
kind
it
of ruins it kind of also ruins the illusion a bit, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I can only see you now as, you. I think that's one of the reasons that I fucking love Iron Mouse is, I mean, she's fucking great anyways, don't get me wrong. Fucking amazing. But like,
No one knows what she looks like.
no one knows what she fucking looks like except for Connor.
To be fair, it's good that not many people know what she looks like because she shouldn't be interacting with many people in person.
Yeah.
She is
Very sick.
immunocompromised.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to take care of herself.
Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 60 is 420. 420, blaze it. Sorry.
Let's go.
I'm sorry. Something wrong with me. I don't even smoke, bro. Yes, I would like to buy plasma.
I have smelled the marijuana once on a person.
I've smoked before, I just don't smoke. And I was never like a regular smoker. It was just like... The thing is I could never be a regular smoker. I am an idiot. An idiot when I smoke. I am a massive idiot. What do you mean, Michael? What do you mean you're a massive idiot? Well, I will sit there and I will stare at you. And then I will realize I have no idea what the fuck you've said for the past 20 minutes. And then I will just think that concept, the concept of the fact that I have no idea what the fuck you just said for the last 20 minutes, that is hilarious. And then, yeah. I will just bust out laughing and you'll be like, whoa, I was just telling this really deep story about how my dog died or something. And I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, you're fine. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm really dumb. Like, seriously. Fucking idiot. This is why I don't get high. People who can go get high and go to work and function normally, kudos to them. That is not me. That is not me. Are you kidding me?
I do think there are a lot of people who think they completely function normally while high, and they don't at all. They just are in denial.
How am I supposed to further separate this? Because right now, it's just ore. That's all it is. It's just ore. Everything's ores in this thing.
The
Nothing
only
is
way
not-
to separate like certain ores from other ores is you have to literally fill every single individual slot.
with that specific one you're wanting in that chest.
Okay. All right. I think I'll figure out how to do it then. Okay.
The big problem with that though. But yeah, the big problem with filling every single individual slot with what you need is that if you if you craft something that uses that resource, it could pull from a slot that you don't want it to.
Well, it's fine. I'm just gonna like. I don't think I'm gonna need.
Minestrone. It's a visitor at a base. I don't know whose base it is. It could be mine. It could be yours.
I don't know. It might be mine. Big star.
Well, let me put them back to relax. They're making too much. Not too many resources. Molasses. Thunder, thunder, thunder.
I could just keep my Repteros busy. I just have them cook this shit. Lightning for the thunder, 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 for the thunder. Lightning for the thunder. Alright, I'm gonna get my Repteros busy doing something.
Octavia!
Octavia! Octavia. What's your name?
Hello.
I don't make the rules. I mean, I do.
You don't make the rules.
I do make the rules.
You know the rules. So.
Okay. Alright, what if we just make that many refined ingots? Look how fucking fast that gets crafted. Fucking
How
wild.
you doing, Octavia? You winning?
Oh, wait, you know what we didn't do? We didn't make a snowman. Let's make a snowman.
Do you wanna build a snowman?
Do you wanna build a snowman? Look, I'll do it. It'll take me 12 seconds. My power went out, so I got comfy and read a book. Then my power came back. Aw.
Oh, nice.
Well, that's nice. Complete! Let's see if you're faster now.
What book did you read?
You are a lot faster now. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Holy
What the
shit.
fuck?
Snowman increase?
By like a lot. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You gonna catch up? You gonna catch up?
Oh my god, unable to
Oh.
hatch. There's no room space in the
Why
power.
did the fucking blacksmith keep coming to my house? Thank you so much for the charcoal, I guess.
I've got too much things to decapitate your source.
Have you ever built a snowman? I could ask that to Tristan.
I've never touched snow.
I don't know why I thought that was funny.
Actually, no. I think I've touched artificial snow, but in like really small amounts. Not enough to even make a snowball. I touched sand. Is snow like sand?
No.
Oh my god! So does it make you chafe if it gets into your shorts while swimming?
It will make you freeze.
That's debatable.
These guys are getting melted and turned into souls. Give me your soul. Oops. I'm curious to see if anyone's made a list of possible mutations.
I am also curious about that, cause like, it feels like if you breed the same thing,
But yeah, it's like True Neptilius makes an Eidolon Ignis if you get mutated egg.
a lot of things make an Eidolon Ignis.
A lot of things make an Aegodron a certain level.
Aedragon, yeah.
Aegodron.
Aegodron, I refuse.
Aegodron. Definitely sounds a lot better.
Hey, dragon!
I do think that they should probably get a better someone to proofread English things for localizing into other languages, because some things are
Worded
cramped.
really weird. Like, lavish hospitality and service mind that are worded really fucking weird.
Yeah, your dropped items. It's like, what?
I'm like, does that mean if I drop this Coral Amour on the ground, it'll give me more Coral Amour?
That's what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, well, it makes sense if it's this PAL drops some percent more items. Because yeah, it fires twice when you capture it and when you butcher it. Arguably, it's always better to capture than kill predators. This symbol is not allowing me to fill it up because it's just...
I have to remake my stone thingy because I've been using so much fucking stone to make things. I'm not low on stone by any means, but like if you compare it to how much wood I've got, I don't know what to do with all this wood. I could build the world's tallest tower. I'm never stressed for wood. The night is the night, we'll ride till it's over and we'll put our hands like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Let's see. Let's have them make all sorts of shit. I'm gonna have so many ingots. I really need to go mine hexalites, what I need to do.
Yes!
Not hexalite. I have plenty of hexalite. I need to mine chromite.
I have acquired a Gale Claw.
A what?
Gale Claw with...
Lavish
what?
hospitality?
Okay, so I had acquired a Gale Claw with Lavish Hospitality.
And then you ate it.
And,
Damn it, babe, you're not supposed to eat it.
in the process of putting things into the PAL disassembly conveyor,
No.
it fucking lags out which ones you're even looking at. So it just doesn't even accurately put them in if you right click.
So you disassembled it.
So I favorited the correct one, which was telling me I had lavish hospitality, and then I moved on. And then the one that was favorited didn't have lavish hospitality. It was one of the ones I put into the conveyor, even though it went on hovering over it.
Weirdly, okay, so get this. So when I go and I'm doing the dragons, right? I'm just gonna call them the dragons at this point. I don't care. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm going through and I'm doing the dragons, and if I have an alpha dragon, it does not give me what I
Give you
need.
the alpha
Right.
the boss material.
Wrong materials. Okay. So I'll show you this right here. Look at this. I don't know if you see this. Come here. Okay. Bad example. Let me fuck. Here, you go back to your screen. I have to go hatch some eggs.
Yeah, the alpha ones will give
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I know that they give different things. I'll show you what I mean. That's what I said. Excuse me.
I've been somewhat disassembling the some alpha Neptiliuses because they can give a schematic.
I'm trying to show you what happened, okay? Look. Now look. Okay? So we start off here and they're starting off with the alpha, right? Okay. Alpha. It is alpha. However, look. It's gonna be fucking weird.
Oh, move the alpha.
But it didn't. But it did. But it didn't. But it did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have exactly the same thing going on when I'm right clicking.
I also don't know why I can't just fucking fill that bitch up.
I used to be able to.
Yeah, I did the first time when I made it.
Yeah, I've done a couple of times, but it's like it's a move in place with the Aegodron, with the dragon, with whatever other one you're clicking.
Yeah.
After it, and it just, I don't know. I don't know why it's become so
Wonky.
wonky. Indeed is the word.
Fucked.
Whacked.
Whacked.
Whacked up. That's my new favorite swear word.
Walk you.
Whack you. Wow.
Get flocked. Oh my god, I want to make an emote.
To get fucked.
Yeah, with a little flock.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Out of Kristen, all covered in Kristen. My skin Kristen. Did you know that, my love?
What?
I'm all covered in Tristan.
I certainly hope so. If you were covered in anybody else, I'd have to kill him.
I skinned Tristan. I'm not Tristan. Did you know?
Shit.
I'm SpongeBob.
Leave it.
That's impossible.
No. Do the laugh.
I can't do any laugh because I'm covered in Tristan.
Do the dance.
Make a little love, get down to me.
No, not that dance.
Never. Never. You can't tell me what to do.
Shut up, SpongeBob.
I am SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Something wrong with my husband, guys. He's a little bit broken inside. He thinks he's Asian SpongeBob.
Have you seen the SpongeBob like animation?
No.
Oh, it's good, but it's fan made and.
Is it bad? I
No,
see.
it's really good actually. But the problem is, it takes ages because it's like only like one guy's working on it, and and then now he's caught up in like legal trouble
Oh no.
because it's
Well, yeah.
I've got so many thermal cores, but I want the fucking batteries. Where the fucking batteries?
So have you guys heard of David? I know that sounds really random. D4VD. Deforted. Deformed.
I deferred.
Have you heard of Deforted?
That is a really weird name.
I mean, to be fair, he probably just wanted to go by David online because originally he started out playing Fortnite.
Yeah, and that's got taken.
David was obviously probably taken, so he just spelled it a different way.
Deferred. I deforted.
Fine, I'm not telling you. So send to the people who are all lurking.
They're all lurking. We aren't telling any stories. You can't make us talk.
Yeah.
We ain't no snitch.
Yeah.
No one's listening.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get my other team. I meant to bring my mining team, and I forgot.
Please listen so we can snitch.
Snitching about?
Diverted.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you guys the tea about Deforted. Okay, this is how fucking lazy I am, okay? I'm so lazy. Are you fucking kidding me? Give me some normal wood. Really?
Lazy baby.
Really? Give me some normal wood, bro. Don't do this to me. I just want some normal wood.
You need more wood?
Normal wood.
How did you run out of wood?
I didn't run out of wood. I just don't want to go all the way back to my fucking base.
No?
Well, at this point, I might as well go all the way back to my fucking base.
No. Oh, yeah, you're in an area that only gives you hard wood.
I don't want the hard wood. I don't know why we're pronouncing it this way, but I love it. Look at that guy. Look at him.
Growlithe.
He's so fucking smug. You smug bitch.
Me?
Sorry. It was a cog.
I-
It was a cognito. I just killed him.
No, it's Lucy.
Sorry, Lucy.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Lucy's a smug bitch. Look at him. Look at him over there, sitting all smug and like a bitch. Love you, Lucy.
That smug bitch.
Do you think you're a smug bitch, Lucy?
Smug bitch, also known as horror farming.
Alright, I'm gonna party pal reset. I'm gonna do this party here.
Give me your face. I take you, I take you. I'm kidnapping the fat chickens.
You're getting ready to say the fat chicken. I was like, excuse me. You can't just say that about me.
Not you, the dynamo.
Kidnapping the fat chick.
And
You like the... Wait. I thought I gave you another one. No, I waited to give you one because I was... Okay, never mind.
yeah, I wasn't sure if I had one already or not.
Did I give it to you already?
I don't know. I just caught one. Caught the
Oh shit.
the boss I caught? Oh, it was the boss I caught.
Well, I have a slightly compressed one for you. I just forgot to give it to you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I like that he says "aw." Why
Aw.
aw? What's the aw about? Is it about? Did you hear what I said to you?
Is it because we called you
A smug bitch.
smug bitch?
I called you a smug bitch, Lucy.
Smug ass bitch, bitch, bitch.
And he's like,
bitch,
"Aw,
bitch,
yeah,
bitch, smug ass
I'm,
bitch."
yeah, I feel so seen." He said "aw" because he feels seen. You know, he knows. He's like,
Oh.
"Aw, they get me. They know I'm a smug bitch."
Did you ever get Cena? Have you ever played Cena? Oh.
Seen it? No, I've never played
Yeah.
Seen it.
It's like a Harry Potter. Well, there's a Harry Potter version, but
Aye.
it's like a
Is it like trivia?
interactive board game that like some of them like it was like a TV game, like a game you could play on TV. It's a board game basically.
Aw, see, Lucy agrees. He is a smug bitch.
Nice.
Good job. I'm proud of you.
At least you can admit it.
I'm going in my first cave. Whoa. Oh, never mind. I remember. This is
Is that what a first time lesbian says?
I don't think so.
Don't get the wood. Celestial. Oh my god. You're falling, Celestial.
Why did I think it was going to be in the water? Of course it's fucking not.
Wow.
What?
Everyone die. I didn't realize the Xenovaders could spawn on a sky island. I thought it was Xenogard only.
No. Wait. I don't know. I might have both. I think that's what I think the Xenogard is the one that spawns in the lower area.
They were just the early areas.
Oh, that works. This is why I leveled that fucker up.
I will just say, my love, it is best to look back sometimes. Like, if you're driving, it's best to look back over your shoulder to look into your blind spot. Don't take after this song. They never look back.
No. I was so confused where you were going with that. I was like, what the fuck?
Always important to check your blind spot.
Make me feel like I'm living a teenage dream. The way you turn me on, can't sleep. Don't never look back. Don't ever look back. My heart beats when. What are you mad about?
Bye bye, Lee fan.
Are you gonna hit me?
I knocked the Mayo clone. Skyline.
Apparently my Smokey's mad at this Starion in particular for some reason. Look, if you're gonna fight, that's fine, okay? It's not my business. I do want to know if there's a place to dig in here, though.
I think it would be really fun to have just like a random chaos world.
Like, random?
Like a randomized world, but it's chaos because Maya's there in a Selene area.
Was Maya's there with what?
In an area surrounded full of Selenes. Like a story.
Oh my lord.
A randomized world.
That'd be hilarious. Mayo needs to be a boss. But the thing is she wouldn't be able to be surrounded by Selines.
Oh my god, this Rampage and Leafan just kicked my Celestia's ass. My Celestia is still alive, but she just got kicked off the fucking Sky Island.
Smokey, I'm gonna need you to get your shit together. I cannot afford for you to die.
No. Who killed you? Huh? I think there's a. Oh, it's you. You're so fine. Okay, so these two can be marked off. Right, this way a bit more.
Here is. So, I heard something or read something online,
Mm-hmm.
or I dreamt something. It really doesn't. I don't know. Where you can like go into an area with your Smokey and like get all the stuff there, and then if you leave and unload that area, then you can come back and do it again.
Oh. I
Again,
see.
it might have been a dream. I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past the game. It is how it loads in a lot of its points of interest.
Let's find out. Let's go back over here.
It's literally any of the enemy camps. You can go through here and then leave, come back. All the enemies will really respawn. Just the main chest won't. It's the Yakumo statue that I already got.
How about here?
Actually
Oh, I lied.
I do agree with you though that the teleport things in the Sky Island are so fucking obnoxious on the map.
Yeah, they look terrible.
I don't want to touch them.
Yeah, that's good. I clearly didn't know what this song was about to be.
Tell
Aww.
me something, girl.
How you doing, Horton?
Modern World, such a good song. Is that what the lyrics of this song are saying? I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like I turned my Spotify down to listen to something the other day and I just didn't turn it back up.
Yeah, I think so, maybe. It was either that or the song I was getting ready to sing. I have no idea. Oh no, that's not what I was getting ready to sing, for sure. Oh yeah, that's definitely the song. How are you doing today, Horton?
Yeah, how are
What
you?
is on your agenda
Dear.
today? Are you playing Power World? I watched this movie with my ex and cried like a baby. What movie? What movie? I need to know. I want to watch a
Courtney
movie with
was
Tristan.
the person who told me about Panic talking about us a lot lately.
Ah, I see, I see. A Star is Born is what this song is from. I see. Okay, we're gonna try going back up here.
How did I manage to miss both of these?
Ooh, at the very least, we see that there are Nyafias in this room, which means what?
Meow, meow, meow. That's what I mean.
I'm not seeing any.
Mug effigy. I'll grab the presser.
Ores.
That's that island done.
Lady Gaga. Oh my god, you're right. I did see this movie. We saw this movie together, babe.
We did. Yeah, I remember this.
It was weird.
I like a lot of things with Lady Gaga are weird.
I didn't even realize it was fucking Lady Gaga till like halfway through it. But to be fair, I'm used to seeing her a little bit more flamboyant. What do you like urges her on stage, such a good singer. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Lady Gaga is a phenomenal.
Because I was sitting there listening to her, I was like, oh my God, she's amazing. Who the fuck is this? Like, she's so talented. Why haven't I heard of her before? Fucking Lady Gaga. I'm like, oh, never mind.
You have. It's just you don't recognize it. Oh, Lady Gaga is just one of the. Does she still make songs? I feel like she does, right?
Yeah, I don't keep up to date with that stuff.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't heard anything new of hers in a while.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I've even really been paying all that much attention. Look, Smokey, we need to go back, okay? This is
To
like
be
the
fair,
smallest
most
fucking
of
cave
what I've
ever.
heard,
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, hold on. She did that one song with Bruno Mars, though. That one was really, that was a little bit more toned down, I think. I mean, I say toned down, but I mean like toned down for her. She looked fucking real as fuck in that Star is Born movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she looked very, like, human. I know that sounds really weird and probably incredibly insulting, but that's not what I mean.
She's got a unique look in the music industry, and I feel like it's like her music persona, and it's like they stripped away
Well,
that.
yeah, obviously. Okay, like, everybody says that we got good music. Literally all we do is play stuff, like play classic stuff. Like classic rock. We got classic, yeah, this is 2010s. So, like, I picked this specifically because lately we've been listening to a lot of classic rock, which is good. We've been listening to a lot of uh, Y2K, which is good. And then the um, the only thing is just like a lot of it is very same, so we have to mix it up sometimes. Um, and one of my favorite, like I remember jamming out. And 2012 was like a good year for me. So I like 2010s. It was like early 2010s. I was like, I don't know, it was a good time for me. It was a good year. Unfortunately, it's when I met like my one of my like the big exes or whatever. But before that,
Before that was your wild phase.
oh yeah, before that was my hoe phase. So it was after the hoe phase, but before I met my ex. That was the good. That was the good time.
That's very telling.
What did I listen to a lot of during my hoe phase? Weirdly, I think just a lot of Eminem. My ringtone. Okay, so I cannot have my text message alert tone as something very specific. Okay? Because I was chatting with a lot of dudes, right? At the second half of 2011. Okay? And so very specifically, I cannot have I had my text message alert to something, and I cannot have it set to that anymore because it triggers me in a bad way. It's like it is annoying, doing.
Is that the Doodle Bob?
No, no, it's not that. It's from what's the name of that fucking song? The way you shake it, I can't believe it. I ain't never seen an ass like that. The way you move it, you make my pee pee go. A doing, doing, doing. That was my alarm. That was my alert. It was just a doing, doing, doing. So I did try changing
The
it later in
actual
that year.
lyrics in the song?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Oh, hey, look, it's your base. I found it. I'm gonna be a visitor through a wall, even though that's not this base.
Oh, hello.
You know?
The rampaging Bushi. This is gonna be fucking terrifying.
Down in one. Yeah, how are you doing? Doing good? I hope you're doing good. Doing bad? I hope
Oh,
you're not.
good, I killed him. Oh my god, I got Predator Hunter finally. I defeated
Yep.
a Predator pal.
Nice work, his first one.
Yep, first one I've ever done.
Congratulations, you have earned this promotion.
I like this song.
You have earned the Chris Hansen achievement.
Oh no.
You have caught a predator.
Oh no.
Wait, no, you can't catch them.
That would have been fucking hilarious if that was the name of the achievement.
To catch a predator.
Let's see. I did try at the end of, towards the end of my whole phase, I did try to change my text message alert tone. Okay. But I changed it to, hey, beautiful, you've got a text message. Right? And my roommate's, the guy my roommate was fucking at the time. That's what I'm gonna say. Not her, the guy she was dating. I don't fucking know what the hell was going on between them, but he was most definitely cheating on his girlfriend with her. Anyways, whatever their situationship was. Okay. All I heard from her fucking closed door bedroom, why's your phone lying to you? Because it said, hey, beautiful, you've got a text message.
What a bitch.
Oh, it was the guy. The guy said that.
Guys can be bitches too.
I guess. But yeah. There's a reason that I
Equal
have,
opportunity
there's a
bitches.
reason I have like, I have problems with myself, with the way I look. Oh, geez, that
Like,
one
I
hit me
feel like-
harder than I expected it to, just now. Hold up.
If it was just like strange.
I don't know why that fucking hurt me so much. I had not thought about that in so long.
I'm sorry.
No. It's just, like, I haven't thought about that in a long time, so that hurt. Yeah, well.
Massive bitch, that guy. I feel like he might even be what is known as a shit.
A shit cunt. Oh my god. You know what? I'm gonna try to revenge is a life well lived, kind of thing.
Yeah, just think of happy thoughts of like being in a nice, amazing, incredible relationship with your trash husband, whoever that may be.
I hate this fucking cave. This fucking cave layout sucks.
Yeah, this guy is in Faybreak.
Yeah. It's just like I went to another cave and I got the same cave layout. And it's just like there's like fucking 4 nodes in this whole damn cave.
Yeah, some of them have a lot of nodes. Others are just devoid of anything. Personality, friendship, just excitement. Hey, at least you know if you get that one, you can just race to it.
It's true.
Boring.
Just don't want to get the 4, like, don't get the... What was at the end of that last cave? A Cappy. Oh, the Cappy knocked. I should have caught it, honestly, because I think I need one. Like, for the pairing, you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I only caught one. As well. I don't even think I caught it. I think I freed it. Freedom. Sportsner freedom.
I love that I can just run around and not worry about my weight. I love that I can run around and not worry about my weight.
Oh, that must be so nice.
Well, that's why I gave you the
jealous.
Reptera and the Reptera Chris, so you could do it too. For all I
have a
know,
Reptera and a
for
Reptera
all I know, it could be done now. Warren, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. It means a lot. Thank you. I don't want that noise. I don't know why I laughed like that. I was thinking because his last conversation, his last thing he said was, "You have some good music," and then I was thinking about the music that plays for the subscription, you know, and I was like, "Oh, I hope he likes that," because if not, that was a whole thought process there. I swear there was. I'm not just randomly maniacally laughing.
Oh my god, we got your money now. Fuck you.
You know what I don't have? I don't have a fucking Splatterina. Get in the fucking ball, bitch. Wow.
Thank you very much, Gordon.
Okay.
Genuinely.
Guess I'm not getting a Splatterina then, I guess. Smuggy? Jesus, wow, jealous much?
I would not be
Aw,
surprised if
thank you.
Nico cries from happiness.
I
Ever since
am...
we met, like, Pan's community, it's just like, you're all so
You
sweet.
guys are all really great. Everybody's been so fucking fantastic.
Ever since we got back into streaming, the Power World community is lovely.
Like, it was so hard to, like, get back into streaming because, like, here's what happened. So, Tristan leaves the US. I'm gonna tell you exactly. Tristan left the US. And my ex came back from his house, or his mom's
I got
house.
to meet him for like a few days, and
He smells bad. Anyways, so,
he's not a bad guy.
he's very honest. I'm
Yeah.
just dumb. Anywho, so,
We're worried about my rose-tinted glasses.
yeah, right.
Which is my spirit.
So, anyways, so Tristan leaves, in like, what, beginning of September.
September 8th.
September 8th is when he left.
I got on a plane September 8th, landed September 10th.
I made it 2 more weeks with streaming, you know. I made it 2 more weeks at that house before I was like, I can't do this anymore. My ex stinks. I don't want to be here with him. Being around him makes me uncomfortable, especially since, like, okay, so we were living together. We had been dating and then we broke up and then I started dating Tristan. But I was still living there. So basically, the reason he went to his mom's house is because I told him Tristan was coming. He's like, I don't want to hear you fucking your new boyfriend. And I'm like, wow. Okay.
That, you know, is definitely... That's just his mentality with things. He thinks that's the only purpose of a relationship.
So anyways, he wound up leaving. He comes back. And I'm just like, I don't want to be in the house. I don't want to be in the house with him, right? And, first it's really uncomfortable, you know, it feels awkward. Like, it feels like he has just turned into, like, this different person. And also, he stinks. Everything stinks in that fucking house. So,
The air was sour.
the air was sour, for real. Like, we kept that, to be fair, it was partially our fault. Because what I did before Tristan got there is, like, obviously I'm not gonna clean that fucker's room. So what I did is I closed the door and put a pillowcase underneath the door because I knew it smelled bad in there. And then I closed it. I closed it. I closed that door for 3 months over the summer. Hot as hell heat. So yeah, I left it just like that. And then when he opened it up, it's like the entire house exploded with the smell of sour. Also, I was not going to have Tristan come visit me in a house that smelled like ass. It smelled worse than Lucy does right now.
How bad does it smell?
84%.
Yeah, yeah. Like it.
It smelled at least 96% stinky. 112% stinky. Anyways, so here's the thing.
It was over 100%.
So I made it all the way. I made it 2 weeks after Tristan left. And I called my grandma. I was like, I can't do this anymore. Right? I need to leave. Can I come stay with you? Because Tristan and I had already made plans. I was going to come. Hold on. I should probably. For legal purposes, this is a joke. Okay. So Tristan and I had already made plans for me to.
Discussed it.
We'd already discussed
There were no plans set in stone.
no plans set in stone, possible discussion of me coming to Australia to visit, and if I wound up liking it, I would apply for a visa to stay.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I was like, well, since I've already sent off half my stuff to Australia with Tristan, just in case. So when I went to go visit him,
It was just all the essentials
Just
that
this-
you needed while you were here.
like, like my breakables.
Breakables and your plushies.
So, anyways, sent off half my shit to Australia with Tristan when he went back. Yeah, whatever.
All the essentials.
I just needed just for like visiting when I came to visit. I was, anyways, so I called my grandma and I was like, hey, because she'd already offered this to me too, because she knew that me and my ex had been broken up and stuff. So she'd already offered. I was like, all right.
They already assumed that like Echo was gonna
Yeah.
gonna move.
So I
out.
was like, Grandma, do you mind if I come like stay with you? Here's the thing though, is I was not gonna stream in my grandma's house. That was the whole reason I stayed living with my ex, is so I could keep streaming. But I was done. I could not stay with my ex. So it was mid-September, almost October, when I was like, okay, I can't stay here anymore. And that's when I stopped streaming, is because I was like, I can't stay here anymore. And I stopped streaming, and then I went to go stay with my mom for December. Still wasn't streaming because I had sent off all my stuff to Australia. Well, no, I hadn't at that. No, I had at that point, because I think no Thanksgiving was when I sent my shit out, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I finally
good.
sent the rest of my stuff. The only thing I had was my clothes, right? So, anyways, I had my clothes, and I went to go stay with my mom and my sisters and my dad for the rest of Christmas, or for December, because I was like, I want to spend Christmas with them before I leave for Australia to go visit. I wanted to, to go visit. So ignore the fact that I just had to bring my everything to Australia, just for comfort. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's just my comfort items,
You
like.
just need to make it feel like home. wanted you to be comfortable while you're here.
Okay, so anyways, so October passes, November passes, December passes, right? I get to Australia, and because I'm on a visitor visa, I'm not fucking that shit up, right? I can't work for the first 3 months. And because I'm on Twitch, which is monetized, that kind of work. Oh, thank you, Jenna, for the follow. Welcome in.
Oh,
What?
did the world just?
No.
Oh, I got hit by a purple ball.
Okay, so anyways, I get here, I get to Australia,
Okay.
can't work for the first 3 months. So January, February, March pass, right? And I'm like, okay, I can start working at the end of March, right? But I needed a tax file number. Took forever to get a fucking tax file number. By the time that I think I got it, it was probably like mid-April. And by that point, I think I was like really stressed out by all the life shit, that I was just like struggling to get back into it. So I think we came back May, right? Maybe May, maybe end of April, May, or something like that. We were like, it was like very intermittent. Like day
Yeah.
here, maybe we had a weekend here or something like that. But it was like really hard to stick to because it was like the stuff going on in my life now is actually pretty cool. A lot of the reason I started streaming is because like my life fucking sucked, dude. I hated like existing and I like had nothing good going for me and like I needed something that was, escape. So I didn't feel the need to escape anymore. And I was with my husband. I can just spend time with him and just lay in bed all damn day and cuddle and watch One Piece and
And all that gay shit.
all that gay shit. Yeah. So I was good. I was in a good place. And then high five.
Hello, Five.
So basically it's not that I didn't want to keep streaming. I did want to keep streaming because like I do love streaming and
This is so
it's another thing we don't want to do is we want to make a career out of it so we don't have to leave each other, right? So extra fun stuff. Hard to do. But so either way, like it wound up turning into a lot of, I mean, I guess we can play Power Wash Simulator, because we like Power
Yes.
Wash Simulator, but it wasn't like
I just didn't know what
we
to
just
do.
didn't know what to do. Like nothing had our attention caught, and we were so like dead set on like sticking to a schedule that the stuff that we were hyper fixated on, like Minecraft, we were like, oh, well, we can't play Minecraft because I want to play Minecraft all the time, right? And I don't want to stream all the time. Like we have a schedule, and we have a schedule and we want to stick to the schedule and I don't want to do a bunch of stuff off stream. So like we just need to do stream games and then this game will just be our like we can play this on our own, right? Minecraft hyperfixation dies and when that happens, my motivation for everything dies, right? Like to the point where I actually went to my doctor. I went to the doctor and I was like, I need therapy. Like seriously need therapy because I have no motivation for anything at all, right? And like I didn't even want to get out of bed. Like literally. I just sit there and like get up and sit on the computer and watch YouTube and just doom scroll and then go to bed. I wouldn't fucking do anything. And I was struggling with it. I was happy. That's not my problem. My problem is since I've been here has not been happiness.
Pure motivation.
It's pure motivation loss, and I didn't have any motivation. And I was just like, oh, because like nothing was exciting to me. Everything was just good. Everything's fine, but nothing's got my attention. Nothing's got. And then I realized I was thinking about Ark. I was thinking about Ark. I tried to play Ark. That I really was hoping that I was trying to find the new hyperfixation. But anyways, Ark wasn't working. Nothing was fucking working. And I was like, you know what I think is gonna be somebody had said something, I think it was Asami said something about how Power World update was coming. And it was like such an off comment. I didn't even think about it until I was like in bed that night or some other night. And I was thinking about Ark and I was thinking about how I was like hyper fixated on it and the things that I liked from it. And I think the only way I'm going to get that kind of satisfaction back with what I'm looking for now is if I play Power World. Right? Completely forgetting, not even thinking at the time about the fact that the update's coming out. I knew it had been mentioned. I wasn't even thinking about it. But then like as I was like doing research and looking into it as I started playing it again, I realized, oh shit, the update's coming. That's right. Okay, well let me play this, get myself caught up on what I've missed, and so that way I'll know what happens whenever or what is new. So I played it, but I played it my own time. It wasn't something I was streaming,
We had tried playing Power World before, and we enjoyed it, but that was mid Minecraft hyperfixation.
Yeah.
Just-
So it didn't really stick.
Yeah.
So but then the update dropped and we started streaming because we were just basically like, I want to play Power World. That's all I want to do. Like I found that out like while I was refreshing. While I was playing Power World to see if that was going to be my new hyperfixation, it turned into my new hyperfixation. And I was like, immediately like, I'm streaming this and I want to play it constantly. I don't want to stop playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, yeah, all right.
Hey, let's go.
And like we started playing it, we're talking, we're like, if we even become known as like the Power World streamers, I think we'll be okay with that. Because we fucking love this game, dude.
This game is amazing.
It is really incredible. I don't think it's gonna be something to where we become the Power World streamers. If we do, that's cool. But if we don't, that's fine too. Not to put you on the spot, but how did you fall in love with Aiko? Because there's a man that interests me. Oh, go, Tristan.
Okay, so another play on the. Oh, I am someone who is very dense to my own feelings, and let alone like other people's intentions. Just my own feeling. I had apathy for quite a long time because of mental health issues. Like even smiling still hurts my cheeks because I'm still not used to it.
He smiles all the time now, though.
It makes my cheeks sore.
Constant pain.
Fuck you! Stop making me happy.
Anyways, continue.
But yeah, so it basically like, so I this was off. I don't know where to start. So I initially met Aiko through a raid from someone else I was watching at the time. And I was like, oh cool, you seem cool. Follow, subscribe, let's go. So I started like just hanging out in the community a bit. And then I think at some point, you mentioned how like people were there in like Asami stream and stuff, waiting for Asami.
No, Millie.
Millie's stream. It wasn't. Yeah. How people like waiting for Millie's stream and then like.
Would be really excited waiting for Millie and her stream, and it was something that like, oh cool, welcome in, thank you so much. Do you want to be cool or fool? I'll do either one. Otherwise, I'm just gonna mix it up. Thank you for the follow.
Hey, welcome in.
Would you like to trade? And cool. I don't have anything to trade, and I don't think I've ever traded with anybody.
Trade in Power World?
Yeah, you can trade. You can go to other people's worlds with your character, like you can put in the global power box, that kind of thing.
Oh.
And you can also upload your character. I don't know how any of that works, but you know, you can do it.
Okay.
Can I upload my character? Is that how that works?
Maybe it's
Or
to
I
do
just
with
create a new world? Oh, maybe I just create like a new character in a new world, but it's part of the global power box kind of deal, maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know. Something. But no, I don't think I have anything to trade right now. No winged pals. This one doesn't have wings. But no, I don't really have anything to trade right now. It's not something that I'm super interested in at the moment either. I'm just playing with my hubby. Maybe at some point, but it's just not something I've gotten into a lot, like with this game.
Yeah, we will at some point probably.
Yeah, I think it could be interesting in the future.
But yeah, anyway, continuing story. Like, so then I started like sitting at Aiko's.
Oh yeah.
Aiko had more of a
I did have a schedule then.
a schedule, so I would know when she was going live, and I'd just be sitting in chat, just screaming her name before she went live.
It was
and
just
like, throwing shit at her.
It was great. It was great.
And then she invited me to like the.
I know. No. Before then was I might have invited you before then, but I'm pretty sure that We watched Coco together.
Yes, yes, we started watching like Aiko started doing like Discord community movie night things.
No, no. This was in the group Discord with where we were trying to learn Spanish.
Oh yes, the Spanish group Discord. Yeah, we're trying to learn Spanish.
I don't think we really cared that much about Spanish. A little bit, I guess.
I more just cared about hanging out.
Yeah, just hang out with people.
Learning Spanish was a side quest.
Aww,
Huh?
that's so nice.
Thank you.
Now I can make this.
Thank you very much. I don't hear that that often, so it scared the shit out of me.
Where are my babies?
Thank you for the support.
How is this being cooked? Where are my children?
Okay, so I can continue.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were trying to learn Spanish with that friend group. That friend group no longer exists because drama.
Look, we talked about it the other day. We could talk about it later, but not
Yeah,
right
we
now.
could talk about it later. I continue story.
Yeah.
So yeah, like started hanging out with the movies, and like I was the only one who showed up really, to any of that. Otherwise, I would just be by herself.
Yeah. I asked people if they wanted to join me in watching Coco, and Tristan was the only one that joined me.
Yeah.
He sat and watched Coco with me, and we chatted a bit, and I thought he was British.
She did think I was British, but to be fair, we didn't chat too
Yeah.
much at the start, and like I don't have a thick Australian accent.
Yeah. I told him he was going to have to put up with me singing along to the Coco songs, because I like them.
It's like, go ahead, fine, that's fine. So yeah, we started like hanging out, watching Spanish movies occasionally, and just like chatting, DMing each other, just random shit to do with Spanish. I think. I don't know.
I know, no, because you started messaging me about you started messaging me because I said that I had a hard time keep remembering to take my meds.
Yes, I started helping Aiko keep track of her meds. I was her
He was
what's
my
it-
daily meds reminder.
Your morning.
Yeah,
meds?
you were my morning meds reminder.
Yeah. and
Now he sucks at it.
I am terrible. I'm usually asleep when she wakes up with the alarm. I am horrible.
It's horrible.
I am the worst.
He used to be so much better than he is now. I don't know what happened.
I'm so abused.
He's the worst. I'm kidding. Anyways, continue.
Yeah. Then I think. I'm not sure exactly when you sent the invite. I could probably find it, but like.
Oh yeah.
You invited me to be like a person to play games with during the subathon.
It's my birthday.
Yeah, birthday debut-a-thon.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And he was like, "Hell yeah, I'll play some games with you." That's what he said. He said exactly like that.
yeah, exactly like that.
Fuck yeah, bitches. That's what he said.
But all of this was like before things really developed anymore. It was more just like we chatted occasionally. I reminded her of meds, and
Mm-hmm.
we watched some Spanish movies.
Yeah, it wasn't anything deep. I had invited a lot of people.
Yeah, there was a lot of people. Everything started accelerating when Aiko started playing ESO, and I was like, oh, I've got ESO.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. He said, "I've got ESO," and then paid for an entire year of ESO. And I'm like, oh fuck, he's down to play some ESO, which is good because my friend Kuma, he's the one that invited me. He's like, hey, you wanna play some ESO? And I'm always like, I mean, I love ESO, don't get me wrong, but you ditch me a lot.
Yeah, Kuma is like a great person, but he's like
I love my flaky friend, okay?
very flaky. Yeah,
My flaky friend.
very flaky, but very friend, very good.
He's
Very
he's
nice.
awesome. He's amazing, but he's flaky as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Tell him that to his face,
Tell
too.
us, Dick, he's getting stuck on
I do tell him that to his face. I want you guys to know I'm not talking shit about him behind his back. I tell shit about him to his face, too.
He knows he's flaky. He's tried working on it, but to no avail. I mean, he got better with it with 7 days.
Mm-hmm. He's not very good at, like, starting stuff. He's more of, like, he'll go along with other people.
Yeah, yeah. Then we just most things started developing and happening when we started playing ESO and being
Mhm.
friends. I didn't know my own emotions because I don't.
I'm gonna tell you what he said to me. He said this to me, okay? He said all the time, like, it was just constant. Like, I think he just, like, was really fucking happy. And so he's just like, I just love hanging out with you. I just love playing this game with you. Oh, I'm having such a good time. I really am. And he just sounded so fucking genuine all the time. And it made me really happy, you know? Like, how can you
Hanging out with
not be
Aiko is
happy?
amazing. It still is. It's amazing. It gets even better every day. Yeah, I just as we started playing ESO and hanging out more, and it was just fun. It was really fun. I just loved hanging out with Aiko. I didn't realize any feelings until after she confessed.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tell him about that day. Tell him about what you were gonna do that night.
So basically, I had like decided to start getting into like just downloaded a couple like online dating apps. Putting myself out there more because Aiko is my first relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was his first kiss.
Mhm.
We knew we were gonna get married before he kissed me.
Yeah.
Anyways, continue.
But yeah, like I was just.
It really did.
Whoa.
It really fucking did.
Sometimes it just hits that hard. Yeah, it hit very fucking hard. Like I was at that point. I find it hard to even recognize if I have a crush on anyone. I just know that sometimes I like hanging out with people, and yeah. I would say I am demisexual. I need to develop some form of friendship first before I develop feelings.
We had a good
That's what
friendship.
happened. Yeah, we became great friends, best friends. We just
Mhm.
were hanging out all the time playing ESO.
It got to the point where it was like, I didn't even want to stream without him there. You
Yeah, we
know?
started
I was
hanging
like,
out
just,
while.
I was like, yeah, just stay and chat with me. Just, oh, I got to stream, but yeah, stay and call with me. I want you here.
I think for the first couple of times I was just there, but like not really saying.
Yeah.
Uh,
Then you would just like start. It
was
slowly
that weird?
became progressing, hitting with, not hitting. What?
She slowly started hitting me.
I did. I did. And now I hit him really hard.
Yeah, but I like. She hits me in the feet. Oh my gosh, she just hit me with a back scratcher. I'm dead.
It's a very
I've
flumsy
officially
back
died.
scratcher for anybody. If I put any semblance of force behind that thing, it was gonna break.
Yeah. Yeah, it is an amazing back scratcher, but flimsy. Yeah, basically we became friends.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely no intention of
Mm-mm.
romantic anything. It was mostly just like, oh, you play ESO? I have ESO. I haven't played ESO on PC. I used to play a bunch on Xbox. I like ESO. Let's play ESO.
And it was nice because
If you have
it was like, don't get me wrong, my friend Kuma's amazing. I think he's awesome. But like, it was nice being able to play with somebody who, when they said they were gonna play, he was fucking there, and like he could also keep up. He could also, when I say he can keep up, I mean like, I was the one usually ending the gaming sessions, and that's harder for me, man.
I
Hmm.
like games.
Yeah. So like, for me, a lot of what I have issues with making friends and stuff like that is like I love playing games and I will spend fucking forever playing games, hours and hours. I don't know if you could tell. I don't know if you could tell based on our recent activities on Twitch, but
And I don't think they can.
yeah. So we
We like the game.
we like game, okay, and we will game for long time. So but normally people can't really keep up with me. Even those that are like, I'm like, oh my god, I finally have met somebody who can actually keep up with my gaming. Then it turns into like, oh, you actually fucking can't. Okay, well. I guess I was wrong, you know. And that's happened. That's happened a few times. Well, no, I lied. That's happened once.
Most of the time now, it's like if I can't keep up, it's because literal fibromyalgia fatigue. That's it.
Honestly, this motherfucker goes longer than me. I feel like that sounds very sexual.
Oh,
Oh,
whoa.
whoa. Not what I meant.
In Mexico?
Oh, whoa, in Mexico. Yeah, yeah. You said his gaming skill is there too. It's rare that is a factor. Look, it is because like if I'm gonna spend 18 hours a day fucking gaming, I also want to be able to spend time with my partner. You know, because then it turns into me playing a game for 18 fucking hours and oh wait, who the fuck are you? I forgot you existed. So then I
Or,
wind up
like,
playing it by myself.
What's happened a lot of times.
And then I
is
get
just
depressed
like,
about why am I even here? Why do I even do this? That's another reason I started
It's
streaming.
happened quite a lot of times for Aiko is just like, and even me as well, but not relationship side of things. Is they just start hanging out with other people. For me, it was like I have friends, but friends have other people they hang out with. Like I don't know their partner, but I don't have a partner to hang out with.
Until you did have a partner to hang out
I
with.
did have a.
And then your friends didn't like that very much.
No, they did not like the fact that I didn't
Kiss their ass.
prioritize them when I was extremely busy with university and visiting a whole new country
How dare you? Wow.
and hanging out with a girl.
So rude. How dare you not prioritize your friends and
Friends
make
were
them
treating me like
while you're trying to visit a new country with your first girlfriend.
girl. Oh no, 2 months is enough to destroy a friendship.
I know. How dare you prioritize being happy? Exactly. Dude, these people were like, okay, well, you know, I think it's important that we at least set up a time, at least maybe once every 2 weeks, that we get together and just hang out in a call together, not with your girlfriend, though. Specifically, not without without Aiko. And we're like, what? Why?
It's just like
I remember I was like, you know that's a weird ask, right? Because, like, you're a girl. Why are you asking to hang out with my man alone? Very specifically, without me. Are you good?
yeah, and they were always just like oh, we don't feel comfortable. Like we anxiety. We don't know Aiko that well. Well, then get to know her.
But you know, guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
Yeah.
They have anxiety with getting to know me, but I'm not allowed to have anxiety with starting a fucking D&D session with them.
She has trauma over past D&D experience.
All I literally want to do, I didn't want to. They told me that my anxiety shouldn't matter because it's them.
But because they're not like those other people when
I'm like, I don't know that though. Like, I wasn't saying no. I wasn't saying no. I specifically said, let me sit in on a few sessions so I can see how the vibe is what I said, which is a pretty common ask, I think, you know?
very common ask in D&D.
Just let me see how the group
Especially
interacts
online.
with each other. Anyways, that's the negative part of it. That was a bit of drama that we went through when he got to the States. Well, not when he got to the States. It was like a few months after he got into the States. We went through all that. And
it's just like it was an experience, and they just
one of the things I was worried about
acting as if Aiko was stealing me from them, but then they weren't saying it. They're like, "Oh no, you can hang out with Aiko," but then like,
One of the things,
Aiko,
I didn't tell you this. One of the things that worried me in the beginning of our relationship is because I had previously tried being in a relationship with somebody who had mental health problems, right? And I know you have mental health problems. I have mental health problems and stuff like that. I specifically went after my ex because he was autistic as fuck. And he didn't have any other mental health problems. You know, he wasn't bothered by shit like that. So I didn't have to worry about his. I didn't have to worry about whether or not he was happy because, like, it just wasn't a concern, really, supposedly.
yeah, supposedly.
So, anyways, I remember there was a time that when I tried being with somebody who had like depression and stuff like that and anxiety, I remember I was in a situation feeling very vulnerable and I needed to talk to somebody. And he also was in a similar situation and he told me basically, fuck off. He's dealing with his own shit, you know?
That's
So, one of the things I did worry about was how you going through an episode, how it would be, like how we would interact or if it would interfere or whatever. And
we were both going through something.
if we were both going through something at the same time. All my exes
We have.
live in Texas. Texas is a place I really love to go. 'Cause all my exes live in
It was
Texas.
like
That's why I
basically
hang my
I fell in love
hat
with
in
Aiko by
Texas.
becoming friends with her and just hanging out with her and just wanting to keep hanging out with her. Anyway, getting onto the thing that Aiko I should say what I was doing the day that Aiko confessed her feelings to me.
I am.
I got into online dating, basically had like organized my very first date with anyone. And on that day, Aiko told me that she liked me. That I don't have to feel pressure or anything. It doesn't mean
I told him very specifically,
I don't have to like her
I
too.
said, I just wanted to let you know that I have got a crush on you. And
Yeah.
I don't know what to think about it, feel about it. I don't have any expectations or want to put any expectations on you, on me. It's just a feeling that I have, is what I said. It's a feeling that I have. Like, I know you're going out on a date and I'm jealous as fuck. And, but the thing is like, I don't know, like, I don't know what to do with the information. Like, it's here, you're in Australia, I'm in America. It's not exactly like a practical thing, you know? Just I just want you to know you made a good decision. It's hard to know what's right at the time, but you took the leap and you did a good one. Aww, thank you, Horton. I appreciate it. I've been with Aiko for a while. I've seen her, so I've never seen it. Oh, yes. That is another thing, too, is like my family sees how happy I am, and his family sees how happy he is, and like his in laws love him, my in laws love me, and like that just makes it extra. Like, it's not necessary for your in laws to like you. As long as your partner likes you, that's all that really matters. But it is nice. It is nice. And I say that as someone who has never had in laws like me, ever.
I am lucky number 3.
Yeah. He's lucky number 3. I've been married twice before him. And no. And it wasn't even about the in-laws. They wound up being their own drama. Own drama there. That's a whole lot of own drama. But I have a very complicated history. Although I almost made a joke yesterday. I want to tell you what the joke I almost made last night, but then I forgot to make it. So I want to tell you now, okay?
Oh.
I said, shit, we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary. It's time for me to break up with you. I can't break my streak.
Basically, yeah, Aiko's previous relationships have been
Short.
short once married, long overall.
Yeah. Well, the first one was short and then short marriage. And then the second one was long relationship. Basically had to guilt him into marrying me. Basically, like, I mean, I bought my own ring and everything. Told him, okay, when you're ready, give me the ring that I bought. That's the one I want. So you can't say you don't have a ring that I'll like. And also, then I just kept badgering him about it. So, when are you gonna give me the ring? Eventually, he gave me the ring. Then we got married, and then, yeah, that was awful. That just should have
And
never
then it
happened.
changed once they build a whole relationship upon a false persona. But it's really hard to figure out if
I know, right?
someone's being true to themselves or not, because it's not difficult to hide
I've
those
been
things.
married once. That's all I need to know. That shit expensive. I'll not do it again. No, I mean the first time I got divorced. the first, I'm so sorry. So the first time I got divorced, I happened to work at a place that offered free legal as a benefit. Weirdly, it's like $8 a month for free legal. Well, I guess it wasn't free. It was $8 a month. It was basically to have a lawyer on retainer. I paid $8 a month to have a lawyer on retainer. And guess what I used that lawyer for? A fucking divorce. So that's how I did that.
Save a lot of
However,
divorce.
I did learn from that divorce that mostly what he was doing was asking me questions and filling out paperwork. And I was like, I can answer these questions myself and fill out paperwork. So I filed my own divorce the second time. And that was even easier. And that was free. So
Yeah.
the only thing I had to pay for my divorce from my second husband was the cost of papers, printing off papers and stuff. At least I can trust and you know each other now. I won't say I'm not jealous,
For wedding,
but
we
it's nice to
literally
know
got
it can
married
happen
in a
anyway. It can,
courthouse.
yeah.
Like we literally got married in a courthouse. It couldn't have been cheaper.
Yeah.
It doesn't marry. It does not matter. Like if it's an expensive flamboyant wedding, that's just you putting on a face. That does not show anything about emotions.
Still stings to walk out of the hospital and my partner got married to the Alabama guy. Nah, fuck that bitch. The thing is that they're gonna leave you while you're in the hospital. That's some extra bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's always disgusting when you hear stories of like someone getting cancer and their partner leaves them because they don't want to deal with. Oh no, you got sick with something. I wasn't prepared for you to be sick.
I'm like, was it?
It takes a vow of in sickness and in health.
I think this is kind of cool screenshot here.
But yeah, basically, Aka told me she had a crush on me when I was going on my birthday, and I was like, I need to think about this. I don't know what I feel, but I think I like you too.
Comes
And
back.
all I thought about while I was on that date was, this is nice. But I wish I was hanging out with Aiko.
Aww.
Well,
I'm
it wasn't all
glad.
it's just
That
like
makes me really happy.
the date I
Paul.
went on was fun, but it was like I wish I was hanging out with Aiko. She's amazing.
I love hanging out with Jason. Like, it is so much fucking fun. Like, I was talking to my therapist the other day, yeah, because I have a new therapist now, right? And she was like, how is your stream schedule, interfering or interacting with your relationship? And I was like, are you kidding me? You think I'm doing this shit by myself? I was like, he's right there along with me. I get to play every single fucking day with my best friend. I'm happy as a clam.
It's amazing.
True love that nothing matters and I'll be
love,
together no matter what happens,
I
honestly.
love this one.
Yeah.
I'll marry her again.
No, like the fact that I was able to move across the world and my family is nothing but happy for me. Like
I'm finished.
that's a shut up.
Cobra, bitch.
Basically, like it's just like my family is the kind of people who are like they will make their feelings known if they do not agree with something.
Oh yeah, they're very They might not make it known to the person directly, but they make it known to everyone else that's relevant.
Mm-hmm.
They're a very they're a very gossipy family.
They're very gossipy, yes, for sure.
They love sharing tea. King Cobra in the bedroom. Yeah, I'm built like a king cobra. I got those frills. Makes it sound like I'm wearing something really close.
I'm picturing you looking like the Rouge.
You're welcome, Morton.
So you guys know what the Rouge looks like. This is what I'm picturing, okay? This guy. Hold on, let me get him out.
Yeah, it
Wait,
genuinely
don't
is just. I
fucking
love
go
spending every single moment with Black Oak.
No, come back.
Apparently, for some people, that's offensive, but fuck them.
Are you transporting? Whatever. Alright. What team do I want? Do you want to go fight the boss?
Which boss?
Favorite.
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Trying to choose this party. Do I want to use the Anubis Sekhmet Destroyer group, or the Alpha Egg Party, or the regular Egg Party? I don't think I should bring the mining team because Rio is not in that group.
You can probably kill the boss yourself. Pew pew. Just take Boom.
Oh, Boom is in every party.
I'm gonna learn from the Peacock Spy to distract me by shaking hands.
There you go. Exactly. Oh my god, so there's this guy on YouTube. It's fucking hilarious. He just his entire channel is doing bird mating dances in front of his wife. It is so fucking funny. I need to pull this shit up. I need you guys to understand, okay, how fucking hilarious this is. Come on, YouTube. Really? You're gonna take fucking forever to load. Go ahead.
Just became best friends with Aiko, and then feelings happened after. Or just along the way, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly when feelings started happening because I don't know.
Okay, here's one. I found one. There's lots of them. Apparently, it's not just one guy. There's lots of them. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up.
But I can pinpoint the moment I was like, yeah, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with her.
Okay, you guys ready? If guys flirted like birds, you guys fucking ready for this shit?
Let's go. Subtle.
That's how you need to get people's attention. Big sticks. Why didn't you give me a big stick, babe? Oh, wait.
Oh. Becky didn't like my tail.
Okay, I'm going to another one. Becky didn't like my tail. Oh no, this one's a good one. What is this? Who is this guy? I want to see what his name is. Is it TikTok? I swear, I need to figure who this is. I need to know. Who is this guy? Is this the guy? It's not Dreamy Cuts. Dreamy Cuts is just cuts, yeah?
Brody bro, I'm
No,
happy for you. Thank you.
give me more
Thank you, bro.
birds.
Yeah, like when feelings develop, that don't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. I like don't go into things feeling entitled.
Rest of the
Don't.
place was
Not,
playing these also scares me.
no
so
one
much.
owes you any feelings.
Oh, jeez. I have a question. Guys. Is anybody in the chat over 30? And if so, am I the only one who's like super into birds recently?
Birds for some reason exploded in popularity. They did. There's like
Oh,
a
okay.
whole resurgence
I feel like you
of
answered that so fast, Five.
Yeah, they really did explode in popularity.
Because all of us are in our
Bird
30s now. We
on
should
the menu, boys.
dancing like a bird. No, to the birds, you know, you need to get on the right track, man. Go fucking look at the birds. You don't even fucking know. I'm gonna say something right now about the birds, okay? Maybe if I was still in the US, I wouldn't care as much. But I'm in Australia. There are so many fucking pretty birds here. There's so many pretty birds here.
America is lots of different shades of brown. Yeah, maybe a blue and a red one occasionally.
Oh. The magpie is a kind-hearted bird. Yeah, I tried to feed them, but they don't want to be near me.
It takes a while. It takes a while.
And then I stopped feeding them, so that's probably why they're mad.
Probably
Practice the bird dance to riz up another bird. Let's see. Then there's this guy's with an ostrich. Hold on, I'm trying. Practicing my bird dance to riz up. Okay. I love these so much.
Blue jays are awesome. Oh no.
Oh, I think they're pretty though.
Pretty.
I love these. These are so great. Okay, if you want to tickle me, not tickle me. That sounded weird. Don't tickle me. If you want to make me laugh, just like send me pictures of people dancing like birds. Just not birds dancing specifically, but also like if you have the people dancing like birds and in the video is also birds dancing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like this. Or
Yeah.
I need another one. Hold on. I know we're supposed to be playing Power World right now. This is kind of related. Bird dance for apple, right?
No, I steal all lines.
Okay.
The cocaine's all mine. I steal it all. All those lines.
I don't get it. Is he sponsored by Apple? I don't get it. Anyways, this guy's the best so far. Anyways, how you guys doing? Pretty assholes. Hey, don't steal my line, Tristan. What did you say?
Horton said Blue Jays are assholes though.
Yeah.
I said the assholes.
Yeah.
Exactly what I said.
Okay. Oh. Why are they not picking up the fucking honey? This is why we're making less cake.
Because you're not singing the song. Sugar. Oh, honey.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open this back up to ingredients, but this first one has to be salad.
The sad Panic ended her stream early, but you're genuine and entertaining. Oh, did Panic have
Oh,
an early stream today? I hope she's okay.
oh, is she doing okay? I thought she took the day off.
Oh, was this the last time you, like, when you were introduced to us? She did have a bit of an early stream because she had to go shopping.
Because who was it I saw today was Eric. I saw Eric today. He stopped by and said a mutual friend recommended.
Yeah.
And that was really sweet to find out that Pan recommended us. Because apparently they're taking a couple days off, which is fucking good. We just had to do that the past couple days because we were dying. And by we were
the first day
dying,
was just like low energy,
and I had therapy session, yeah.
Yeah, so we're just like, yeah, we'll take this.
She was tired still. She tries to match your time for streaming. She totally loves you both. Aw, please don't.
No,
We
please
are
don't.
so irresponsible. Why did I think I was gonna go to this cave? That's not gonna help me.
She doesn't have to match our time.
No, please don't. Please don't. We're so irresponsible. Okay. Like,
We are going to have health issues.
we are seriously going to have health issues. I already went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, you need to stop eating food. And I'm like, no, I love food.
No grape.
No grapes. He said grapes have too much sugar. Ugh.
To be fair, it's not wrong for the.
You know what, Pan, then she'll have health issues too. So, we'll just all have health issues together.
Let's go. We'll all hang out in the hospital.
I'm kind of curious
I-
how old everybody is. Because I don't even know, man.
I don't know how old they are. They're married. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're married. I've been married 3 times. I got married at all 3 different ages. That doesn't mean anything. Do you know how old they are? I don't know how old they are. I'm just curious because I want to see if she's more up to it than me. I want to see if she's okay with the health issues. Dan's 33 and I'm with her. Okay. I think we're about on the same page then because I'm 36. I'm 3 years older than her. So,
I'm 27. Gaga, motherfucker.
oh my god, shut up. No, absolutely not. Shutting that shit down now, sir.
No.
Shutting down for what?
One thing that probably also helped with me, like in Aiko, is that she is a very
Look.
in her own emotions and she's just very like what?
I robbed the cradle. Look. Look.
She's not robbing the cradle. As I said to Aiko in the past, I'm a cougar hunter.
He's a cougar hunter.
Meow. Wait, no, that's your line.
Meow.
Bang. It's mostly just like a maturity level thing. I had absolutely zero interest throughout like school or any of that in anyone my own age. Certain life events happened that probably didn't help, but
Oh, yeah.
just everyone was just incredibly childish and
Hello?
just fake. And we
Stop
had
trying to sell me this dog.
No, buy dog.
I don't want that dog. Get out of my...
doggy
Fine,
for
I'll
me.
buy the dog. Fine.
They're all on black.
I bought the dog.
Doggy. Yippee.
He'll go away now.
It's just like yeah, it's mostly just we could have in-depth conversations on incredibly serious topics and
Yep, yep, yep,
just like have productive, healthy conversations as friends.
Mm-hmm.
And then that just only developed more as we start.
That was one of the big things is actually being able to carry on full-fledged fucking conversations. It's not like
Only
it's not a
children
crazy age
want to
gap. Your ex
involve.
was 14 years young.
Only children want to avoid like serious conversations that.
He's like a foot taller than me, and he has a fucking huge beard. Okay, like visually, I don't. I mean, like if he shaved, he'd probably look like a baby. But he's got a big beard, so it covers up the baby phase. The big thing that gives away the baby phase is he's just a goober.
Visually, you fell for his ass. Don't lie.
I was streaming one day when I did say I think there's a clip somewhere out there that says that I don't get to see enough of Tristan's butt. And I did, because I said I did not have enough butt pictures.
She likes my butt.
Yeah, then I.
Pervert. She calls me a pervert.
You are a pervert. You know that.
I just love you.
I know, I get to see it all the
entirely.
time. I get to grab it when he walks up the stairs. It's awesome. What? He's shaking his head at me. What?
Pervert.
Yep.
Yeah, now you don't need pictures.
He goes commando all the time. It's like a special feeling, you know. Grabbing his butt.
I'm in pajamas the majority of the time, and I like never have really worn underwear while in pajamas.
So grabbing his butt's nice. It's got a nice butt. Don't judge me. I like what I like. Leave me alone.
But yeah, it's just like interesting. Whatever she does to you, it's worth it.
Good, because when you have that chunk taken out of your ass, that's gonna be worth it, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll wear that scar like a badge of honor.
He's like, ow. He whines. He whines when I bite him.
That's because it hurts. But yeah, it's just like yeah. We might be silly and goofy, but we can have important.
Oh no, I have the Dynamop here, babe.
Oh, where? Here.
In my thing here. I'm gonna make sure not to chew it up.
Okay. Like my ass.
What? Oh yeah. Slayer silly goofy tree. It really is though.
Exactly.
It's nice. I've never felt anxious around him. Like, never fucking felt anxious around him. Which is a big thing for me, because anxiety is a big thing. I mean, maybe like in the beginning or something like that, before like I'd send pictures, that's what I was anxious about. But before he saw me.
Echo's a cutie.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm a VTuber. Okay, showing people my face is not exactly my favorite thing in the world.
She's cute. She's all mine.
Octavia's seen me. A few people in the community have seen me.
Yeah.
But it's just when I'm like feeling myself, which does not happen like ever.
I love everything about Ica.
Yay.
Every single thing.
Yay. Super gay.
Yeah.
I gotta okay. I got distracted by. I know that we're supposed to be doing the boss, but I got distracted.
Boss? Oh yeah, yeah.
Bjorn. Wear that badge of honor, Tristan. Not many people get that in their life.
Not many people get a chunk taken out of their heads. Honestly. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if Jock gets a chunk taken out of his ass by his dog.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say Ashley.
I have no idea what their preference is. They can do whatever they want at
whoa.
any time.
I'm going to have the strongest fucking duelist Nox ever.
Thank you.
Thank you, Horton. I appreciate that.
I have genuinely never been happier in life. It's not even close.
Let's see.
Before I met Aiko, the happiest on a scale out of like 1 to 10 I would have gotten is like a 4.
I've had a lot of happy moments, and I'd still say that my happiest moment has been with you, babe. Like, to the point. Okay, so I gotta tell you guys something, okay? When we started dating, I started waking myself up in the morning. Like, you know how sometimes you'll wake yourself up snoring? I started waking myself up humming.
Mm-hmm.
I
You're still
would
bad.
just be singing in my sleep because I was
I'm
just
not
so
sure about the
happy.
waking yourself up humming part, but she does hum in her sleep.
Aw,
Regularly
thanks,
hums in her
Lucy.
sleep.
I'm so fucking close. I'm so fucking close. Come on. No. Baby.
Oh, that's actually a good perspective. You are waking up happy right away. Yeah. Yeah, she wakes up happy, humming.
That was easy.
Sometimes if I roll over and like bump her and like rouse her awake a little bit, she will like. Aiko's a very drowsy kisser.
Oh.
She gets all very kissy when she's
Shut up. Shut up. I don't do that.
Oh no, not at all. Yeah, no. I make sure not to,
Shut up.
She's totally shy about it.
No.
She's so cute.
Oh my god, you guys are so gay.
I mean, she is happy, but doesn't know how to express it. So she just says gay. Don't worry, I can translate. I understand my wife. So cute, my precious.
Oh my lord.
Man, it's your fault. You decided to steal my heart, so you gotta deal with it,
Oh my
son.
god. This is too much. This is too much.
Get loved on.
Mm. Let's go fight balls.
I will accept that. I will not accept any of the others, though. Cool,
I
cool. You didn't got
love
that. Yeah, yeah, I'll accept
fully
that.
up now? What do you mean? Oh, awake? Have you been trying to wake up? Have you been trying to wake up this whole time, Lucy? Alexa, what time is it in the UK? Fair enough. Can't even get on to you about that. That's fine. That's about the time I wake up. Things happening later, I can tell. I'll stop now if y'all have each other to the fullest. Oh, Tristan. Boss.
Boss is uh oh, not that team. Okay. What about this team?
He's not hard.
I
I've got
I
Ryuma.
want-
He's fire. He's fire. Boss ice. We good.
No good, Tristan, but I can't. I'm distracted by how much I love my wife.
Oh my gosh, babe.
I'm here. Hello.
You know I love it, but it's a little much right now. Okay, this conversation's been going on long enough. Okay, let's go. Ooh.
In and out of being awake and asleep.
Mostly because it's not me. I'd listen to it all the time, whatever, and I do. And whenever we're not streaming and stuff like that, he'll sit there and go on and on and on. Thing is like I do have to understand and respect other people's comfort level, and a lot of people like they'll understand PDA and stuff like that, but if it gets to be too much, it can make some people uncomfortable, and I don't want to do that.
Got a couple of people.
And if it's gotten to the point where like I'm starting to physically blush, I know there's people who are like, ugh. I was like, I started shooting your Celis there, my bad.
My dear is not a bestigger.
I was confused. I thought for some reason he'd somehow turned into a Celis there, and I was like, the fuck? Yep. He has the ability to turn into a deer. You guys are similar colors. Yeah, this is on Fabric. Fun fact, we have never done the Sunreach boss.
Yeah, we've been to the World Tree, but you don't need to do the Sky Island to get to the World Tree. You don't even need to do any boss to get to the World Tree. You just need to fight
Yeah.
Anthelus.
You know what I could do now?
Upgrade the hatching pods.
Yes. I'm so
Mhm.
excited.
Oh my
The
god,
fuck
look.
am I? I'm not going in there. No, because it'll show up on my map. I don't wanna.
I'm happy with just this one.
No, I don't want that one. Can you do me a favor? Can you stay where you come out at so I can fly to you? Because I know there's a
Yeah.
quest there.
It's literally just by your house.
Is it?
Yeah. Hey, look, I've already disabled 3 of the 6.
Is it that one by my house for real?
It's across. It's a different island,
okay.
but it's like I can see your house staring at it. Right there.
Okay. I'll be there in a moment.
It's time now.
I'm not gonna make you just stand there.
I'm gonna catch this leaf.
Go ahead, catch the leaf out.
Got home.
Oh, it's near the watchtower.
It is. Why do I keep having pals break out of like 80%?
I like that this is when we're supposed to get here, but I already have a house.
What's this house doing here? I've never seen this structure before. Why is it in my guild?
I actually have a house marker on my map, but it's for you.
It's in my house?
No, it's for if you decide to build here. I found a pretty location for you.
Oh.
Where are you?
Up. I'm up.
Oh, hi.
Wow, there's not a filter to disable the fast travel things. Yeah. Person just here. I actually got good stats. Let's catch.
Are you a service dweller? Yeah. Why are you saying it? Why are you saying it look like that? Oh my god.
How goes my? Oh, that's how it goes.
Okay, well, I should let you know I already did that. It won't be easy, but I'm rooting for you. It says shut down all the barriers power sources. 6 out of 6. Done. Now what?
Talk to him again? I don't know.
I don't know who to talk to now. Where's the quest take me? There's no quest location. Oh no, did I break it? What? Okay. Now hear me out. Okay.
Yeah.
What if I already did? Okay, I'm gonna like.
I know what happened if you already did it at that.
Well, I'm gonna go where I know I should go, I think. Where I think I should go.
Up to the tower.
Kind of. It's like across the tower. Remember, we'd stand there and we had to like watch her. What, like nearish where you are, I guess, kind of, but like on the level of the tower, but
Yeah.
not the tower. But technically speaking, it has already been removed. We don't really need to talk to anybody else.
You literally can just go in and do the tower whenever you want.
Yeah,
I still need to
but I do want the quest.
do it on my end.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Oh, are you have to actually do the things? Is it not? Is the tornado still here for you?
yeah, I still got 3 left.
Oh shoot! All
The
right,
tornado is client side.
where was it? Was it over there? Is that where it is? It's one of these areas that's like almost nothing. I think it's a spot.
Yes, we have done a lot of breeding in this game.
Yes.
Literally, like the past 4 streams or more have been like entirely breeding.
In the last 2 days have been entirely breeding too. So basically, I'm getting a bunch of giant souls by breeding Agadrons. I'll show you.
Adragon.
Adragon,
Dragon.
Agadragon. This guy. Right? I'm breeding a metric fuck ton of these. Why? Because their drops, his drops is, if you see over there, it's thermal core and a giant pal soul. Right? Those are the drops. However,
And they're guaranteed.
those are guaranteed. So I breed them, and then I have the parents have lavish hospitality, which increases the drops by 100%, and service minded, which increases the drops even further by 50%. And then I breed them, and then I stick them in the PAL disassembly chamber. And then I get lots of giant souls. Now, what do I need the giant souls for? Obviously, so I can build the world's most fucking powerful. Hold on. I will find them. Duelith Noct Army. They're almost done, you know.
Yeah, they are almost done.
They're so fucking close. I don't know where I'm at.
Yes,
Yeah.
you want to avoid alpha pals for
For that one, yeah. So you don't want to use the bronze cherry I'm picking up.
If you do alpha pals, you get like the ancient technology stuff, and then like precious organs or plumes or whatever materials that the alpha.
Like, what do you want me to do?
But it's good to disassemble alphas if you're after schematics. Some boss drop schematics are good. If you're wondering about Pell combinations, Pell DB.
Mm-hmm.
Go there, look up their breeding section, and you can literally list what pals you have, and they'll be able to tell you what combinations you need, and like how many, and how to make them, and everything. If you are wanting to min-max, then
Use certain pals for breeding. I mean, sometimes it's specific and sometimes it's general. Like I use Lulu a lot because she's just stuck in there and she has everything that I want on her. So if I'm breeding a pal for like base stuff, I'll try and find somebody who already has all the base stuff on there. Did you just do this house, babe? Can I come with you? Like, how many of these things you got left? One. Let me come with you.
the one I have left is on the bottom middle island.
Okay. Because I need to... I'm wondering and hoping that if I'm around you while you do it, maybe it'll trigger. No.
Maybe. Do you use certain pals for breeding? I mean, like for your party?
This is Celine. Celine, my current Celine has Eternal Engine and Swift, right? She does not come with this natively. I had to breed a Yakumo, and a Yakumo will get you. You said, okay, is that where you are right now?
Yeah, I'm heading towards it.
Okay.
I haven't done it, but
Okay.
I'm heading out of it.
So a Yakumo, whenever you catch something with the Yakumo out, it has a chance of passing on its passives to whatever it is that you caught. So I bred a Yakumo to have Eternal Engine and Swift so that I could catch a Celine and breed them together, because the only thing you can breed with breed to get a Celine is another Celine. So I had to tame Celines so that I could, I had to tame Celine. So let's make sure. Okay, cool. So that,
Is there certain pals that help with breed? Okay, continue. Can you allow?
oh, the Grintail, yeah, gives you 2 eggs, and then the,
Bronze
Cherry will give you more eggs. And then, what's it called? Dynamoth decreases the amount of time it takes. And then there's a legendary passive called Babysitter, and that also helps.
Yes. Dynamoth you want in your base.
Yeah.
Braloha you want in your base as well.
Oh, yep. Braloha is also great.
Braloha speeds up the time it takes for them to make eggs. Oh, yeah.
And Dynamoth speeds up the time it takes to hatch them.
Yeah.
Babe, where are you? Oh. No, but I'm hoping that by you doing it will help me.
Braloha, yeah, it's
Nope, because I already have 6 out of 6. Does it just say shut down all power sources 6 out of 6?
Let's see. Report to the client.
Okay, I'll go report to the client too, but I don't know who the client is, so I'll just follow you.
Our client is the one we talked to just before.
Did I have just talked to the person twice?
You might have to, like, relogin might fix it? I don't know.
Maybe. I'll try relogging. Wait for me.
I'm gonna make my way over to him, but best way to do that is get to it. Fast travel. It's over this way.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one. He's so sweet. I've literally given him a really awesome task at my base. His task is do nothing but look awesome. That's his entire job.
If you're wondering where to get a Braloha, it's in the desert. Or you can
Breed one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so confused as to what the fuck was on my pants. I stole Tristan's pants. And I love them and they're very comfortable. And now these pants are mine.
The Star Wars one? Yeah, you can have them.
Auror's pants. We can share them.
In my clothes.
They're so comfy. Shut down all the barriers. Powers. No, no, didn't work. Okay, where are you headed?
I'm trying to find this Lucky. The Lucky around here, but because of the music, I can't quite tell which direction. This way?
Is it a fish?
No, it's not a fish. It's definitely a Lucky Pal. It's somewhere over here.
I will help.
Oh yeah, it's down there. It's a Gloomy Primo.
Oh, I see.
Gloomy Primo.
Oh, it's so cute.
You want it?
It's awakened.
She awakened too.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get your ass in my ball.
And then you have to hit her.
Nope, nope, nope. Shit. Oh, no!
No, what happened?
I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that I forgot to put on my glasses.
Oh no.
No, I'm so mad.
Well, let's pass it up.
I wasn't thinking.
No.
Where'd I go?
As per usual with any
Did you get your depresso up here?
The press stuff? Yeah, I've got all of them.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
I want you guys to know something, how much breeding he's been doing. You ready? Are you ready for this shit? Okay, Tristan, come here. Where are you at? I just saw you. Where the fuck did you go? Oh, there you are. Okay. Tristan has not used a flyer this entire time. He has navigated these entire Sky Islands with this dude.
Yeah.
Because he's been doing so much breed. Oh, bruh. Tristan, are you good?
Hmm?
Are you good, babe?
Are you good? You're not even on your mount. I don't even know where you
You're
are.
in your mount.
Well, you don't exist. Where are you?
I am Celine. What do you mean?
Oh my god, I'm getting fired by Celine. I'm married to Celine.
But yeah, this is what he's navigating around. This is not a flyer, but I do want you to see what it can do. So go for it. Show him Sky
Yeah,
Mark.
it's got Sky March. I can double jump in the air.
So whenever you're running to get across.
1, 2, 3. She is Celine. Or are you specifically the moon?
I am the moon.
You are the moon attached to Celine.
Oh my god,
You
isn't there
agree.
like an anime where some girl turns into the moon?
Probably.
Isn't somebody's girlfriend turns into the moon?
Oh yes, Avatar. She did. Indeed does turn into the moon. Avatar got given the honorary anime status.
Become one with the mountain. Exactly. Alright, now I don't know where the fuck I'm going, so I'm just gonna go here.
Hi, Whipper.
I'm Sailor Moon, yes. Exactly.
On a piss on the moon, Eggman.
What the fuck?
What a quote. I've been playing too much. Oh no, poor Whipper. How's
I
your
don't know.
brain
I
doing?
can't even say poor Whipper. He does it to his damn self.
It's an addiction. Competitive games are an addiction.
Are they?
Poor Whipper is addicted.
Oh no. Oh
As a former competitive
no.
game player that still sometimes plays competitive shooters.
Get forced to play this. Who forces you? I need to know. I'll kick their
Your
ass.
own brain, it needs the dopamine.
I'll kick their
and the
ass.
Dopamine only happens from winning.
It won't be easy, but I'm rooting for you. Good luck. My quest is to shut down all the barriers, power sources. I did! I did!
What happens if you shut down all the Sky Island power sources? Getting the best.
Like, this is the one fucking boss I haven't done. You think
Uh,
Hot Topic Shadow was funny in them? Oh, really? Oh, I don't know.
Basically, it's it caused a tracking bug 1 week ago.
Tristan, we're so cool. Hold on, look at a picture of us. Together. So cool.
Okay, so it'll progress if you just do the tower, but you might miss cutscene.
Wait, come back! I was trying to take a picture, you turd.
Oh. Well, no.
Now I have to reposition everything. Stay
Okay.
there. Okay, there's a rock in my way, so if you could just like... Nah, I need you to not face that way. I need you to face your face forward. No, put your face forward. There you go. Nope. Hold on. You'll like
Right,
me. Here you go. Okay. Okay, Dad.
Yippee! Yeah, we just go to the tower. You might miss cutscene dialogue.
Okay, well, I mean, I've seen all the cutscene dialogue up until the defeat the boss bitch, so, I mean, I think I'm alright.
It might be as you go into. I don't know. Okay, so I don't even have. Okay, that's gonna be interesting to get to it. I know how to.
Okay, good luck. I want to see what happens. How do you think I feel getting cucked by a hedgehog? What the fuck?
Dude, what the fuck?
I'm waiting. That was a 70-inch plasma TV. I have seen the bitches love cannons thing. I think I did see a little bit of that, I forgot what they're called. God damn it. The thing like Nunpeas, what is it called? The Abridged series? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I saw a bit of that. I did see all of it. I did see some of it. It was really funny.
yeah. So this is gonna be interesting getting up to the main Sky Island without flyer, or it's possible.
I believe in you. Wait, where are you going? Where are you starting from?
Underneath it.
Underneath it. Oh my. Well, there is a shrine. There is a shrine, babe. Here. I don't know if this is entirely helpful because it's way over here. And this is way over here. How are you planning to get here?
I need to get on my mount from here. Then jump. And then hop off and glide into this. And then this will let me climb. Climb, climb, climb!
You climbing?
I'm pretty sure you can just take a portal up to the top, but
There is a portal, not to this top. I don't think. Where are you climbing at?
I'm climbing below.
The vines?
I will be climbing.
Oh,
the
I
vines.
see.
I'm
Okay,
not
okay.
at the vines yet.
I see you. I see you. Okay.
Go up this rock to then be able to glide over to the vines.
Seeing what he's doing, this is his process.
I can make that.
Okay.
Okay, and then from here, shimmer my mount.
Okay.
Uh,
He's been doing all of this. He's in the fucking Skylands, right? He's been doing all of this with no flyer.
stupid bit. Let me. There we go. And then that was definitely excessive.
Yeah, I feel that.
I can get on the vines now. There we go, and I'll be able to get up to the top from here.
Will you?
Yeah. I don't have to worry about stamina anymore. Effigies are very important when you don't have the ability to fly.
That's true.
by choice. I've got like the Frostelian knocked and got it saddled. And I was like, that's gonna be my first flyer, and then I chose not to make it. Sometimes it just kicks you off climbing.
Okay.
Just got a deal. Yeah. And then from
Your
here,
Celestia fell.
that's okay. Celestia can swim. Go over here, and then over here, and then I keep climbing up. No, I just went through that.
I did see that.
I'm having Swedish meatballs for breakfast. Oh,
That sounds
I don't
nice.
know what the difference between regular meatballs and Swedish meatballs are.
Ones are from Sweden, obviously.
Yay, I thought they were from IKEA.
I mean, there are also Swedish meatballs at IKEA because IKEA is Swedish.
No, it's specifically IKEA.
Actually, 5, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that bangers are sausages.
Yeah, bangers are sausages.
Sorry, I don't know the
Yes,
thing.
bangers are mash. Okay, this is gonna be our first time doing this tower.
It will be the first time us doing this tower. Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
If I'm not mistaken, I do believe that
Let's see
her...
if we get cutscene. I do love sausages. Yeah, no wonder that one was confused.
Okay, so this one... Okay, this is a dragon one.
And a cutscene.
I'm in it too.
Oh no, Tay.
I've seen this.
You've seen it?
Yeah, because it's in the trailer.
Oh. Oh, it is, yeah.
This is what I don't see. But we know this guy. I've seen this pictures.
Ooh, dragon.
Banger and Mash or Netflix.
Banger and Mash. Oh, Netflix and chill.
That's funny. Yeah, this is Ori. Xiaolong.
How long?
Xiaolong is very long. Oh shit. Go ahead.
How long after all, not how short.
Why am I? Oh shit! I didn't mean to ride. My bad. Good. Fuck him up. All right. I forgot I could shoot. I got excited. I just shot my fucking. I forgot to shot my fucking bitch. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Celine. My bad. Why am I not hitting shit, man?
No, don't hit my Celestia. It's weak to damage.
It's weak to damage. It's weak to being hit.
It's weak to dying.
Stop looking at me!
Oh my god.
I'm
water.
drowning!
Whoa. Now we're on these little islands. Oh, cool.
Where'd she go? Where'd she go?
I don't know where she is, but a dragon's flying around like crazy.
I'm glad that I chose Celine for this shit. She's fucking maxed out too, so.
Celestia, you can't swim.
No. Fuck off. Get out of here.
No! Stop hitting me!
Oh, no.
Celine!
Celine, if you die, I'm gonna be very upset at you. For dying, you know. She's level 80 boss. Shit.
I made it whirlpool. Oh, we're going down?
Oh shit,
We're going
shit,
down.
shit, shit. I'm taking damage, taking damage. Oh shit, that hurt. Celine's dead. Okay, fuck.
I'm glad I put my Celestia. Suppose I should help. Die, bitch, die.
Okay, that's a lot better. To be fair, like, she was built for stamina and speed, not fighting.
Celestia is somewhat okay with that. And I actually got the final hit. Defeat Ori and Xiaolong, we did it!
Nice. I don't know why I
Yes, that is indeed a Viva La Dirt League reference. It is Aiko's current tick.
Holy Nova!
Being born
I
with
love it
divine
so
all life
much.
and creation.
I'm so glad you get it. That makes me so happy. No. I'm just gonna say something to you, Lucy. When you say, wait, her? Woman! When you say that, when you get like that excited to see a woman boss, I'm just gonna say it does make you seem a little. What's the word I'm looking for?
Feet spotted another peak character. Lucy, are you desperate?
It does
Are you
feel a
a
little
desperate
desperate.
housewife?
Okay. I don't
Do you have a report to the client?
Huh?
What's your quest?
talk to Ori.
Oh, so you skip? Oh, okay, because okay, I see how. Okay, so it's updated even further. I have report to the client.
Well, Ori's like 60 meters down here, so I get to skip that part. Whee!
Okay, I will tell you my dialogue when I go back.
Okay, it's fine. Sup, bitch?
You got a Celestia knocked out of a mutated X?
Incel! That's the word I was
Ooh.
looking for. Thank you. Lucy gets it.
Isn't that a banned term on Twitch or something?
No, clearly not. I didn't have to do anything.
No, I meant like the streamers can get banned for saying it.
Oh, don't ban me. He said it. I was just reading. How did I get banned? What's up?
I think it's more like calling people that can get you banned.
Oh. I just said it was giving the vibes. I wasn't calling you an incel, Lucy. Don't worry.
And me, not that. Welcome back. Was Lady Ori happy with? Oh, I don't know. I skipped that by accident. Hang on. Oh, good. Are you able to talk to her? If not, you should go and see her again. If you're the person you've been waiting for, then she must have a lot she wants to tell you. Thanks for doing all this. I see that sparkle in your eyes. I can tell that your journey's not over. I'll still be rooting for you here. Good luck. So basically, she told me, "Oh, you beat that bitch? Nice. Did you talk to her? No? Okay, go talk to her."
Ah, there you are. You sure put up a hell of a fight. How long has it been since I found someone who could actually put me to the test? It's been so long. Our battle had me practically tingling with excitement. Tell me, what's your name? Aiko, huh? It suits you. That's weird. Well, Aiko, let's get right to business. Why so surprised? You're a worthy opponent, and a fine contest of strength deserves a deep conversation afterwards, wouldn't you agree? I mean, so long as the contest isn't proof fatal. Pushes her off. I'm just kidding. Now then, for starters, let me get a good look at your face. Yeah, yes, I see. Fine eyes, just as I expected, and plenty capable from what I've seen. Yes, she's very short.
She is.
I don't imagine she'll complain. Oh, sorry, just talking to myself. Ah, by the way, you want to go to the World Tree, correct? I can tell just by looking at you. I'd like to help you get there. It'll be convenient for me as well. Not that I intend to fly you there myself or anything, more like providing you with necessary information. Sorry, but this may take some time to explain. Come talk to me again once you're ready to hear the full story. Okay, well, I have to go put my... I will absolutely do that. Celine is dead, and I have to take care of this, okay? Look.
You have to grieve. Aiko is a normal name in this world over Tristan. True, yes. It's a lot of Japanese themed world. It's like a made by a Japanese company. Unfortunately.
Maybe that's what she'll say. Tristan, sounds like a gangster.
Why do I still have this quest to go and talk to Saya Kurosaki?
Did you never talk to Saya Kurosaki?
Nope.
I say as if that was ever a quest I had. I never had that quest.
It's the bearer of all burdens. What?
I've never had that quest. What the fuck?
Oh, it was the
Oh wait, I do
favorite
have that
shower.
quest.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, basically go talk back to the guy who gives you the favorite tower quest.
Huh.
Okay, cat Jojo. I'm gonna go hand that in. Well,
Yeah, I guess I'll go do that too.
go talk to some other woman who isn't me, Aiko says.
I know what I got. I got me a flyer. No worries, babe. I am fucking set. I've got a flyer. We're good. We're golden. We don't have to worry. Okay?
If I'm bad to the bone.
Yeah, no worries. I got me a flyer. Okay, it's just temporary. Temporary until I get Celine back, but this will do.
Where'd you fly?
No worries. Doesn't matter.
Is it Wanderer?
No.
No.
No. Obviously not. That's standards.
Oh, Wanderer's below your standards now, huh?
Wanderer's stamina's shit. To be fair, this bird's stamina's not that great either.
Oh, with little dynamo.
It is. Fly, you fat fuck! Fly! Fly, you fat fuck!
I love that video. That's so hard. Look at this.
I love him. I love him so much. I love him so much I'm going to give him to you, babe, because this is the one that's yours. Damn, babe, you good? Jesus.
No, I'm dead. I died. She's got a
Uh-huh.
death.
It is so fucking good.
T-Fant. Oh my god, I haven't caught all the T-Fants I need. I need 2 more. It's on. Oh my god, let's go.
Ah, look who's back. It took me a while. Is your head good? Jeez, turn your body. You don't have to turn your head 180 degrees to talk to me. Jesus.
I guess you're just a bit of a neck turner, huh?
Oh, I have to go back.
Now I have to talk to Ori again.
Go! It's okay by the time I get home. By the time I get home.
Don't worry.
So funny. He's trying to show off his aura. Yeah. Keep falling out of
We
this
need to
game.
awaken him. We must awaken that baby.
The dynamo?
Yeah.
I have to get another one. Well, no, I guess I can do mine. Mine's a 4-star. I don't know if it's any good, though. I guess I can always make it good. I saw a picture today. Oh my god, it was so fucking amazing. Okay, somebody had a Tantris, right? And they'd had this Tantris since, like, the fucking beginning. And they didn't care about, like, the Paltamer glasses, right? Eventually, after defeating all the bosses and everything like that, went and got some Paltamer glasses. And just to see, wound up looking at, I'm looking at their Tantris. And its stats were 0, 5, and like 1.
0, 3, 1.
Oh, 0, 3, 1.
Overestimating that tarantula.
It was like, it was so funny.
Took it all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And it did, like, its base attack was like 870 with passives.
Mm-hmm. It was really funny. Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Oh my god, still have 5 minutes. That's fine, that's fine, it's fine. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and build, unlock some new technology that we need.
Like,
Holy Nova. Oh my god, are you kidding? No, bullshit. Bullshit. Okay, I was about to fucking say. I'm heavy now. I should have got my mining team. No, this is ingots. It wouldn't have worked.
I am so slow, this food is so heavy.
No.
Why
I
am
think
looking
I'll
at
add
a
that to
joke
my
button?
bucket list. I meet the Viva La Dirt League crew. They're fucking great.
They are wonderful. The skits are amazing. We've had discussions on who our favorite is and like least favorite and things like that. They're great. They're wonderful. We hate them.
Missing. Circuit boards. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to make like a fucking 1,000 circuit boards. Get your asses over here. Where are you? Are you guys
My
taking a fucking...
head.
Are you guys taking a
My
fucking
head.
break? Get your shit together!
Get my ear soccer boards. Yes, boss. Hello, Pan.
Pan! How you doing?
How are you,
I've
Pan?
been talking about you today. We've had a lot of your friends stop by and hang out. I met Eric today. He's nice.
Keep getting recommended.
Everybody who comes over here from your channel is like amazing.
You have a wonderful community.
You really do. You built something amazing. So
We can
proud of
steal
you.
them.
We're gonna steal them, yes! I'm kidding.
Share
Share, whatever. Okay, I am on my way. I am going to destroy all of my fucking incubators finally and get the better incubators.
incubators. At the farm.
Oh lordy.
Oh lordy.
We're having our debut.
Did they tell you the thing I announced? You
I
announced?
know. I mean, I heard you were gonna take a couple days off because you needed a break, which is fucking completely understandable. Is that what you announced?
Yes, yeah, we've heard you're taking a few days off.
That's what we call healthy. We had to just do that too. We just got back today. Sorry, you guys, but Panic and Taru and Panic and Taru and Panic are she?
Oh my
Fair
god,
enough.
Panic's 2 people? Congratulations.
I'm in a community server. You both are invited, of course. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, we should do that. That sounds like fun. Absolutely. See, the thing is I would, under normal circumstances, be incredibly apprehensive of that, but I fucking adore you guys, so fucking down. I made these backwards. Don't build them. It's embarrassing. Go away. Just look at them. Do not perceive.
Raids turned off, normal gameplay. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Good, because we turned off raids for this one because it fucking sucked, dude.
One or two, okay. And then it just gets tedious.
That'd be cool.
And annoying.
Then we could have two things going on at the same time, babe. We've been talking about how we want to do more things, but all at the same time.
Let's go! Just don't show me up when you join us up. Oh my
I make
god.
no promises. Okay? Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I don't know how many people have heard. But we did think that we were playing on 1 times XP. We for sure did think that, but turns out we did not delete the world options.save file, and because of that, our gameplay settings did not update. And so we were playing on 3 times the whole time. We tried so fucking hard to slow our XP down. So it could be that we're fine and we'll level up pretty nicely, or we could just be like, oh my god, why are we leveling so slow? And grasp each other's powers to get crit passives. Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Tristan, oh my god, we're gonna have a guild and there's gonna be other guilds there too. How many okay, hold on. How many, you said normal gameplay? So like how many bases and how many bases per guild and how many pals per base? Just curious.
Oh, that.
I completely expect it to be below what we have currently.
You'll steal all the good base spots? Oh my god. Okay.
Honestly, I kind of hope somebody does steal this base spot because this is too good. It's too good and I need variety. I cannot keep building the same base in the same spot just because it's perfect, okay? I need variety. Base level 25. What's next?
We haven't actually thought about that, but we can chat about it. We're thinking a 20-person server, but if we need, we can max it to 32. Okay, okay.
Okay. Babe, let me go to my other base. Let me go to my
I
other
don't
base.
have 2 advanced chests at this
No,
base.
it's okay. Oh, you have it already?
No, I don't.
I do at my
I don't have a
workshop.
single advanced chest at this base.
I have 4 at my workshop, so we're good.
Oh, I got 2 at my breeding base, but none at my main base.
Done.
It is possible to have too many pals to the point that you lag even on like a dedicated server.
Yeah.
Advanced medicine workshop, advanced workshop.
You have that.
Yeah, got those 2. Advanced weapon assembly.
Why would we have that when we have
I
it?
had that and I deleted it a while ago.
Let's see if I can make it. Hold on.
I can make one.
I don't even think I have it unlocked. I have one. I have one weapon assembly line.
I think base 20
That's because I
would be
don't need it.
fine. Yeah, anything too
Yeah, that's true.
highly
That's fair.
overturned could cause problems with the server.
Well, here's my thing. The only reason I was like recommending like maybe more races is because like the default base count per guild is 4. And I think if we increase the 6, it could cover like everything I'd want to cover. You know, we could have your 2 base, my 2 base, raid base plus farm base.
But then we could also just have our tied together bases.
6 could do?
We could
6
make
could work?
4 work in one guild.
Yeah, we could make 4 work. But she said we could do that. 6 isn't too bad. It's not like I'm asking all the way to 10.
Yeah, and especially if you're keeping the pals at 26 should be
I
okay.
am so looking forward to seeing how fast these fuckers breed.
Okay.
Even though like it'll be way better with the ancient hatchery.
Ancient workbench.
What's the next one?
Large fishing pond.
No.
Ancient kitchen.
No.
Skill fruit orchard and ancient power generator. So we need world 3.
Yep.
Basically got everything up to world 3.
Nice. How many pals do we have at our base now? How many?
Like 46. 48.
Dang. Oh, we're
Yeah, we
very
can
close
have
to having that maxed out then.
Yeah, 35 is the max currently.
35 is the max.
Base level, yeah.
Oh, okay. And what were you at?
We're at 33.
Okay, yeah, because 50 pals is like our max and we're at 48. We have it up. We have ours up. We're not expecting it to be up on that server. In fact, we expect it to be completely back to normal. But that's the reason. Like, we don't use 50 pals in the raid. We use 20 pals in the raid.
20 pals for a raid.
Just because we think it'll be cheap and cheesy if we put 50 pals in the raid. Oh, good. I think we'll get over 25 pals might be for everyone. Yeah. I'm fine with... Oh, yeah, the base 20 for amount of pals and stuff. Oh, 20 person. I see. No. That's why, like, if you look at my babies here... My babies... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... See, this is 20 babies. This is my army. I will show you my babies, and they are wonderful, and I love them. I did put 2 extra pals at my raid base. There's currently an Iceland, and then who's supposed to be cooling this, but apparently, what, did I not give her insomnia? Oh, she's in the pool. Is she in the pool? She's not in the pool. Where's the Iceland? I think she might be invisible. Yep, there she is. Okay, so here's the Iceland. But I didn't want the Iceland to be alone, so I left a depressor with her. Okay, and then I want to show you guys.
I do imagine because of like limited base numbers, at least early on, we would be sticking together for longer than.
Oh yeah, that's
we
fine.
probably do.
That's fine.
Nightmare is trust increased to 8. It's state cute. You can have. Oh my god. I'm gonna build my base in the middle of the water in the top right corner of the map, maybe. I could. I really could.
I'm kind of curious. I don't know where I want to build. I don't want to build.
I feel like you probably just woke up.
Oh, did you just wake up?
Definitely. I don't know.
I want to show you guys my army, my babies. I love them so much.
How are you doing? That's a wonderful announcement. I need to join your Discord.
I
don't know why.
also need to join your Discord, but here's the thing. I got confused by it. Okay, I was going to. But here's the thing. Is there a reason that you and Taru have separate Discords?
Maybe different community?
Why would I thought they shared a community? That's why I was confused.
That man's again. Couldn't sleep. Oh,
Ah, poor Bean.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I have nightmares. Aiko sometimes wakes up in a panic from nightmares, and I have to comfort her to get her to go to sleep again.
Look,
She's
it
just
was
awake.
mostly that one time that I had a dream about weird, scary lizards.
Yes, that was extreme. That was like literally she didn't go to sleep again for like another 10 hours.
That was terrifying, dude. Those bitches were speedy. You had separate Discords to begin with. You thought about merging them? Oh, merging is nice. I say merging as if I didn't just already have my own and then just say, okay, cool, this is now also Tristan's. We didn't really have to merge.
I had a Discord made at the point, at a point, and
You had a
I
Discord?
just never.
You had a Discord and didn't invite me? Damn, Tristan.
It had no one in it. It was literally just like I had the Discord made, but I'd never like linked it to my channel, and also I wasn't streaming at that point. And then like,
Sure.
am I still in? Does the Discord still even exist?
I'll join both. I'll join both the Discords, and then I'll just like remove whoever winds up having to abandon their Discord. What the fuck? What have I done? How did I do this? I don't know what I've done. I don't want it to stop. How have I done this? Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows how I've done this.
I'm pretty sure I deleted that.
That was cool. You'd be there for him? I'd be there for him too if I knew he had a Discord. I didn't know. We made our own Discord. It's called Gum Gum. It's named after the fruit. The Gum Gum fruit.
The gum.
That's mine and Tristan's private Discord. We call it Gum Gum after the fruit.
Yeah.
Alright, they've got a lot more work to do, so.
But yeah, like
1, 2, 3.
I made a Discord, was going to do stuff with when I got back into streaming, but then I never got into
6,
streaming again.
7,
And then Aiko, and then Aiko was like, "Hey, I got a Discord. We're just making this our Discord." And I was like, "Okay, I guess."
I like how you think that I just fucking said, hey, we should do this instead of just doing it.
Yeah, she didn't say
I
anything.
didn't ask.
Just like,
I didn't ask
"You don't need
permission.
my permission."
I just made you a freaking administrator and was like, cool, this is his Discord now. Actually, technically speaking, it wasn't even like I made you own our kind of thing. I just gave your custom role, because you had gotten that custom role from the subathon. I just gave your custom role all of the permissions. I didn't tell you. I just told him later. I was like, he's like, oh, you should make an announcement. I was like, you do for me.
I was
Like,
"Oh,
what?
okay.
Okay.
Oh my god. What tower we have? Oh, it's regular blaze. Oh, I can't capture it because it's one of these kinds of blaze towers.
What was your title? Was it the stinkiest cutie? I think it's the stinkiest cutie.
I think so.
It's not that now. Now it's co-owner, but you were just the stinkiest cutie.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure that was it.
Stuff away. You know when you're gonna start it up? I should probably just join the fucking Discord, huh? We are not going to be able to stay up super late, so by the way, we are going to end the stream in about an hour and a half. We are warning you guys because where we would normally go for 12 to 16 hours or something like that, we actually bought a lamp and a monitor arm mount, a monitor stand thingy to lift up his monitors off the desk, and a new power brick to so that he can have his iPhone thing plugged in, because for the facial tracking and everything. Because basically he's been having to prioritize whether or not he wants to charge his phone or the iPhone, and he can't be doing that when we're going to be VTubing.
No.
So, we are debuting. Yeah, okay, 1 to 2 weeks is probably best because, like, we are going to be busy all next week. From Saturday, all next week is a subathon. We have different things going on. We're basically gonna kind of play it by ear. So there's probably gonna still be a lot of Pal World, but if I notice like there's a bunch of people in chat at some point, maybe we'll be like, "Hey, you guys want to play Jackbox?" Or maybe it's a downtime or something like that. We want to
Aw.
mix it up. We'll put we have this. This is one of the things we're doing actually. Sneak peek. This ACNH scavenger hunt. You see. And then Gardic phone is totally an option. GeoGuessr is totally an option. Things like that. But just like playing it by ear, seeing how things go, figuring out what it is people want to do, and we have it listed down how time's gonna work, because that kind of got us a little confused. Because originally, hold on, let me pull up. I need to. You guys want to see the lamp I bought? It's right there. That's the lamp. We literally left in the middle of a stream to go buy this lamp, and just put a timer on there that said, "Hey, yeah, hold on, that's not." That was that, and then we had this going to the store to buy this lamp. This was us earlier, which we did, and then we also bought a couple other things. I'm gonna show you guys the subathon stuff. Do I have a subathon timer already?
You probably have one from like your last.
Oh no, this is the test thing. Because I was like, we were talking about doing it like a cap of like 12 hours a day, but the thing is that we've been streaming for more than 12 hours a day, right? So we decided 12 hours, start with 6 hours plus the extra time. As long as streaming time goes down, if time is on clock, we have to stream a minimum of 12 hours. If there's no time on the clock, we can end whenever. Next day, add 6 hours. No more time added after day 7. On August 8th, can still add time, but not after midnight. Any time left on clock will be honored. So that's how that's gonna go. But that is because that was the wonky weird. Okay. Subathon graphic. I want the graphic, which will be updated, by the way. The only reason I'm not gonna update it right now is because you'll see why in a minute. Look, see, can't update it right now because it's a secret. Yeah, and then we're gonna have. These are our goals, model debut and 1-year wedding anniversary, followed up with a week-long subathon. And this is what we're trying to get to, basically. And if you guys want to like fully surpass that, like you see the stretch goals go to 200. If you guys want to get up to like 400 or 500, that's totally fine. we will add more goals. If we get to 200, we'll just add more goals. It's fine. And they'll get crazier. Maybe I pay for a trip back to the US just to visit, obviously. Not forever.
It's gonna be very expensive. I don't know how many subs.
1,000 subs. 1,000, maybe, I don't know. How many subs?
For both of us, probably that would be what we would need.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just you, maybe, yeah.
Well, I'm saying if they want to give us 1,000 subs, obviously, I'm not going to say no. I don't expect that, not even for a second.
No.
But yeah, so here's what adds the times. T1 sub, T2 sub, blah, blah, blah. And then we decided, like, in the future, if we ever do, like, a community Power World server, it'll have to be specifically to recurring subscribers, because it would be like, hey, you're helping pay for the server kind of deal. Oh my god, it's so tiny. It's so small.
Yeah, it'd be like a sub only.
Yeah, it'll be a sub one.
Just for financial reasons.
Otherwise-
If we could afford it, it would be open to everyone.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Those can get really fucking expensive.
Mm-hmm. Especially as you size up for more people.
And let's see. Okay. So now, I still haven't put any fucking eggs in there. What have I been doing? Oh, I was putting stuff away. That's right. Okay, I'm going to do it
You
like
know what is absolutely adorable, Melon?
Herbie.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, see? That's right. You are like you're considered what would be a recurring subscriber, yeah. Unless of course you go into your thing and like cancel it. I just mean like gift subs don't count because that's not recurring. And only one
Gift
person,
cards can go to like random people.
yeah, the most of random of people.
Sometimes even people have never even watched.
And then the only person I can think of that has a Prime sub, like I feel like Prime subs are gonna have to be very like
It will be case by case.
it'll be case by case. Like Jessie would be yes because she is like she's been subscribed with her Prime sub since she started and it's been for like over 2 years. She's been subbing with her Prime sub every month for 2 years. And she was subbing with her Prime sub when I wasn't streaming. Like it's that level, you know. I wasn't even fucking streaming and she's still making sure to come back in here with her fucking Prime sub. So, case by case. All right. Okay, let's get these guys. Jessie and Milky. I don't know if you guys haven't met Milky yet. You might have met Jessie. I don't know, but she's fucking
Jessie
amazing.
Milky has been busy with school stuff.
Yeah, he's been busy with school stuff. Totally fair. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you.
So nice. It's half the time now. The incubation.
Isn't it nice? Yeah. And with my Dynamoth, bruh. I need to give you this fluffy fat ass.
I do have some non-condensed dynamo, so I could put in my base because I bought them. Oh, I'm having some weird things.
Man, you need to breed these fucks, okay? Breed these guys, okay? Get some Agridrons, whatever the fuck they're called. Name them Mama and Papa and steal their children. This is their life. This is their life now. They have 268 cakes left. They were at over 400 last time I checked. Okay, I need you to understand. Okay, and these guys right here are breeding for
I love this is
alphas. What?
this is the adorable thing. I went to Panic's channel to like join the Discord.
Oh shit, I haven't joined it yet. I meant to go to her channel so I could join the
You're
Discord.
gonna see it. You're gonna see the adorable.
Aww. That's so sweet. That's amazing. I love that. That's amazing. Oh my god, we're at the bottom. Oh my god. Panic. Look.
I didn't see the bottom part.
Yeah. So sweet. I need to update mine. I can't be doing this. I feel like she's better than me. She's like, see, I love you more than you love me.
I completely forget about this just
I know, me
thing
too.
all the
I need
time.
to change it. Oh, God, she can't be like this, man.
I don't know how to change it. Where is it?
I don't remember. Settings, maybe stream.
Channel maybe?
No, not channels. You manage isn't here.
Channel,
Stream,
brand, schedule,
channel.
featured content. Yeah, featured content
Where is it?
in channel
Channel,
settings.
feature content. Okay. Suggested channels. Okay.
And
Pen. Mega. Okay. Add. And then.
sorry to say, but my wife will always be number one in my suggested.
Yeah, sorry. I gotta make a. I'm like trying to drag them up. And I'm like, it's not very intuitive.
I just got the what?
Okay, number 2. And there we go. Whoa. My screen looks like shit.
Oh.
Let me go back. Look at this. Look at this. What has happened here? I now have Wataru and Panic and Symphony and Wataru again. Look at it.
It's
It's
infinite.
infinite.
No, look. This is from me trying to like reorganize them.
Yeah, I see. It's like
It's stuck
Why
there.
is it? It's ghosts.
Let me see. I need to show you guys this real quick. Hold on. Is there anything on there that I need to hide? No. Okay. So like, look at this. I need to show you guys what this fucking looks like right now.
it's ghosty.
Okay. So like, here's what it looks like. I've got Wataru stuck here, his ghostly here, and then we have Panic stuck here. And then Symphony starts another YouTube or streamer that we know. And then this is this is Wataru down here again. This is from when I put them on my featured things and I was trying to rearrange them and bring them up to the top. Oh my god. It's broken. Whatever. I'm gonna refresh the page and see if it fixes it.
Don't mind me.
Eventually, I will make it to the point where I find her Discord. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll get there.
About scroll down. That the picture on the right. You can click on.
Oh, here we go. Found it.
We are all totally into you both. Sorry, I had to step away. Dog was barking. Oh my god, you didn't hear anything we said?
Oh, you missed a lot. Oh lordy.
Oh my god.
So we were in the middle of trying to join your Discord, right? So first we go to join the Discord. We click on your page, right? First thing we see at the top of the page, your thing says, "While Panic Ninja's offline, check out Tristan Heartblossom," which I think is fucking adorable.
To me, it says you, but
Really?
it doesn't.
Ah.
You already know your own channel.
So, and then I scrolled down and I noticed that you had us on the featured thingy, right? And I was like, oh my god, that's so sweet. And so I went to go add you to the featured thingy, and then and you and Taru to the featured thingy. And when I did that, I was trying to pull you guys back up to the top. And when I did that, I had like this ghostly image of you guys' names just like all across my screen. And then, of course, I had to show that because it was kind of stupid looking. And then now I just joined your Discord, so okay. Oh, this one's age restricted? What, are they all age restricted? Is it for... Is... Okay, I understand it's 18 plus, that's fine. I just want to make sure I'm avoiding any NSFW channels.
That's in the top. Should be key stuff or something. I think. I don't know.
I don't want to be in the only Kings 18 plus. I'm gonna go back. Age restricted server. Continue. Okay, I'm just gonna click continue. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna avoid. I'm gonna. I don't know if this is letting me in here, but I'm gonna mute this channel.
Hide it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide this one because I don't like other people. I'm not that I don't like. It's just like I've joined Discords and stuff like that that have. What did I do? Where did I don't know where it went. Whatever. It's gone now. Wherever it went.
And I'll
And it's for only. Oh, I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. I thought it was like, see, I don't mind like sexy jokes or something like that, but I know I joined this one Discord once who had an NSFW channel, well, specifically selfie NSFW selfies channel, right? And it got really toxic. A lot of people were angry because basically they were having a like whose dick is bigger, whose tits are bigger, who's the hottest, blah 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 kind of thing. And I'm just like, I never joined that. Everybody kept trying to get me to join in the group, right? But everybody kept coming to me, talking to me about it. I don't even understand why. Because I was specifically like, I don't want to be in that group. You might even remove it. Discord needs to clean up. We don't need to invite that energy. I mean, like, if it's like your thing, like you've got like a, like a Fansly, I think it's what it's called. If you have one of those or something like that, that's your thing. I'm not gonna go to your Fansly, but that mean we can't be friends.
Really only meant for spicy character picks, no IRL stuff. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, see that's fine. Like I'm not.
Yeah, some people can just be absolutely weird when it comes to NSFW
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. There's a reason I don't have mine, because otherwise some people get weird. Some people really like feet.
Oh no, you mentioned the trigger word.
I wonder if we can find out who it is.
We will never.
I'm gonna watch the chat and see what happens. Surely he's gonna say something. Yeah? Joke's on you. I'm not on Discord anymore. He got banned. Sorry, suspended. My bad. We got him on Discord, and like a month later, he got suspended. Poor Lucy. It's probably because he was joining all the feet Discord.
Fate'll do that to you.
Basically told him he has got to stop responding to everybody who messages him. Not everybody is your friend. Some are just bots. Some are scammers.
And some will send you some malicious things.
Yep. Trying to find this
Yeah,
other
social media is not
one.
for everyone.
Yeah. That's fair.
Oh my god, we found another one.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to tell you guys, okay? Now, this is something I'm going to tell you guys. I do not know if I will ever do anything with this, okay? And if I do, it will have to be for real life cash. Okay, we're not talking channel points. But my new model, has feet. Under her shoes, she has feet. And her toenails are painted purple. And they're very cute. I'm just going to say that. She's wearing boots. Okay? You're not going to see them. But the option's there. If I ever choose to do anything with that information. Or with that bit of my new model.
Yeah, so there might be 18 plus YouTubers, streamers.
Yeah,
but
we don't
not-
typically
we're-
get into
we're not-
that.
We're not lured.
Yeah, we're not
Lured
with doers.
tubers or anything like that yet. Yeah.
That's why I was saying, I'm like, I don't think that I want to do anything with that. But like... Around the time I started taking breaks days and feeling off and since leaving. That's good. I'm glad, Lucy, honestly. People have to be desperate, honestly. I just want you interested in personality. Honestly. No. Absolutely, completely. And for me, from my perspective, it would be for the memes. And the money. Look,
So the memes.
mostly the memes. Just so I can tell people, yeah, I made like, I don't know, $100. Because somebody wanted to see my VTuber's feet. That'd be fucking hilarious. Taro's getting a crowdfunded shirtless redeem. Love that. Love that. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
Oh, that'd be hilarious. I wouldn't do that. But that would be funny.
Just post a picture of your model with just clown shoes on.
Oh lord, she does actually have like super cute feet though. Like she gave her like my artist gave her some really cute toes, and I'm like, well, fuck, nobody's ever gonna see that. And I kind of just like it would. Nobody's ever gonna see that. What the fuck? You're right. It's too early, Mariah. Mariah, it is too early. Bruh.
Why is this so early?
I had to skip it, Mariah. It's not time. It is fucking July. Poor Horton. Poor Horton. He loved it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a good
so
song.
sorry.
It's just
It's too
It's a work
early.
time.
Listen, I will say, I was talking about this the other day. I love Christmas music. I really do. However, I do not love Christmas music before November and after January or after December.
early
Actually,
January
I
can be
think after
okay.
like the 27th, I'm done with Christmas music. Take my money, change it back. Fuck it. Where is it? It's on shuffle. I don't think it will. Oh, there you go. There you go. You don't need to give money. It's fine. Just that's for you. I'm gonna suffer for you. Fuck you, Horton. Where's this other Discord? I'm just gonna try and tune it out by looking for Tara's Discord. I could take my headset off. That'd be a good way to do it. I'm not gonna, but I
Everybody
could.
will give money. Oh my god. Horton loves Mariah.
You're just like so request. I love it. I love that. That's beautiful. Where is his Discord?
One gifted sub, Horton. You may do it. Horton already subbed to both of us. It's okay.
No, yeah, no. He did. One lot for Christmas. Where got me? I will find it. I am like, oh, there it is. I'm just gonna click that link. There you go.
And just being a cheeky little
Oh.
shit. Oh my god. You get along well with Icon.
What kind of? Okay. Wataru's Wet and Wild Water Park. All right.
The name of the show?
Yep.
Lizard.
Oh, cool.
Lizard.
Lizard,
Thanks for the
lizard.
gift,
Oh my
though.
god.
Thank you. Just so you know, like, for every person that gets gift subbed in a gift sub group, so if it's like 5, it'll say lizard, 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 lizard.
Yeah. So
I specifically set that up because I love it.
the more gift subs, the more it says lizard. It is adorable.
Gay, are you okay? Gay, did this come up behind me to sleep on the floor? Gay, what is wrong with you? I got some good item in stock. You snore loud. Look at those bubbles.
Of course you already said this is a great place. I told they gotta make me flash save me.
Aww. Is that a captured merchant? This is a basic captured merchant. Yes. Okay. His name is Gay. Okay. But let's go beyond that. Okay. Let's go beyond. Let's see what Tristan has got for us. Okay. Tristan has caught this for me. This is Fat Boy Slim.
He's overcompensating a little.
He's oh, Jesus fucking Christ. So we could buy some dog coins and sell some dog coins there. Then let's go to our other base. Let's find out what we got there. Okay. Tristan has another capture merchant, but it's the green one. I have the red one. Tristan has the green one. The green one's name is Super Gay. Tara's first mercenary boss he caught had remarkable craftsmanship. His work speed is now 800 over. I love that. I love that. Thank you so much, Gup. How you doing, Gup? Thank you for the follow. Come in.
I feel like they're an anime fan.
Ooh,
What's your
I
favorite anime?
also like anime.
Unless you hate anime. That's just the joke.
Make everybody think I like anime. I don't hate it. Okay.
Not Wataru. Okay, I see how it is.
So, if we come here and we go upstairs, because it's technically night, I got you. I like that. How are you two cuties doing today? Fabulous. We're having a really good day. So this is,
Wonderful.
I haven't renamed him yet. This is Legendary Ammo Merchant, and he is unstable. He
Sounds great for
sells,
an merchant.
he sells all the ammo in the game.
I think he might be missing some, but like, it looks like most of it.
Yeah, it looks like most of it. I don't know. There might be more. There has been
Named it as a
online to
joke.
include him, but he is working a lot, so I feel for him. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
Oh, you renamed his Discord. Okay, I see. I see. That's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. And this over here, I've named him Officer Beppis. This one Tristan caught for me.
oh, okay, okay. Ooh. I haven't seen that anime. I
I
wanted to watch it,
see.
but at the same time, I haven't because One Piece.
Yeah,
One Piece is the only anime I watch.
I've got a bounty officer. I can sell my bounty stuff to him. There's
Officer
a...
Beppis.
Yeah. We are also going to be, we are actively looking for a legendary gourmet. That's who we want next, a legendary gourmet, because that guy will get all of our money.
Food expensive.
Food is expensive. But Tristan has started working on a new farm. Would you like to see new farm? I think. Have you started on new farm?
I've started on it.
You're gonna see. Most of my pallets are named for their purpose. I have one male and female each type, and they're both automatically named Jack and Jill for breeding purposes. Panic. 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 I would like to introduce you. Hold on, hold on. It's not Jack and Jill. It's not Jack and Jill, don't worry.
How are you doing, Gap? It is not Jack and
It's
Jill.
not Jack and Jill. Instead, it's Johnny and June. I can't see them. I see June. Where's Johnny? Johnny's on top. Where the fuck is his name? He's here. Whatever. And this is Mama and Papa. Their entire purpose is to give me babies so I can destroy them.
We turn babies into.
So we steal their souls. Yep.
We are devils.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, hold on. Let's find one. Let's find a good one. Okay, so this one. Let's see. Lavish hospitality plus service minded. Oops.
My inventory full. Wait, no, I don't want
Okay.
to run treasure.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. 3 giant pow souls and 3 thermal cores. Just saying.
We like the giant pellets.
So I don't know if you can see this right here, right? Where are my babies? Oh, here they are. Okay. So if you look at this right here, shit. Oh my god. No, not you. Okay.
What's a greater purpose
This
for
right here.
other than death? Yeah, you just speedrun to the end.
So this right here, 60 plus 60 souls. Yeah, I'm going to show you what this means.
Ooh, what?
I'm going to show you what 60 means, okay, here in this particular context. This means maxed, maxed, maxed. All 3 of these are maxed. Okay, there's that. Yep. Hold on. Behold. 60. Hold on. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60. 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 40. We're still working. We have 3 more to go. 60, and they need 60 giant souls each. So I need 100 and... 240, 200, 180.
I love how many different ways there are to level them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I've got 870 giant pell souls from my
Also, let me see. I've been getting some kinship peaches as well as taking them with me on some adventures. So this one has 10 trust, 7 trust, 4 trust, 5 trust, 4 trust, 4 trust, 5 trust, 4 trust, 4 trust, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 6, 3, 3, 3, 6, and 7.
We speed ran the glasses because of how useful.
Oh, yes. And yeah, you're right. All 100 IVs. These are my babies. I'm working my ass off.
I'm working on Neptilius's and also Jormuntide Ignis's, so I'm a little behind.
I want to see. I want to run. I want to run Moonlord after I finish the babies. So I need like what 180 souls. Not too bad. That's gonna take like fucking no time. I'm telling you.
If we eventually get around to doing a hard mode playthrough, leveling up through Moonlord.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Moonlord is so useful.
So yeah, basically we've been considering doing setting up a hard mode playthrough, right? Like making a graphic for it, actually like introducing it as a big thing. We're not going to be doing it for a bit. Set of rules, right? And it'll basically be if you want something extra hard, this is what you do, and it's not hardcore. So it's not like it'll never be like one life, right? But it will be one life for your pals. And there will be restrictions. For example, no flyers. It's too easy once you get a flyer, right? Oh my god, everybody's dying.
Gliders are okay, but no flyers.
Gliders are okay, no flyers.
What about the Henyu glider that just makes you like float?
That's fine.
It's very slow, so yeah, that should be fine.
Anything, as long as it's not a flyer. As long as you're not flying around.
Nuzlocke is part of it, yeah.
Yes, a Nuzlocke is part of it, yeah. Except for, you can keep getting pals. Like, you can get pals from different areas and stuff like that. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
What the fuck is happening over here?
No breeding.
Oh, yep, no breeding. No breeding. Okay, what was that?
No Terraria content.
No Terraria content. Very specifically because Terraria content makes things real fucking easy.
It's you get endgame stuff so early, and it is ridiculous.
And a lot of the weapons will just stun lock the enemy, and like it's too everything's too easy. We literally even now we don't touch outside of the Moonlord because we will fight the Moonlord.
Moonlord's good for fruits.
Yeah, and we're getting it for fruits, but we don't touch the Terraria weapons because they're gross. They don't feel good.
From what I've seen, the drone launcher is like the same, but
At least you like have to wait. How do you set up your farms for cakes? Do you just use regular? Yeah, I just have.
Okay, how do you set up your farms for cakes?
Let's see. I have over here. I have a lettuce farm, and I have a potato farm, and I have an onion farm, and I have a tomato farm. I forgot that vegetable farm, and a carrot farm, and a wheat farm. And then over here, my gloopy will occasionally turn wheat into flour. Cool. And then I had a berry farm here too, but they were way overproducing on the berries. So instead, we've got a little berry farm over here. And by little, I mean these guys need a hobby. Like really, this is like all they do. They don't yell at you to stack your plots? No. I wouldn't do it even if they did tell me to do that. I don't like the way it looks.
We have a lot of lurkers in chat, so
Yeah, that too. But honestly, I don't like the way it looks. I wouldn't do it. Oh, I'm assuming Horton's the number one, right? No, I think it looks cute. I like the way they look. I like having to, do it like, I don't know. I don't like.
another thing for the hard mode.
I know
is
there's
no
some people that
exploit.
also like stack the. Oh yeah, no exploits. So there's
wouldn't be able
if you want to use Dr. Braun, you can, but you can't like do the cheaty thing where you put it in global storage and then try and just try again or whatever, so you don't fuck up the stats.
As well as like no stack plots, because that's an exploit.
I mean, I don't know. I think it might be. I think they actually made it to where it's easier now, unless that was a mod that I saw. I would say probably also no mod.
Trailer, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the trailer there were some stacked plots, so I wouldn't say that that was an exploit.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it's one of those like Warframe had a
Oh,
ton of exploits
you want some look, look, look.
that were then made into actual game content.
Hold on. Where's let me do this really quick. I'm gonna show you what I've been doing with this party in particular. Well, not this party specifically, but I want to show you. Okay, so I have Tristan. You know how we've been catching a lot of merchants
Yeah.
on our feet? No, I was talking in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I know you know. You're here with me.
I have I've seen like Dr. Braun in the wild like 3 times.
Mhm.
His playthrough.
But who needs a wild Dr. Braun? Who needs a wild Dr. Braun when you have Dr. Braun at home? And look, you're super gay. Okay. So what I do is I will throw out Gemini. Gemini is my lab rat, okay? You see where Pan's been getting her tips from now? What do you mean? Okay, go ahead. Go.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're a Gemini? I named it Gemini because it picks up 2 eggs. That's why I named it Gemini. Yeah, go. I believe in you. Gemini's my lab rat. Mostly because I don't really care what happens. She's just... Yeah, she's got Mercy hit. Oh, shit. Nope, I forgot. She lost her insomnia. She acquired Mercy hit. She lost her values by 30. No, she sucks.
Got the schematic.
No, she can't kill anything. My poor power battle Mercy. My battle Gruntail. Not my battle Gruntail. I'm just kidding. She's not my battle Gruntail. What are her stats?
I got the schematic
no,
I
she's
was looking for.
She got 0 health. She really does suck, but she's fun to play with Dr. Braun, because I don't like the Gamba personally. Tristan does. I am not.
Gamble on like mid-tier pals to see if they will be worth it. If not, they just get turned into soup.
Yeah, I don't do that. This is Tristan's base. It's chaotic.
I love my base.
It's special.
Just like me.
Yep.
Always been told special.
Your Moldron Krista's so funny. He's so big. Is he an alpha?
Probably.
Back here. Get back here. I'm trying to figure you out. Yep. Oh, she's an alpha. My bad. Oh my lord. This is a mess. Okay, I need to give you... I'm going to go to your other base. I'm going to give you the bird, because I keep forgetting to do that.
The dynamo.
Yeah. The fat burb.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Borb.
Fat borb.
Pardon me, I borb.
There you go. Have fat borb.
Thank you for fat borb.
You're welcome. Has 2 stars.
Perfect.
He will help.
I got the schematic I was after. Now I just need the materials to craft.
What is it?
The legendary charge rifle schematic.
Nice. I want to get the legendary ancient armor.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fun grind.
Actually, I kind of want to see how much the epic one costs, because I'm just curious. I know it's gonna cost some. I know it's gonna cost some ancient technology, but I have like so much of that. Did you guys know I'm 1 button click away from accidentally spilling all of my secrets?
Don't tease them. They can hardly handle feet already.
Be the feet. I mean, I guess technically the shoes are in the way she's positioned currently. It's the gaming scene, so you know where she is.
I see, yeah.
Okay. Let's figure out how much. I wish you all the best. I really need to go sleep. So does Pan. See you later. See you later. Bye. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please come back
hanging out.
again. I like hanging out with you guys. Okay, so
It's really fun hanging out with all of you.
this is... What does it cost?
I can.
Okay. Epic Ancient Armor. Brings it from 800 defense to 960 defense.
Ooh, that's a big increase. That's a really good increase.
It doubles the AI cores, but it's from 2 to 4, so it's like fucking whatever. Oh, okay. So both have cold resistance too, but attack up level 3.
Ooh. Oh my god, I can just make this.
I'm
straight
just gonna
up.
make this, yeah.
Okay.
Let me make some computers. 15. What am I gonna make for the computers? Bio batteries. Okay, sounds good.
That is barely moving at all. Oh my god. Yeah, have a good
There you
sleep, Jordan.
go. Have a good night. Are you going to bed too, Pan? Or are you just... I don't know why I thought that Horton was going to be able to tell you what to do, but you know. I don't... just curious. 15? No, 20. I need 20 computers. Fucking hate AI cores. They suck ass. Now you're just chilling. Fair enough. Fair enough. I get it. I enjoyed our 2 days off. I love streaming. I'm loving streaming this game. And yesterday I
Yes.
contemplated, like last night, it was like really late last night. I'm like, oh, I just want to go live like right now. But also I was like, I know if I do, as soon as I go live, I'm going to get exhausted and go to bed. I want to go to bed.
Man's breeding right now for all my ranch pass. Ooh, yeah, I haven't really touched the
Yeah.
ranch cows too much. I've
Well,
been
no, I
given-
mean, it'd be easy for us to do kind of, because
yeah.
they've got, it's just chickens and cows. Well, for us, not for all the ranch pals. Jesus Christ, all our ranch pals? Oh my god, we should do that to the Kelpie Ignis.
I have been feeding the Kelpsians in the ranching books.
That's
so,
true, no really reason to do that. Okay, so this and this. Do you know what these are? These are work slaves, swift, remarkable craftsmanship, and artisan. Both of them have that. And they are both 4-star, and they are both max handiwork and max medicine production for this. So I'm going to show you guys something. What happens? Okay, so you guys, everybody here has made an AI core. Yeah? Don't lie to me, I know you have. How long does it take to make an AI core? How long does
Most
it
of the ranch
take?
cows a little at a time.
How about this?
So,
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at it. It's satisfying.
does that
I
really
can sit
nice.
and watch it. You actually haven't gotten there yet? Damn, Pan. Catch up. I'm just kidding. You're fine. You're fine. Please, take your time. All I'm going to say, stock up on fucking,
Computers.
no,
oh
not
my
just
God.
computers. I was going to say very specifically, stock up on fire organs.
You need
You
so-
said you're doing it for the ranch pals, little at a time. Condensed breed a Kelpie Ignis. Like,
I've only
seriously,
done 3 towers. Ooh, okay.
that's fine.
So you've got, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
We had
that's fine. Take
we
your
were
time.
barely
Don't
filling out
rush.
the
Yeah,
towers.
good. Take your time. I'm just saying, like, stock up. Like, get a good Kelpie Ignis. Is it really legit? We were working on that. Seriously,
Let's go.
seriously.
Get
We
Kelsey
pumped.
Ignis.
We pumped. How many farming books does she have in her now?
I think I think she's currently level 6.
Okay, so I'll show you. I'll show you why you need it. Okay, because. Okay, so this is a bio battery. A bio battery needs carbon fiber. Bio batteries need carbon fiber. Okay, thermal core. No, okay, this is not thermal cores. Okay, bio batteries need carbon fiber, and computers need 2 carbon fiber, and AI cores each need 5 computers, and hold on, each computer needs
Uh,
2 bio batteries.
we haven't touched this in a while, my love. 4,755 flame organs.
Damn, I didn't even look at that because I have so many flame organs and stuff. I have like, how many do I have? Because I just went through, remember, and I obliterated all of the,
Oh yeah, the
I have 450 flame organs still. However, I do have 4,565 venom organs. I'm like, you're gonna go through flame organs like it's nothing.
yeah the research also uses a ton of flame organs.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the kindling research, the login research uses a ton of carbon fiber.
I'm gonna do it, babe. I'm gonna do it. Hold on, where is it? Fuck. I know I can make it. Where is it?
It is nasty how much is used. Yeah.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
4 of them in the mapped out stars, yeah. Definitely good. That's gonna be
Do it. Yep.
good production.
Mm-hmm. It takes a long time. And like, once you get a good supply of fire organs, it's fine. You don't have to worry so much about it. Like, honestly, that's probably like the biggest concern. But
Oh, if you're gonna crossbreed Ranch Master onto them, yeah, that would be really nice. I'd save a couple of books.
ooh, do that. That'd be fantastic. Also, get started on crude oil as soon as you can. Because a lot of things are gonna need crude oil too. And paldium. I'm sure you've already at least run into this issue. Paldium is needed for fucking everything, dude. Paldium, we need so much. I took way too long. Tristan did not, because he's a smart man. I took too long to swap over from the water crusher to the cryo crusher. Shut the fuck up. Don't make me take it back. Get the cryo crusher. It's amazing. And did I show you what I don't remember if you were here. Whenever I showed off what happened, what I did with I need to show you what I did with my mining team.
You have 8 extractors right now for crude oil and you can get more electricity match. Oh my god, nice. You're having better setup
Smart.
than we
Smart. Did I show you what I did with my mining team?
are. Oh, great mining
I have
team.
an amazing mining team, and I need to show you. I'm waiting to see if you respond about whether or not you actually saw it. 'Cause
How
I don't
many
know.
pounds is so useful? I can probably move. Yeah, I'm gonna move my farm stock this space over.
I'll show you anyways, and just hope you're paying attention. Okay, so this is Gertie. This is a Reptero Crest. Can be ridden while in party, reduces weight of all types of ore by 65%. This is Benny. He's a Reptero. While in party, reduces weight of all types of ore by 60%. Yep. So, how much does weight? How much does ore weigh usually?
Yes, a yes amount.
Okay. So we've got what? This stack right here, 30,000. We've got this one, 50,000, 20,000. Let's see this chest right here, 80,000, 10,000, 50,000. Right? What if I just take all of it? Panic. Pen. Darling. No, don't worry. No. Don't look at the turtle. The turtle, when it says it reduces the weight of ore, it literally reduces the weight of just this ore. That's it. Not all
Yeah.
ores. Not all
Yeah,
ores.
it's a
Just
shame.
ore. So it doesn't work for coal. It doesn't work for sulfur.
it's
It doesn't work
capitalized, it's
for
meaning the thing
quartz.
that
It doesn't
we
work for any of
literally
this other
said.
stuff. It doesn't work for any of this other stuff. The Repteros do. But you don't need to add to it because you want to know why? This right here, these, if you're looking right here, hold on, how do I fucking click on this shit? Weighs 0. They weigh nothing.
Yeah, I found that out early today? Yesterday?
Yeah. Yesterday, I was like, what the fuck? I think I broke it. Because it weighs nothing. Mining is amazing now. Because I just have to grab my mining team and the ore weighs nothing. If I need to move ore around the base, I did not mean to put that in there. Shit. Wrong chest. My bad. I have 2 ore chests. 'Cause
Avocado, carrot, onion, potato.
all types of ore. Even like oil, which is considered an ore. But like, if I need to go out here and I'm like, okay, so what have you guys been collecting? Oh, you got all this shit right here. This is considered a wood, so that's not going to count, but I mean, that's fine. Whatever. I'm going to be a little slow because of this right here. But I don't have to. I can just grab these right here. Put these away. I don't have to do it, even if I did that. These right here. All ores. Weigh nothing. The wood does. That's the only reason I'm picking it up right now. And it's just these babies right here. And I used these. Originally, I wouldn't have even looked at these guys. I would not even have fucking looked at them. The only reason I did is because I was like, I found out that this right here, keep this in mind, okay? This furnace requires a high level fire pal and a high level cooling pal, right? Well, there's a Reptiro Christ and a Reptiro. So I was like, oh my god, how cute would it be if they both worked on the thing, right? And then, of course, I'm looking at their passive skills and I'm just like, holy shit. These guys are great. And also, they look super cute just standing there together. But when they're cooking, it's even kind of more adorable because, like, hold on. Watch this. It's so funny. He works really hard. He's blowing on it, and this guy's just like, I'm going to sleep. I feel like the only thing is I would have preferred the Reptiro Chris blow ice. I think that would have been cooler. But yeah. I think all of them take a sleeping position. You see? All of them take a sleeping position. I specifically needed to find a cooling pal who was good, but also did not look dead. Because the Univolt Christ triggered me every single fucking time. The Univolt Christ is a horse, right? It's a unicorn. It's the icy version of the Univolt. Obviously, where's the Univolt? I have one somewhere.
It has an amazing.
It has amazing cooling. It really does have amazing cooling. Not this guy, but it's the icy version of this guy. This guy sleeps laying on his side. Now, there's not really... He could be cute and like curl his legs up underneath him or something like this, but he doesn't. He just lays on his side. He looks dead. I can't. I cannot have him in my base. Oh my god, he looks so happy. He looks so happy, baby. No, I want to take a picture. No, I don't want to take a picture. I want to... Oh my god. Why can I never fucking... Let me pet you, damn it! There we go. He's so happy. Okay.
It looks so freaking dead, and I love it. But also, I don't want it.
He's too big. I don't want him. I don't want him out here. But he's got really good cooling because he's got 3 stars by default. Well, for me. The one I caught, I got lucky.
You got unlucky. That was very lucky.
I almost caught an awakened gloopy earlier. An awakened lucky gloopy earlier, and then I accidentally killed it. Because I make smart decisions. It does not fit the aesthetic of this base, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go check on... Hold on. How am I doing on souls? Nope, that's not how I check. 43. Let's go back. I think we'll be able to start chewing them up. I want to see if we can get these to max and so we can run a Moon Lord. Because the last time we ran a Moon Lord, everybody had the lowest level attack into attack except for the first one who had 60 in attack. But outside of that, it was nothing else. And I really want to see how these guys do. Really looking forward to this. I don't even know if these are the same fucking pal.
Baboom.
These could be completely different pals. I don't even fucking know what these are anymore. These are random. Okay, I think the fire eggs are Reptiros. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know what the rest are. They could be Blazemots. I don't know. But that's not what I'm working on right now anyways, so. I'm gonna go shred these guys to pieces.
I'm shredding to pieces.
The alphas, if you're trying to do the Agadrons in the PAL disassembly conveyor, make sure they're not alphas, because you'll just get ancient civilization parts and precious dragon stones, which are fine for money. But, like, that's not what we're after. That's not where the real money is. The real money is in souls. Stop trying to take my shit. He took all my souls. It's fine, he'll go put it in a storage. So, the ones that have lavish hospitality are gonna give more. The ones that have service-minded are gonna give more. The ones that have lavish hospitality and service-minded are gonna give most. Right now, we are just trying to, if we have any left over, we're gonna be have fun with trying to boost up other things, like Celine, for example. We could boost work speed on the Salines at my workshop. Oh my god.
Sold on work speed, really.
Anyway. I will 100%, the very first ones I put points into for work speed is gonna be those Salines.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be fucking incredible. Pages isn't okay. Basically, the past few days have been like, I say the past few days, basically since I've started playing this, every single time I'm like, okay, we need to wrap it up. The reason I'm saying this now is because it's 9:30, and I know we need to end at 10. Okay? And
Yeah.
I say it's 9:30. It is not 9:30. We've been streaming for 9.5 hours. That's what I meant. We need to stop streaming at 10 hours. And the reason that I am mentioning this now is because this is about how long it will take me to actually wind down from this game. Because I'd be like, oh, okay, hold on, just gotta do this real quick. Oh, okay, hold on, I just gotta do this real quick. Oh, hold on, well, let me just do this real quick. And then by the time that I decide, okay, time for me to end, I'm gonna be on for like another half an hour. So this is the perfect time for me to say, okay, time to wrap up. Let me wrap up by getting these souls so that I can put them on my babies. And then when I put them on my babies, then we can run a raid. If that's okay with you, babe.
I'm more fine with that.
Now, question. Do we want to run a Moonlord raid? Or do we want to run a Blazing Met Ryu raid?
That's a good question.
Because last time, the babies were not nearly as prepared. But they still beat it with only 4 dead, or with 5 still alive.
True, yeah, they're a lot better.
They are
a lot
way
better. Someone's
tankier
gonna
now.
die. He's gonna do a lot of damage.
Okay. Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Gonna run into that issue.
I'm
but
I'm just fucking curious
I'm very curious as well.
because before they had no real quick 5 hour. Exactly. Exactly. You fucking get it. It's just gonna be real quick 5 hours later. It's how it happens though, and that's how like that is exactly how we keep streaming for like the other day we hit almost 18 hours, man, in one day. And we're like, how the fuck did that just happen? Okay, I think I have.
If we wanted to push it, we could have done 24. Easy.
Yeah, he did talk about. He was like, I think, he was like, so how are you feeling about a 24-hour stream? I was like, no. Okay. But that's how these streams have kept going so long because there's always like something to do. Like we're even just like yesterday. He's like, hey, do you want to run Fabric with me? And I was like, yeah, okay, just give me a minute.
Yeah, and we only just completed this today.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even fucking go there yesterday. I was like, yeah, just give me a minute. And didn't even fucking go. And I was just sitting there fucking breeding these Aedragons, whatever. I'm calling them Aedragons because I don't like their name. Okay? Breeding the fucking Aedragons because, huh?
Their name is Stinky, yes.
Yeah. So I'm breeding the Aedragons and I'm just like, I was like, oh shit, how long has it been? I look over Tristan's and just walking around Fabric and stuff, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. Are you mad at me? I'm so caught up in this.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm furious.
He's never once been mad at me. I don't get it.
Like I love you or something.
Look, you can't say that because how many times have I got mad at you?
Quite a bit, but I don't
Are you
have
suggesting I don't
BPD.
love you, bitch?
No, I don't have BPD.
That's true. Okay. Babe,
Yeah.
they're all 60.
Oh, nice.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm gonna pull in. I'll use the Anubis Segment Destroyer team.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a Blazement Ryu tablet. No, oh no, not the Ultra.
Not the Ultra.
No, we did test doing a Moonlord Ultra yesterday because we were like, oh, well, let's see
I just want to see like what
what the health was.
what the health bar is mostly, and
It's
like if we're doing
really large. It's really large, and everybody died, including me.
and me.
Okay, I'm gonna take them out so they can eat the foods.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do eat the foods. What are you doing right now? Before I pull them out, I want them to kind of.
Currently just putting souls in my Neptalises that are ready. Not all of them are. I've got 18 of them. But I will come over with
I don't think they're eating. I don't think they're hungry. Oh wait, one is. I think they all have kind of the timer on them already. Okay, are you ready? Are you ready, babe?
I am. Oh, I came here. Got to grab my ammo.
Okay, go get your ammo.
I'm getting my ammo.
I have 1,000 ammo. I think I'm good.
I recently got this gun.
Oh.
I have upgraded my damage quite a bit.
Did you need to get some from the ammo guy?
No, I can craft this ammo.
Okay.
It just uses thermal cores and bio batteries.
Gross.
Not necessarily anymore.
Oh, okay.
Not necessarily gross anymore. Unlike your bow, this only does 15k a shot. But it does 15k a shot. Where is my ammo? I think it's gonna be this one. Nope. It's been transferred over? No.
Do you want this egg?
Egg. Yeah, I'll take the egg.
Okay. Do you want me to just give you the tablet? I'll just put the tablet in here. You can put it in there.
Where's the ammo? Yes. All of this, thank you. Okay, and then I don't need. Oh, it is up here. Don't need those glasses for this. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. I'm so excited and so nervous.
Yeah, set the tablets in here. Okay.
Damn it. Try to see if I can catch you.
Oh my god. You try to catch me? But I got cooties.
How many do we think we're gonna survive? Place your bets, guys. So, with none of the... You just did your first summon? How'd it go? You need these damn glasses? Oh, yeah.
First summon? Summon? This? Raid bot?
No, I was reading Planet. And said
No,
I
but
need
like,
these damn glasses.
summon? First summon?
Which summon was it? Oh, you won? Good. Was it Ryu or was it Belenoir? I don't think it'd be Ryu. It was Belenoir, yeah. You can't catch them, but they'll give you an egg. You should have an egg in your pocket.
If you can get them, you can get an egg guaranteed.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go. Go! Holy no!
Oh my god. None of them died in that.
Yeah.
This is the other one that like. Holy crap, it already dead.
Oh, my babies!
He's stunned.
My babies! You guys are amazing! Okay, hold on. Moonlight beam. I'll help.
He's stunned again. Oh my god. Holy.
That is because my babies are incredible. Don't ever doubt them again.
And the thing is, they're not even type advantage against him yet. Okay,
Nope.
He's phase 2 now. Okay, now they have type advantage.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's trying to get me. No, leave me alone.
And he's dead. None of them died.
My babies are powerful. I love them.
Holy shit!
Shit!
My babies.
Oh my god!
I love
Oh
them
my God, yeah, they're very
so much. They are.
What's the lowest health one? I know they're healing a lot by now. I saw one. Okay, yeah, one's more like almost dead, about a fifth,
Almost. Almost.
and it's healed a bit.
Almost only counts in horseshoes, babe. Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Holy shit! None of them died.
I already knew that was gonna happen.
I was expecting the teleport attack to kill one of them.
Mm.
Not more than one, just one.
Okay, full health, full health, full health, full health, full
Holy
health.
shit!
This one's about half health. Full health, full health.
Anyone hungry?
They don't say hungry. They're probably hungry, but like they don't say hungry. The lowest one is at half health.
Yeah, they heal a bunch.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah, they're probably a little hungry, but oh yeah.
I'm still in a loading screen. Mine was lagging like crazy, so I might have just DC'd.
Oh really? Mine wasn't lagging at all. Mine did great. They didn't even eat barely anything. They're just like, oh yeah, it's fine. We're good. Oh, you have no idea the amount of pride I am feeling right now in my babies.
I just need to get my Noctilius up, and then.
Who's the next boss?
The next boss is
Is it Hartalis?
there's Artellus and
Xenolord.
Hey, we haven't fought Libero yet.
We haven't fought Libero. We're gonna destroy her, but
Let's fight fucking Libero, bruh.
let me
I'm gonna keep that one though. I'm gonna do that one.
I think I need a old F4. I'm stuck in a infinite loop.
That's fine. Go ahead. I'll go get my Belenar, my Libero tablet. I want that egg. I am so proud. I am so proud. This all, like the past couple days of just like it's literally just been breeding for this. They're incredible.
I still think it is possible for one of them to die.
Oh yeah, it's possible.
We're not gonna be able to touch Blazing Ryu in a hard mode until we
Not right
have a
now.
full deck.
No. Okay, let's go Libero. Did you alt F4?
I'm rejoining now. I'm glad we're keeping it to 20. So
Yeah. Yeah, because like I wouldn't feel proud if I brought in 50 babies. I kept it at 20 because that's how many like a normal server would have.
Yeah.
The only thing I needed to make sure is that it didn't increase in difficulty with number of slots. And as soon as I found that out, I was like, cool, doing 20. Are you ready?
The increase is only in the amount of pills you can put, which basically trivializes if you make 50 decked out raid things against any ultra raid.
I want to know Holy Minecraft. Oh, Holy Minecraft because of my babies. Look, look. That's racist.
Oh my god, man. That's so racist. Oh, do you remember That's So Raven?
Yeah.
Do you watch that?
Yeah.
That's so racist.
Okay.
It's like that's a raven, but racist.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you could start it at any point. They're crossed by with creepers, and you know it. Oh, jeez.
They're terrified.
They don't. Look how scared they
so
are. They're so
scared.
scary. Or they're so scared. They're terrified all the time.
Ooh. They're selling more.
No. No. She's like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
Yeah, we're almost at phase 2.
Oh, I forgot that was the second phase.
Yeah, literally. Get this change a lot.
He's like, hey, stop. Oh, I might.
Yeah. Oh, this is so true.
How are you babies doing? You guys doing okay? Yeah, good job.
Any of them even hurt?
Uh-uh.
Doesn't look like it.
They're good. I don't care if they change their last name. Their origins don't change. Oh, no. My poor babies. Why am I doing this? I can just leave.
Yeah, Demon God is, not Demon God, Immortality is definitely a lot better than Vampiric just because it provides other stuff. But Vampiric is good for sustain. You can make a full defense tower, but then it doesn't have attack, it's not gonna get through anything. Use the time out. Now they're hungry. I just wanna like...
I think they were hungry before. Yeah, they're not like starving. None of them actually say hungry.
No, some of them actually put them out the same.
Oh, were they? Oh, okay.
Probably.
The food's pretty good. And I say pretty good because it's not as good as the Gale Claw and something, whatever it's called.
Gale Claw, Ninjago.
Yeah.
Definitely not Ninjago, but Ninjago.
These right here gives them... Oh my god, Horton, go to bed.
You need sleep, I beg you. Go to bed. But welcome back.
Okay, I need to see... I'm gonna go check the other slab. I just want to see. Like, I don't expect... I don't know what the type advantage is for... What is it, like... It's Belenoir Libero, Blazimet Ryu, Moonlord, which we know that they can smash. Is it just... No, it's Xenolord. Is it Xenolord then Hartalis?
I think so.
Level 65,
Let me
and
check in the
Hartalis
description.
is... Hartalis is level 70, Xenolord's level 65. Okay, let's do Xenolord. We've never done Xenolord before. We have 0 experience with Xenolord, period. So we have no idea what to expect. This is what happens. This is why I was just gonna do one. They were like, hey, let's try it out. You just see what happens. Oh, my baby's good? You guys good? Oh, you guys, some of them are still eating, so wait.
Yeah, we have no idea what type it is. We have no idea what
We know nothing.
moves are good.
Yeah.
Hartalis is lost.
Mhm.
Yeah,
We haven't tried that one yet, so we're gonna do Xenolord. Oh, I'm so excited.
I feel like if he's like the other critters, he's gonna be dark.
Maybe.
Dark Dragon probably is my
He's
best
Dark
guess.
Dragon. I don't know. We're not gonna have a type advantage. Alright, Xenolord.
If he's Dark Dragon, the type advantage would be Ice, but he might even have a Sepin.
I don't remember anything saying that ice was the advantage.
No, neither do I.
I think it was... See, one said ground, one said water, one said dark, then dragon and fire.
No, until you do. Remember, I'm 1 month older. I'm 1 month wiser.
Oh lord.
Oh no.
I'm 3 years older and make stupid decisions, so...
I'm 6 years younger.
Alright. Go. Oh, I'm so excited, but also nervous, but also excited, but also nervous. Oh, yeah, I mean, come on. Come on. You guys got this. You guys got this. Come on.
1.4 million health.
Oh,
my
that's a lot of
God.
health.
That's a lot of damage as well.
Okay, I'm gonna try and help.
Oh, sometimes.
Okay,
This is kind of purely kind of.
that's fine. That's fine.
What is going on in there?
That's okay. They've got lasers. We prepared for this with Moonlord.
Ah.
They hit you?
Don't hurt me. I'm allergic. Yeah, you know what I'm
Okay.
I do like 2k a year.
I don't think I did anything.
He does not like Celestia. He really does not like Celestia. Or even Celestia without his heart.
What is Celestia doing?
A lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
Celestia isn't even decked out. You can just sit back here and get him.
Holy Nova. I'm sorry. Look, I've got a problem. We could feed them. That's what I was saying. We make the Gale Claw food and then they'll be... Yeah. I might need to have to force feed them. But it might not be that at all. It might just be because of the amount of damage they do. Oh, shit. Ah! Scary! Ah! My bird! What the fuck is this perspective? Oh. Might not win. We're probably not gonna win, to be honest. These are my strong guys.
There could be some gimmick with them, we don't know, but the gimmick could be the ads. It really does not like.
Oh, a lot of my babies are down.
They can survive, they just don't have the DPS to get them down.
Okay. So we're gonna need to increase trust for a big way, and then we need to make the Gale Claw food. Actually, is that one defense or is that shit?
Do you want to?
These are all level 1. That was a really shitty decision. My bad.
Just take everything. Take everything.
Take everything? Okay. Retrieve all. Go. You got your Jormuntide Ignises? You've been preparing something. Yeah, there you go.
They're not level 80.
That's okay. That's okay. Mine weren't level 80 either. Ooh, the range attack is nice. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, they're all dead because they were stacked on top of each other.
You need to spread out, bruh.
Yeah, that's the problem with that. It's a big fight. Where the fuck is the...
Is that my level?
We should retreat all.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm putting that in the... Go. Go, Lucy. Go, Maya. Just put fucking everybody in there.
Oh, he's frozen.
Oh, is he good? We just need to beat him. I think I put a dead guy in there. My bad. My bad. Lucy's like, I got this. Everybody's dead. Oh no. That's okay. I had no expectations for this one because I didn't know what to expect. It's our first time doing this one. We do not win first fights unless, of course, it's like severely over-leveled, which we're not. Oh my god! Go boom! Go boom! Everything's dead. Are these all mine?
Yeah, everything.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. We'll do it again.
The Xenogard is well out.
I'm just putting out everything. Go, you believe in you. This is out. Oh no, I'm down. Help me, I'm by the box.
Do if I can.
I see boom.
I need to revive him.
Oh.
He's right under the boss.
This was not intentional. Okay.
Run.
Not run. I'm putting out babies. Fight! Fight, buddy! Fight, buddy! You've got this. I believe in you.
After everything here is dead, tells away and I'll put it out my
Okay, that's fine.
whatever I have. He's targeted me because I'm doing damage.
A lot of these are level 1. I don't care. Look, I'm telling you, we beat these. We beat Blazing at Ryu the first time by throwing out a check. Oh, okay. Alright, well. Okay. Okay, your turn. Go, 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 go.
Need him to not be targeting me.
Go, boom. I'll target him. Look, I got his attention. Not boom! No! Tristan's down! Tristan's down! Tristan's down!
Oh, add scale based on how many things you have out. So the reason we got fucked last time is because we had like 50 spells out.
Oh, really? Ah! Okay, go, go, go.
We didn't provide.
Shit! I knew it. Ah!
I've gone after you, but missing.
Okay, okay. Fuck off!
Everything I have, that's...
Fight!
Everything you have.
Fight!
Oh, he's in the air.
Oh, that probably explains why I'm not shooting him.
I'm just shooting at the group.
I was shooting the group too. Oh, rip. Oh no! Neptilius is still alive. Where is he? Is he over there? Where the fuck is he?
In the group. I can't tell where the boss is.
I can't either. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I can see the boss. He's there.
Trying to get us.
Go everything that's
Come on.
dead. I'm down.
Oh, it's okay. I think we're close.
It's 45, 30.
Come on.
Oh, we're gonna get him.
Come on. Yes! Oh!
Oh, we're definitely not ready for him.
We are so not ready for him. But that was so much fun. I love these. The ones that are like so close, because we're like a minute away too.
The biggest problem was the Duelist Nox
Yeah.
survived.
Yeah.
They were doing a lot of damage.
But they were hungry.
They were hungry, and they were they didn't out DPS him because of type advantage.
Yeah. So we're gonna need a type advantage. Who's gonna be type advantage to him?
He doesn't have a second phase.
Yeah.
It would be what is type advantage?
Because I have my fire dragons of the Blazing at Ryu's. Are they advantage against?
It's ice.
Is it ice?
Yeah, ice is a type advantage against Dark Dragon.
I haven't even considered ice. Ooh, we're gonna have to look into some ice babies. Iceland, you ready to go?
Stallion?
You ready to go? I'm not using frost stallions. Like I mean, you can use frost stallions if you want. Let's see. Who's a good ice baby? I could bring the whale, but I really don't want to.
The whale is pure water, but you can put ice attacks on him, and he's got advantage with ice.
No, he's not. I mean, he's got chilling. Never mind. I don't know. He might be pure water and just a.
Oh, that whale. Neptilius would be actually decent against him.
I wasn't saying Neptilius. I was saying my Walaska.
Ah,
I could bring in Gertie.
Holy shit.
That was fun.
Well, we don't get an egg from him.
Oh my god, I'm gonna make an army of Malchrists. What do you
Oh, we
think?
do get an egg from him. You have a Xenolod
Yes,
egg.
I do. Well, I have 2 huge dark eggs. I'm sure one of them's a Xehanort. Jesus. What do I got? I'm gonna make an army of foxicles. Frost plumes. Oh my god, tell me, look. Okay, this is not the best representation of a frost plume. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is very disrespectful. My bad.
It's dead. Fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh Lord. Okay. Alright, we're gonna find somebody to raid out to. It is like 9 hours and 56 minutes. So it is kind of perfect timing. We can go ahead and we can get our stuff set up. Basically what we're doing, here's why. Here's the why. Here's the why. Yeah, we're gonna do some research. I know, I felt so bad. Okay, basically we got this lamp because we've been doing we're setting up the models and everything like that. Mine's already done. Okay, I don't have a beard. Yes, I can. I can leave.
Oh, we could have dragon because dragon would count as the dark part of it.
Dragon, is there a dragon ice?
Probably.
Tristan has a beard, okay, and for some reason the facial capture does not pick up his face. So we went out and we bought him a lamp. We also bought a thing to lift his monitors more off the table,
Yeah,
some
yeah,
arms
get,
to lift his
get
monitors
custom
so
monitor,
he
yeah.
can lift the camera up a little bit to maybe get a better perspective. We also got a power brick so that he can keep his iPhone charged in. Basically, it's a bunch of stuff so that Tristan can do the VTuber thing. Basically, I've been doing the VTuber thing for a while, so I already have my fucking setup. He does not have the best setup, so we're going to do that for him today so that when Saturday comes around, we're all fucking set and it's going to be amazing. However, we're going to find somebody to raid out to first. Let's see who we're going to do. Oh my god, who's this cutie? Tristan Heartblossom also playing Power World? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So cute.
Shoot him.
Okay, let's see. Let's see who's streaming.
How dare he be cuter than your husband?
Do you pull his beard every night? Kind of, but mostly just to get it out of my face. So I like grab it and then I just push it out of the way, kind of
I
thing.
had to make sure to trim my mustache for part of it because I don't like.
Apparently
his
the
beard,
reference
which
I'm
is
missing.
Understandable.
Let's see. Australian VTuber, 18 plus, pal, crumble of society. Let's figure out how many people are actually watching because last time I tried rating an Australian VTuber. Oh my god, nah, you're getting fucking abandoned.
Fuck you, Nat.
Okay, is this person? This person seems. I should listen for a second. I need to do that. I need to give it a second because if I don't, then I'm gonna wind up rating somebody that's kind of a dick.
Oh, look, a dark whisk fruit.
I did it recently and I don't want to do it again. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. How do we feel about rating the crumble of society? All right, here's our raid message. Here's our raid message if you are
We raid?
subbed.
Hang on, let me get
And we're rating out to the crumble of society. I'm leaving because of you? Absolutely. Yep, that's exactly it now, because you know how much I hate you. You insane, crazy person. Okay.
Hang on, let me get their name and then stuff.
Tristan's gonna read out to them too. We're gonna do the worry out to them. Make sure to send them some love when we go over there. So, yeah, they're playing Power World. They're in a dungeon, it looks like. Okay.
Yeah,
I love you guys.